Gastroplegia. Synonym of gastroparesis. Gastroplication. Reducing the size of the stomach by stitching a fold in the stomach wall. Gastroplications. Plural of gastroplication. Gastropod. Any member of a class of mollusks gastropoda that includes snails, slugs, and limpets. Univalve mollusk. Gastropodotary. See dispersal by means of gastropods. Gastropoda. Of or pertaining to gastropods, snails, and the like. Gastropods. Plural of gastropod. Gastropore. A pore in a hydrozoan coral containing a gastrozoid. Gastropores. Plural of gastropore. Gastroporn. Enticing food imagery typically found in books, magazines, social media, and television programs related to food and cooking. Gastroprokinetic. Gastrokinetic. Gastroprotectant. Gastroprotective. Gastroprotectants. Plural of gastroprotectant. Gastroprotection. Gastroprotective activity. Gastroprotective. Protective against gastropathy. Gastroprotectiveness. The condition of being gastroprotective. Gastropteridae. Any slug-like gastropod in the family Gastropteridae. Gastropterids. Plural of gastropterid. Gastroptosis. Plural of gastroptosis. Gastroptosis. An abnormal downward displacement of the stomach. Gastroptotic. Having or relating to gastroptosis. Gastropub. A public house that serves high-quality food. Gastropubby. Characteristic of a gastropub. Gastropubs. Plural of gastropub. Gastropulmonary. Relating to the stomach and the lungs. Gastropulmonic. Synonym of gastropulmonary. Gastropyloric. Relating to the stomach and the pylorus. Gastrorrhaphy. The operation is sewing up wounds of the abdomen. Gastrorectal. Of or pertaining both the stomach and rectum. Gastrorenal. Relating to the stomach and the kidneys. Gastroresistant. Resistant to the acidic environment of the stomach. Gastroretention. The retention of a drug in the gastrointestinal tract. Gastroretentive. Facilitating retention in the gastrointestinal system for a long period of time. Gastrohagia. A hemorrhage from the stomach, also known as a gastric hemorrhage. Gastrohaphys. Plural of gastrohaphy. Gastrohaphy. The suture of a perforation of the stomach. Gastruria. Excessive production of gastric juice. Gastruria. Alternative form of gastruria. Gastruria. Obsolete form of gastruria. Gastroschisis. Plural of gastroschises. Gastroschises. A defect of the abdominal wall through which the viscera protrude. Gastroscintigraphy. Gastric scintigraphy. Gastroscope. A form of endoscope used to view the inside of the stomach. Gastroscopes. Plural of gastroscope. Gastroscopic. Of or pertaining to gastroscopy, using a gastroscope. Gastroscopies. Plural of gastroscopy. Gastroscopus. One who carries out gastroscopy. Gastroscopus. Plural of gastroscopus. Gastroscopy. An examination of esophagus, stomach, and duodenum using endoscope. Gastrosexual, having interest in food and cooking, often as a means of expression or to make an impression on friends and potential romantic interests. Gastrosexuals, plural of gastrosexual. Gastrices, any disease of the stomach or the gastrointestinal tract. Gastrosoluble, soluble within the stomach, contents typically of a pharmaceutical coating. Gastrosoph, synonym of gastrosopher. Gastrosopher, one who enjoys and appreciates good food. Gastrosophers, plural of gastrosopher. Gastrosophic, relating to gastrosophy. Gastrosophical, relating to gastrosophy. Gastrosophs, plural of gastrosoph. Gastrosophy, the science or art of good eating. Gastrospasm, spasmodic contraction of the gastric walls. Gastrospasms, plural of gastrospasm. Gastrosplenic, of or pertaining to the stomach and the spleen. Gastrostaxis, a slow hemorrhage from the stomach, not explained by ulceration or erosion. Gastrostege, one of the large scales on the underside of a snake. Gastrosteges, plural of gastrostege. Gastrostomal, relating to gastrostomy. Gastrostomies, plural of gastrostomy. Gastrostomy, the surgical procedure for making an opening in the stomach as part of an operation. Gastrostyle, a spicule that projects at the base of the gastropore and extends into the gastrozoid. Gastrostyles, plural of gastrostyle. Gastrosuccoria, hypersecretion of gastric juice. Gastrosuccoria, alternative form of gastrosuccoria. Gastrosurgeries, plural of gastrosurgery. Gastrosurgery, gastric surgery. Gastrotomies, plural of gastrotomy. Gastrotomy, any form of incision into the stomach. Gastrotourism, a form of tourism based around visiting places to try local food. Gastrotourist, a tourist who travels in order to try food. Gastrotourists, plural of gastrotourist. Gastrotoxic, toxic to the stomach. Gastrotoxicity, toxicity to the stomach. Gastrotoxin, any substance typically is cytotoxin that is gastrotoxic. Gastrotoxins, plural of gastrotoxin. Gastrotrich, a microscopic aquatic animal of the phylum Gastrotricha with a worm-like body and cilia. Gastrotrichon, of or relating to the Gastrotricha. Gastrotrichons, plural of gastrotrichon. Gastrotrix, plural of gastrotrich. Gastrotropin, a cytoplasmic, hydrophobic ligand-binding protein which stimulates gastric acid and pepsinogen secretion. Gastrourinary, relating to the gastric and urinary tracts. Gastrovascular, that has both a digestive and a circulatory function. Gastrovascular cavities, plural of gastrovascular cavity. Gastrovascular cavity, the primary organ of digestion and circulation in two major animal phyla, the coelenterates and platyhelminths. Gastric census, intermittent gastria. Gastrozoa, alternative form of gastrozoid. Gastrozoid, a feeding polyp in hydrozoan corals and siphonophores. Gastrozoids, plural of gastrozoid. Gastrula, a stage in the development of embryos of most animals consisting of a three-layered sac of ectoderm, mesoderm, and endoderm. Gastrule, plural of gastula. Gastular, of or pertaining to a gastula. Gastulas, plural of gastula. Gastulate, to form into a gastula. Gastulated, simple past and past participle of gastulate. Gastulate, third person singular simple present indicative of gastulate. Gastulate. Present participle and gerund of gastulate. Gastrulation, the stage of embryo development at which a gastula is formed from the blastula by the inward migration of cells. Gastrulations, plural of gastrulation. Gastroloid, an aggregate of embryonic stem cells. Gastroloids, plural of gastroloid. Masts, plural of gast. Gastulation, misspelling of gastrulation. Gaswork, a gasworks. Gasworker, someone who works in a gasworks. Gasworkers, plural of gasworker. Gasworks, a factory where gas is generated or distributed, whether for industrial consumption or for residential distribution, as that alternative form of gat Guinness-beer. Not a barangay of Wow, Lanao del Sur, Philippines. Now, alternative form of gata. Nas, plural of gata. That is a barangay of Pagadian, Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. That's a surname. Yatch bed, a type of hospital bed fitted with jointed springs, which may be adjusted to various positions in order to elevate a patient's head and knees. Gatch beds, plural of gatch bed. Gatch alien, a surname from Tagalog. Gatch aliens, plural of gatch alien. Datchel, a surname. Datchels, plural of gatchel. Datches, plural of gatch. Datchwer, decorative work made from gatch. Datcombe, a hamlet in Orr Parish, Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Gridgraph so 6805. That is gifted and talented education. That is a ghost town in Scott County, Arkansas, United States. Gate array, an integrated circuit that is a prefabricated silicon chip circuit with no particular function except standard functions like NAND or NOR logic gates and other active devices. Gate arrays, plural of gate array. Gate box, a signal box that controls a level crossing. Gate boxes, plural of gate box. Gate city, a town, the county seat of Scott County, Virginia, United States. Gate crash, alternative form of gate crash. Gate crash, simple past and past participle of gate crash. Gate crasher, alternative spelling of gate crasher. Gate crashers, plural of gate crasher. Gate crashes, third person singular simple present indicative of gate crash. Gate crashing, present participle and gerund of gate crash. Gate fever, the anxious excitement felt by a prisoner whose release is imminent. Gate card, a decommissioned aircraft, artillery piece, or tank displayed near the entrance to an airport or military base. Gate guardian, alternative form of gate guard. Gate guardians, plural of gate guardian. Gate guards, plural of gate guard. Gate house, a structure located at an entrance to a large property, especially a dwelling. Gate houses, plural of gate house. Gate lice, passengers who crowd around the boarding gate in hopes of being the first in their boarding group or outright attempt to board a plane before their assigned time to do so. Gate money, the money earned from patrons who pay as the price of admission to an event, which is sometimes distributed as payment to the performers, athletes, or other workers. Gate night, a particular night, commonly the night of the 30th to the 31st of October, during which young people play pranks and do mischief in their neighborhoods. Gate of hell, any of various places on the surface of the world, often in regions of unusual geological activity, that have acquired a legendary reputation as entrances to the underworld. Gate of horn, the metaphorical or mythological gate out of which dreams that tell the truth are said to come. Gate of ivory, the metaphorical or mythological gate out of which deceptive dreams are said to come. Gate rate, aggressive security screening prior to aircraft boarding. Gate rate, simple past and past participle of gate rape. Gate rapes, plural of gate rape. Gate raping, present participle and gerund of gate rape. Gate receipts, the amount of money earned by selling tickets for a concert or a sports event. Gate time, the moment in time at which an aircraft pulls back from the gate or passes a certain point on the track. Gate times, plural of gate time. Gate valve, a valve that is opened by lifting a round or rectangular gate or wedge out of the path of the fluid. Gate valves, plural of gate valve. Gate vein, portal vein. Gate veins, plural of gate vein. Gate crash, alternative form of gate crash. Gate crash, simple past and past participle of gate crash. Gate crasher, alternative spelling of gate crasher. Gate crashers, plural of gate crasher. Gate crashes, third person singular simple present indicative of gate crash. Gate crashing, present participle and gerund of gate crash. Gate happy, excited about one's imminent release from prison. Gatekeep, alternative spelling of gatekeep. Gatekeeper, alternative spelling of gatekeeper. Gatekeepers, plural of gatekeeper. Gatekeeping, alternative form of gatekeeping. Gatekeepy, engaging in, characteristic of, or related to gatekeeping. Gate money, alternative form of gate money. Gate wire, from start to finish, usually used to describe a horse that wins a race by leading throughout. Gateability, the ability of a circuit to be externally controlled through a gate. Gateable, having a gate that may be externally controlled. Gateacre, a suburb in the city of Liverpool, Merseyside, England. OS grid ref SJ 4288. Vetado, a flowering tree of species Astronium graveolens. Vantage, money paid to a person being released from prison to help them begin life in the outside world. Dato, a rich, usually aced cake. Dough, alternative form of gatto. Datos, plural of gatto. Datos, plural of gatto. Detto, plural of gatto. Detto, plural of gatto. Tech, abbreviation of Georgia Tech. Nate Crash, to attend a social event without having been invited or without having paid. Date. Crash. Simple past and past participle of gate crash. Gate crasher. A person who enters some event without a ticket or invitation, either by stealth or by deception. Gate crashers. Plural of gate crasher. Gate crashes. Third person singular simple present indicative of gate crash. Gate crashing. Present participle and gerund of gate crash. Gate crashings. Plural of gate crashing. Dead. Simple past and past participle of gate. Gated communities. Plural of gated community. Gated community. A residential area with restricted access, such as by a locked gate or guard post. Date fold. A document folding method that uses two parallel folds to create 6 panels. The left and right panels are half the width of the center panels and fold inward to meet in the middle without overlapping. Gate folded. Simple past and past participle of gate fold. Gate folding. Present participle and gerund of gate fold. Gate folds. Plural of gate fold. Gate. Synonym of plebgate. Gateshead. A small village west of Kilmarnock, East Ayrshire Council area, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NS 3936. Gatehouse. A surname. Gatehouse of Fleet. A town in Dumfries and Galloway Council area, Scotland, originally in Kirkcudbright. OS Grid Ref NX 6056. Gatehouse 8. A mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Gatehouses. Plural of gatehouse. Gatekeep. To control or limit access to something. Gatekeep. Simple past and past participle of gatekeep. Gatekeeper. A person or group who controls access to something or somebody. Gatekeeperism. The attitudes, behaviors, and actions associated with being a gatekeeper, one who guards or controls access to a given area. Gatekeepers. Plural of gatekeeper. Gatekeepership. The role or status of gatekeeper. Gatekeeperships. Plural of gatekeepership. Gatekeepery. Engaging in, characteristic of, or related to gatekeeping. Gatekeeping. The act or process of limiting another party's participation in a collective identity or an activity, usually due to undue pettiness, resentment, selfishness, complacency, or overprotectiveness. Gatekeeps. Third person singular simple present indicative of gatekeep. Gatekeepy. Alternative spelling of gatekeepy. Gatekept. Simple past and past participle of gatekeep. Gateleg. A table leg set into a frame in the form of a gate that may be swung back to allow a leaf of the tabletop to hang down. Gate-leg table. Synonym of gate-leg table. Gate-leg tables. Plural of gate-leg table. Gate-leg. Having a gate leg. Gate-legs. Plural of gate leg. Gateless. Without a gate. Gatelessness. Absence of gates. Gatley. A small village and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TF 9624. Gatleys. Plural of gately. Gately. Resembling or characteristic of a gate. Gate line. A row of turnstiles allowing passengers to enter or exit on inserting a ticket. Gate lines. Plural of gate line. Daylight. A monoclinic mineral with formula Ca3Al-Mg-Mg-Fe2 plus Al-C2OCOOFOHO. Gately. A surname. Gatleys. Plural of gately. Gatelan. A gatekeeper. A person who guards a gate. Gateman. Plural of gatemen. Gate people. Plural of gateperson. Gateperson. A gatekeeper. Gatepersons. Plural of gateperson. Gate there. Either of the pair of piers or pillars supporting a gate. Gate piers. Plural of gate pier. Vate post. A vertical post from which a gate is hung/attached. Gate posts. Plural of gate posts. Gator. Alternative spelling of gator. Gators. Plural of gator. That's a topographic surname. Gates County. One of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat, Gatesville. Gates of Hell. Plural of gate of hell. Gates of Hercules. Two rocky eminences on either side of the Strait of Gibraltar. Gates of Horn. Plural of gate of horn. Gates of Ivory. Plural of gate of ivory. Gateses. Plural of gates. Gateshead. A town in Tyne and Ware, in northeast England, found upon the southern bank of the Tyne OS Grid Ref NZ 2562. Gateseason. Of or pertaining to Henry Louis Gates, born 1950, American critic and scholar, or his theories or writings. Gateside. A hamlet in Angus Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref No 4344. Gaintua, an unincorporated community in Brown County, Indiana, United States. Data tender, the person in charge of a floodgate. Data tenders, plural of data tender. Gateward, straight or directly in the way towards. Gatewards, alternative form of gateward. Gateware. Logic implemented in configurable digital logic gates. Gateway. A passage that can be closed by use of a gate. Gateway City. The city of St. Louis in Missouri. Gateway communities. Plural of gateway community. Gateway community. A city or town adjacent to a tourist attraction. Gateway drug. An addictive substance that is seen as relatively harmless by itself, but is believed to encourage the user to experiment with more harmful substances. Gateway drugs. Plural of gateway drug. Gateway to the west. Synonym of St. Louis, Missouri, United States. Gateway. Simple past and past participle of gateway. Gatewaying. Present participle and gerund of gateway. Gatewayman. A kind of road repair worker in coal mines. Gatewaymen. Plural of gatewaymen. Gateways. Plural of gateway. Gatewise. Arranged to resemble a gate. Gatewoman. The female equivalent of a gateman. Gatewomen. Plural of gatewoman. Gatewood. A surname. Gatewoods. Plural of gatewood. That. A surname. That. Any of the 17 hymns included in the Avesta believed to have been composed by Zoroaster himself. Dadas. plural of gatha. That to collect normally separate things. Gather dust, to remain unused for a long period of time. Gather one's thoughts, synonym of collect one's thoughts. Gather one's wits, synonym of collect one's thoughts. Gather oneself, to collect oneself. Gather oneself together, to collect all one's powers in preparation for action. Gather pace, to start to happen more quickly, to accelerate. Gather rosebuds, to enjoy life's immediate pleasures, to behave in a relaxed, carefree manner. Gather speed, synonym of pick up speed. Gather steam, to increase in strength, popularity, or energy. Gather strength, to build up the motivation to do something difficult. Gather up, to gather, assemble, or collect, usually into a group or mass. Gather up one's courage, synonym of pluck up one's courage. Gather way, to begin to move. Gather wool, alternative form of wool gather. Gather, simple past and past participle of gather. Gatherable, capable of being gathered or collected. Gather coal, a surname. Gather, simple past and past participle of gather. Gather dust, simple past and past participle of gather dust. Gathered oneself, simple past and past participle of gather oneself. Gathered oneself together. Simple past and past participle of gather oneself together. Gathered pace, simple past and past participle of gather pace. Gathered rosebuds, simple past and past participle of gather rosebuds. Gathered speed, simple past and past participle of gather speed. Gathered steam, simple past and past participle of gather steam. Gathered up, simple past and past participle of gather up. Gathered up one's courage, simple past and past participle of gather up one's courage. Gathered way, simple past and past participle of gather way. Gatherer, a person who gathers things. Gatherers, plural of gatherer. Gatherist, second person singular simple present indicative of gather. Gatherer, third person singular simple present indicative of gather. Gatherin, pronunciation spelling of gathering. Gathering, a meeting or get together, a party or social function. Gathering board, a table or board on which signatures are gathered or assembled to form a book. Gathering boards, plural of gathering board. Gathering coal, a lighted coal left smothered in embers overnight, about which kindling wood is gathered in the morning. Gathering coals, plural of gathering coal. Gathering dust, present participle and gerund of gather dust. Gathering hoop, a hoop used by coopers to draw together the ends of barrel staves to allow the hoops to be slipped over them. Gathering hoops, plural of gathering hoop. Gathering of waters, the Mississippi River. Gathering oneself, present participle and gerund of gather oneself. Gathering oneself together, present participle and gerund of gather oneself together. Gathering pace, present participle and gerund of gather pace. Gathering rosebuds, present participle and gerund of gather rosebuds. Gathering speed, present participle and gerund of gather speed. Gathering steam, present participle and gerund of gather steam. Gathering up, present participle and gerund of gather up. Gathering up one's courage, present participle and gerund of gather up one's courage. Gathering way, present participle and gerund of gather way. Gatherings, plural of gathering. Gathers, plural of gather. Gathers dust, third person singular simple present indicative of gather dust. Gathers oneself, third person singular simple present indicative of gather oneself. Gathers oneself together, third person singular simple present indicative of gather oneself together. Gathers pace, third person singular simple present indicative of gather pace. Gathers rosebuds, third person singular simple present indicative of gather rosebuds. Gathers indicative of gather pace. Gathers rosebuds, third person singular simple present indicative of gather rosebuds. Gathers speed, third person singular simple present indicative of gather speed. Gathers steam, third person singular simple present indicative of gather steam. Gathers up, third person singular simple present indicative of gather up. Gathers up one's courage, third person singular simple present indicative of gather up one's courage. Gathers way, third person singular simple present indicative of gather way. Ethe, alternative form of Ganthia Indian snack food. That is, plural of Gathia. Gather, of or pertaining to the Gathis. Gathia, alternative form of Ganthia Indian snack food. That is, plural of Gathia. That'll, a gathering, typically smaller and more relaxed than a party. Dathorn, a surname. Gathos, plural of Gatho. Gathrites, a surname. Gathrites, plural of Gathright. That's plural of Gath. Gathurst, a small settlement in the metropolitan borough of Wigan, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 5307. Gattaca, a surname. Gattacas, plural of Gattaca. Dafloxacin, a particular fluoroquinolone antibiotic. Datafloxacin, alternative form of Gatafloxacin. Datafloxacin, misspelling of Gatafloxacin. Gatineau, a city and Vigineau County municipality in the Outaouais region, Quebec, Canada, on the Quebec-Ontario border. Dating, present participle and gerund of gate. Datings, plural of gating. Napta, a traditional South Asian form of combat training in which wooden sticks are used to simulate swords in sparring matches. Natlin, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of Stockport, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8488. Gatlin, a surname. Gatlinburg, a Madden resort city in Sevier County, Tennessee, United States. Gatling, Gatling gun. Gatling gun, a type of gun similar to a modern machine gun with several barrels on a rotating frame. Gatling guns, plural of Gatling gun. Gatlings, plural of Gatling. Gatlins, plural of Gatlin. Gatophobia, synonym of ailurophobia. Gator, alligator. Gator gar, synonym of alligator gar. Gator gars, plural of gator gar. Gatorade, the Gatorade Company, Inc. a company that sells sports drinks. Gatorated, simple past and past participle of Gatorade. Gatorades, plural of Gatorade. Gaterating, present participle of Gatorade. Gatorboard, alternative form of Gatorboard. Gator foam, Gatorboard. Gatering, the act of almost completely submerging oneself in water to resemble an alligator. Gators, plural of gator. Natha, a unit of melody in Javanese gamelan music and analogous to a measure. Gatras, plural of gatra. Nathro, a surname. Gatrals, plural of gatral. Gatrillion, an unspecified large number of. Gatrillions, plural of gatrillion. That's initialism of general agreement on trade in services. That's plural of gats. That's then. Alternative spelling of Gatsbyan. Gatsby's, plural of Gatsby. Gatsby, a surname. That's the synonym of Gatsby-esque. Gatsby-esque, suggestive of J. Gatsby, the titular character of the novel The Great Gatsby 1925, enigmatic, extravagant, nouveau riche, etc. Gatsish, synonym of Gatsby-esque. Gatso, a speed camera. Datsun, a surname. Datsums, plural of Gatson. Lat, initialism of general agreement on tariffs and trade superseded by the World Trade Organization WTO. Lat, a surname. Yala, a surname from Italian. Yabaran, a municipality of Cagayan, Philippines. Yas, plural of Gat. Dav, simple past and past participle of Gat. That, a surname. Nasan tree, any of various small trees, the Gelder rose viburnum opulus, cornel cornus sanguinea, and spindle tree Euonymus europaeus. Batten trees, plural of Gatton tree. Nattens, plural of Gatton. Adder, porter or other beer, or by extension any alcoholic drink. Adder, druck. Natters, Gatwick Airport. Nadas, second person singular simple past indicative of get. Yet, a surname. Datin, a disease of silkworms caused by parasitic fungi. That present participle and gerund of gat. That is, plural of gatti. That, a surname from Old English. Nattans, plural of Gatton. Gattapardian, of or pertaining to Giuseppe Tomasi di Lampedusa's novel The Leopard Italian, Il Gattapardo. Gattapardism, the creation of political reforms that are only apparent rather than substantial. That's plural of gat. Attuso, a surname from Italian. Attusos, plural of gat. Tuso. Bottom base, a monoclinic white mineral containing aluminum, calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Nathan, a town in Panama, formerly in the Panama Canal Zone. Nava, completely fed up, very upset. That way, an airport in Crawley Borough, West Sussex, England, approximately halfway between London and Brighton. OS Grid Ref TQ 2841. That's a surname. That says plural of gats. That's a surname. That's plural of Gatsk. Ra, a surname. Robert, a surname from French. Roberts, plural of Gobert. Roger, a surname from French. Dosh, awkward or lacking in social graces, bumbling. Dosh caveat, a person or people claiming to be socialist but living a luxurious lifestyle that is inconsistent with such beliefs, implying hypocrisy or a lack of commitment. Gauche effect, an atypical situation where a gauche conformation groups separated by a torsion angle of approximately 60 degrees is more stable than the anti-conformation 180 degrees. Gauche effects, plural of gauche effect. Gauchely, in a gauche manner. Gaucheness, the quality of being gauche, awkwardness. Gauchenesses, plural of gaucheness. Gaucher, a surname from French. Gaucher disease, alternative form of Gaucher's disease. Gaucher's disease, a genetic disease in which lipid accumulates in cells and certain organs. Gauchery, a socially tactless or awkward act. Gaucheries, plural of gauchery. Gauchesco, synonym of gauchesse. Gauchesse, of or relating to the literary style associated with the gauchos. Gauchous, superlative form of gauche, most gauche. Gaucho, a cowboy of the South American Pampas. Gaucho West, alternative form of gauchesque. Gauchos, plural of gaucho. Gauchos, alternative form of gauchesque. Gauchos, plural of gaucho. Gaussen, a surname. Gaussens, plural of Gaussen. The alternative form of Gore, ancient Bengali city. Gada, alternative form of Gore, ancient Bengali city. Gaudy murid, any extinct Hystricognathus rodent of the family Gaudy muridae. Gaudy murids, plural of gaudy murid. Gaudimus, a student's merrymaking. Gaudy muses, plural of gaudimus. Gaudy simple past and past participle of God. Gaudifrii, a hexagonal pyramidal black mineral containing boron, calcium, carbon, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Gauderies, plural of gaudery. Gaudery, fine ornaments. Gaudit, a surname from French. Gaudit Sunday, the third Sunday in Advent. Gaudit, plural of Gaudit. Gaudet, a surname. Gaudets, plural of Gaudet. Gaudethal, Jihal. Gaudian, New Indorian. Gaudy, comparative form of gaudy, more gaudy. Gaudius, plural of gaudy. Gaudius, superlative form of gaudy, most gaudy. Gaudify, simple past and past participle of gaudify. Gaudifies, third person singular simple present indicative of gaudify. Gaudify, to make gaudy. Gaudifying, present participle and gerund of gaudify. Gaudily, in a gaudy manner. Gaudomycin, any of a group of polycatides produced by streptomyces. Gaudomycins, plural of gaudomycin. Gaudin, a surname. Gaudiness, pretension in appearance, looking overly and distastefully adorned. Gaudinuses, plural of gaudiness. Gauding, present participle and gerund of God. Gaudino, a surname from Italian. Gaudinos, plural of Gaudino. Gaudens, plural of Gaudin. Gaudio, a surname from Italian. Gaudios, plural of Gaudio. Gaudioso, a surname from Italian. Gaudiosos, plural of gaudioso. Gaudish, gaudi, godless, not ornamental. Gaudreau, a surname from French. Gaudreault, a surname from French. Gaudreaults, plural of Gaudreault. Gaudreaus, plural of Gaudreau. Gaudreischrated, any emanate in the family Gaudreischradidae. Gaudreischradids, plural of Gaudreischradid. Gods, plural of God. Gaudi, very showy or ornamented, now especially when excessive, or in a tasteless or vulgar manner. Oh, simple past of Giu, obsolete spelling of gave. Dower, a surname. Dowers, plural of gower. Daughter, to plait, crimp, or flute, to goffer as lace. Goffered, simple past and past participle of goffer. Goffering, present participle and gerund of goffer. Gofferings, plural of goffering. Others, third person singular simple present indicative of goffer. Gopher, a gopher, especially the pocket gopher. Gopher, alternative form of goffered. Others, plural of goffer. Goffering, alternative form of goffering. Gaufret, a kind of waffle. Gaufrets, plural of gaufrets. Gageable, alternative form of gaugeable. Gaudin, a surname from French. Dogimla, a village in Assyria where in 331 BC Alexander the Great defeated the Persians under Darius Roman III. Veg, a male given name. Gauge block, a precision ground template used for the calibration of mechanical measuring devices. Gauge blocks, plural of gauge block. Gauge boson, any of the fundamental particles that carry the fundamental forces of nature. Gauge bosons, plural of gauge boson. Gauge cock, a stopcock used as a tricock for ascertaining the height of the water level in a steam boiler. Gauge cocks, plural of gauge cock. Gauge ghost, synonym of fatty Popov ghost. Gauge ghosts, plural of gauge ghost. Gauge glass, a glass tube for a water gauge. Gauge glasses, plural of gauge glass. Gauge pressure, the absolute pressure minus the atmospheric pressure. Gauge theories, plural of gauge theory. Gauge theory, a type of field theory in which the Lagrangian is invariant under a continuous group of local transformations. Gauge restricted, having a restrictive loading gauge, limiting which rail vehicles may be used. Gaugeability, ability to be gauged. Gaugeable, capable of being gauged. Veres, simple past and past participle of gauge. Gaugelei, resembling or characteristic of gauge bosons. Gaugeometer, an instrument for measuring gauge or thickness. Gaugemeters, plural of gaugemeter. Gaugen, an extended form of gauge boson. Gaugens, plural of gaugen. Gauger, a surname. Gaugers, plural of gauger. Gaugership, the rank or office of a gauger. Gaugerships, plural of gaugership. Gauges, plural of gauge. Gauges, second person singular simple present indicative of gauge. Gauge, third person singular simple present indicative of gauge. Gon, a surname from Irish. Gons, plural of con. Gon, a surname. Gauging, present participle and gerund of gauge. Gaugings, plural of gauging. Gaugino, any of a series of hypothetical particles that are the superpartners of gauge bosons. Gaugenos, plural of gaugino. Gauver, a surname. Gauvers, plural of gobbler. Gauguin, a surname from French. Gauguinas, reminiscent of the works of Paul Gauguin 1848-1903, French post-impressionist artist. Gauguinian, of or relating to Paul Gauguin 1848-1903, French post-impressionist artist. Vac, alternative form of Gaggio non Roma. Gauges, plural of gauge. Gauchler, a surname. Gauch, a historical region of Western Europe referring to areas occupied by Celts during Roman times, roughly corresponding to modern France, Luxembourg, Belgium, most of Switzerland, and parts of northern Italy, Lombardy, the Netherlands, and Germany west of the Rhine. Gaul, abbreviation of Gaulish. Galden, a surname. Galden, plural of Galden. Galden, a surname. Galdens, plural of Galden. Gauleiter, an official in charge of a district of Nazi Germany. Gauleiters, plural of Gauleiter. Gauley, a river in West Virginia, United States. Gallic, synonym of Gaulish. Gallic, obsolete form of Gallic. Gaulen, a surname. Gaulens, plural of calling. Gaulish, of or pertaining to Gaul. Gaulishness, the quality or state of being Gaulish. A surname. Max, plural of Gauck. Gaullism, a French political ideology based on Charles de Gaulle's thoughts and actions. Gaullisms, plural of Gaullism. Gaullist, one who believes in or follows the ideals of Gaullism. Gaullists, plural of Gaullist. Gaust, plural of Gaul. Gaut, a surname. Gaulter, one who digs gault clay. Gaulters, plural of gaulter. Gaultheres, synonym of Bacheles. Gaultheria, any plant of the genus Gaultheria of evergreen ericaceous shrubs. Gaultherias, plural of Gaultheria. Gaultherin, a glycoside salicylate, methyl 2,2s, 3R4s, 5s, 6R345 trihydroxy, 6,2s, 3R4s, 5R345 trihydroxyoxin, 2-ill-oxmethyloxin, 2-ill-oxybenzoate found in Gaultheria yanensis. Vautite, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and zinc. Daltony, a surname. Daltneys, plural of Galtney. Galfois, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Galts, plural of Gault. Thou, here. Attention. Down like, sensible, understanding. Dog, simple past and past participle of gown. Donger, a surname. Domers, plural of gomer. Doming, present participle and gerund of gown. Domish, intelligent, perceptive. Dalmus, alternative spelling of gormless. Gaumlessness, alternative spelling of gormlessness. Damen, a surname from French. Damens, plural of common. Gowns, third person singular simple present indicative of gown. Dami, sticky, smeared with something sticky. Donna, a surname. Donham, a barangay of Mlang, Cotabato, Philippines. Donas, plural of Kana. Dutch, alternative form of ganch to impale. Gaunch, simple past and past participle of gaunch. Gaunches, third person singular simple present indicative of gaunch. Gaunche, present participle and gerund of gaunch. The alternative form of Gaung village headman in Burma. Dongbong, a traditional Burmese turban. Dongbongs, plural of gongbong. Dongbar, alternative form of gongbong. Dongbongs, plural of gongbong. Dodbar, alternative form of gongbong. Dongbongs, plural of gongbong. Dais, plural of gong. Donless, a river in County Durham, England, which joins the River Wear north of Bishop Auckland. But, a surname. Daughter, star. Daughter, comparative form of gaunt, more gaunt. Gauntest, superlative form of gaunt, most gaunt. Gauntless, protective armor for the hands, formerly thrown down as a challenge to combat. Gauntleter, adorned with one or more gauntlets. Gauntlets, plural of gauntlet. Gauntleter, alternative spelling of gauntleted. Gauntlope, obsolete form of gantlope. Gauntlopes, plural of gauntlope. Gauntly, in a gaunt manner. Gauntness, the quality of being gaunt. Gauntnesses, plural of gauntness. Gauntry, archaic form of gantry. Gauntries, plural of gauntry. Gauntries, plural of gauntry. Gauntry, archaic form of gantry. Gaunts, plural of gaunt. But, a surname. Gaunts, plural of gaunt. The, to stare, gape. But, simple past and past participle of gaw. Dave, present participle and gerund of gaw. But, third person singular simple present indicative of gaw. Rapes, alternative form of Gauss. Gaupuses, plural of Gaupas. Dur, an ancient Bengali city presently divided between Bangladesh and India, named Lakhnadi in the 12th century CE and Janadabad in the 16th century. Dora, any flowering plant of the Onathura sect. Gora, formerly the genus Gora in the family Onagraceae, including many bee blossoms. Guarantee, misspelling of guarantee. Narat, plural of Gora. Gauri, a Hindu goddess. Gaurian, or relating to the Aryan languages of India that derive from Sanskrit. Gauri, plural of Gaur. Nas, plural of Gao. Nas, a surname. Now Liz, plural of Gauss. Dashala, alternative form of Gashala. Dashalas, plural of Gashala. Nas, a surname, most commonly referring to German mathematician Carl Friedrich Gauss 1777-1855. Gauss curvature, synonym of Gaussian curvature. Gauss curvatures, plural of Gauss curvature. Gauss gun, a coil gun. Gauss guns, plural of Gauss gun. Gauss map, a map from a given oriented surface in Euclidean space to the unit sphere which maps each point on the surface to a unit vector orthogonal to the surface at that point. Gauss maps, plural of Gauss map. Gauss's area formula, synonym of Schulle's formula. Gauss bonnet theorem, an important statement about surfaces in differential geometry connecting their geometry in the sense of curvature to their topology in the sense of the Euler characteristic. Gauss-Godesi equation, any of a group of fundamental formulas in Riemannian and pseudo-Riemannian geometry that link together the induced metric and second fundamental form of a submanifold of or immersion into a Riemannian or pseudo-Riemannian manifold. Gauss-Godesi equations, plural of Gauss-Godesi equation. Gauss-Jordan elimination, a method of reducing an augmented matrix to reduced row echelon form. Gauss-Jordan eliminations, plural of Gauss-Jordan elimination. Gauss-Lucas theorem, a theorem that gives a geometric relation between the roots of a polynomial p and the roots of its derivative p. It states that the roots of p all lie within the convex hull of the roots of p. Gauss-Seidel method, an iterative method used to solve a linear system of equations. Nassage, the intensity of a magnetic field expressed in Gausses. Nassages, plural of Gaussage. Nassas, plural of Gauss. Gaussian, of or pertaining to Carl Friedrich Gauss. Gaussian, alternative form of Gaussian. Gaussian beam, a beam of electromagnetic radiation with high monochromaticity whose amplitude envelope in the transverse plane is given by a Gaussian function. Gaussian beams, plural of Gaussian beam. Gaussian curvature, the product of the principal curvatures of a surface at a given point. Gaussian curvatures, plural of Gaussian curvature. Gaussian curve, synonym of bell curve. Gaussian curves, plural of Gaussian curve. Gaussian distribution, synonym of normal distribution. Gaussian distributions, plural of Gaussian distribution. Gaussian elimination, a method of reducing an augmented matrix to row echelon form. Gaussian eliminations, plural of Gaussian elimination. Gaussian function, a function of the form fx equals ax xb 2/2c2 for arbitrary real number constants a, b, and non-zero c, used in statistics, signal processing, etc. Gaussian functions, plural of Gaussian function. Gaussian integer, any complex number of the form a plus by, where a and b are integers. Gaussian integers, plural of Gaussian integer. Gaussian mote, the maximum difference between consecutive numbers in a sequence of distinct Gaussian prime numbers. Gaussian motes, plural of Gaussian mote. Gaussian prime, a Gaussian integer of plus by such that either one of a, b is 0 and the absolute value of the other is a prime number of the form 4n plus 3 with n a non-negative integer, or both are non-zero, and a 2 plus b2 is a prime number which will never be of the form 4n plus 3. Gaussian primes, plural of Gaussian prime. Gaussian surface, a surface that Gauss' law is applied to. Gaussian surfaces, plural of Gaussian surface. Gaussianity is plural of Gaussianity. Gaussianity, the condition of being Gaussian. Gaussianization, conversion to Gaussian form. Gaussianizations, plural of Gaussianization. Gaussianize, to convert to Gaussian form. Gaussianized, simple past and past participle of Gaussianize. Gaussianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Gaussianize. Gaussianizing, present participle and gerund of Gaussianize. Gaussians, plural of Gaussian. Gauss beater, synonym of magnetometer. Gauss beaters, plural of Gauss meter. Gaussoid, a Gaussian curve. Gaussoids, plural of Gaussoid. That, a surname. Gauda, a male given name from Sanskrit. Gaudam Buddha Nagar, a district of Mira Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Headquarters, Greater Noida. Gautama, Siddhartha Gautama, the personal name of the Buddha. Gautama Buddha, synonym of Buddha. Gautams, plural of Gautam. Gauteng, a province of South Africa. Capital, Johannesburg. Gautni, a surname. Gautnies, plural of Gautni. Gautro, a surname. Gautros, plural of Gautro. Gautro, a surname. Gaps, plural of gout. Govan, a surname. Govans, plural of go. Govan. Govisen, alternative spelling of Gorbison. Goxvom, a suburb of Todmorden, Metropolitan Borough of Calderdale, West Yorkshire, England. O West Grid Ref SD 9323. Dot, a thin fabric with a loose, open weave. Gauze mat, a piece of laboratory apparatus consisting of a flat piece of wire gauze placed on a tripod to give a beaker or flask additional support or to distribute heat more evenly. Gauze mats, plural of gauze mat. Gauze-like, alternative form of gauze-like. Gaust, simple past and past participle of gauze. Gauzeless, without gauze. Gauze-like, like or resembling gauze. Gauze, plural of gauze. Gauze, comparative form of gauzy, more gauzy. Gauzes, superlative form of gauzy, most gauzy. Gauzily. In a gauzy manner. Gauziness, the quality of being gauzy. Gauze, present participle and gerund of gauze. Gauzoma, a foreign body granuloma as a consequence of retained surgical gauze in the body. Gauzomas, plural of gauzoma. Nai, resembling gauze, light, thin, translucent. That, short form of the male given name Gavin. Davage, a process of force-feeding a goose for foie gras. Davaged, simple past and past participle of Gavin. Davages, third person singular simple present indicative of gavage. Davaging, present participle and gerund of gavage. Yarak, a Papuan language of Madang, Papua New Guinea. Yadalden, a surname from Spanish. Yabensti, a village in Sejata, Buzău County, Romania. Dawan, a town in Jeghar Kunik, Armenia. Davarni, a former commune and town in the department of Haute-Pyrénées, Occitania, France, merged into Gavarnie-Jetter. Dawa, alternative spelling of Gavar. The simple past of give. Gave 110%. Simple past of give 110%. Gave a bad name. Simple past of give a bad name. Gave a damn. Simple past of give a damn. Gave a darn. Simple past of give a darn. Gave a flying fuck. Simple past of give a flying fuck. Gave a flying shit. Simple past of give a flying shit. Gave a suck. Simple past of give a fuck. Gave a good account of oneself. Simple past of give a good account of oneself. Gave a hang. Simple past of give a hang. Gave a hoot. Simple past of give a hoot. Gave a knee. Simple past of give a knee. Gave a light. Simple past of give a light. Gave a rat's arse. Simple past of give a rat's arse. Gave a rat's ass. Simple past of give a rat's ass. Gave a rip. Simple past and past participle of give a rip. Gave a shit. Simple past of give a shit. Gave a snack posset. Simple past of give a snack posset. Gave about. Simple past of give about. Gave against. Simple past of give against. Gave an inch. Simple past of give an inch. Gave as good as one got. Simple past of give as good as one gets. Gave away. Simple past of give away. Gave away the store. Simple past of give away the store. Gave back. Simple past of give back. Gave battle. Simple past of give battle. Gave birth. Simple past of give birth. Gave by. Simple past of give by. Gave chase. Simple past of give chase. Gave credit. Simple past of give credit. Gave curry. Simple past of give curry. Gave dap. Simple past of give dap. Gave dome. Simple past of give dome. Gave ear. Simple past of give ear. Gave face. Simple past of give face. Gave forth. Simple past of give forth. Gave gray hair to. Simple past of give gray hair to. Gave gray hair to. Simple past of give gray hair to. Gave ground. Simple past of give ground. Gave head. Simple past of give head. Gave heed. Simple past of give heed. Gave in. Simple past of give in. Gave it large. Simple past of give it large. Gave it one's best shot. Simple past of give it one's best shot. Gave it some welly. Past participle of give it some welly. Gave it the gun. Simple past of give it the gun. Gave it to someone. Simple past of give it to someone. Gave it up. Simple past of give it up. Gave lie to. Simple past of give lie to. Gave life to. Simple past of give life to. Gave lip. Simple past of give lip. Gave me. Simple past of give me. Gave name to. Simple past of give name to. Gave neck. Simple past of give neck. Gave notice. Simple past of give notice. Gave of oneself. Simple past of give of oneself. Give off. Simple past of give off. Gave one a yell. Simple past of give one a yell. Gave one enough rope. Simple past of give someone enough rope. Gave one the mitten. Simple past of give someone the mitten. Gave one's all. Simple past of give one's all. Gave one's best. Simple past of give one's best. Gave one's head a shake. Simple past of give one's head a shake. Gave one's left. Nut. Simple past of give one's left nut. Gave one's right arm. Simple past and past participle of give one's right arm. Gave oneself airs. Simple past of give oneself airs. Dive out. Simple past of give out. Gave over. Simple past of give over. Gave pause. Simple past of give pause. Gave paw. Simple past of give paw. Gave pursuit. Simple past of give pursuit. Gave rise to. Simple past of give rise to. Gave somebody time. Simple past of give someone time. Gave someone a big head. Simple past of give someone a big head. Gave someone a bloody nose. Simple past of give someone a bloody nose. Gave someone a break. Simple past of give someone a break. Gave someone a hand. Simple past of gives someone a hand. Gave someone a hard time. Simple past of give someone a hard time. Gave someone a lift. Simple past of give someone a lift. Gave someone a piece of one's mind. Simple past of give someone a piece of one's mind. Gave someone a ring. Simple past of give someone a ring. Gave someone a shout. Simple past of give someone a shout. Gave someone a speaking to. Simple past and past participle of give someone a speaking to. Gave someone an earful. Simple past of give someone an earful. Gave someone ass cancer. Simple past of give someone ass cancer. Gave someone beans. Simple past of give someone beans. Gave someone butt cancer. Simple past of give someone butt cancer. Gave someone 5. Simple past of give someone 5. Gave someone goss. Simple past of give someone goss. Gave someone gray hair. Simple past of give someone gray hair. Gave someone gray hair. Simple past of give someone gray hair. Gave someone grief. Simple past of give someone grief. Gave someone Hail Columbia. Simple past of give someone Hail Columbia. Gave someone hell. Simple past of give someone hell. Gave someone his hat. Simple past of give someone his hat. Gave someone line. Simple past of give someone line. Gave someone one. Simple past of give someone one. Gave someone something to think about. Simple past of give someone something to think about. Gave someone the bag. Simple past of give someone the bag. Gave someone the boot. Simple past of give someone the boot. Gave someone the brush off. Simple past of give someone the brush off. Gave someone the business. Simple past of give someone the business. Gave someone the chair. Simple past of give someone the chair. Gave someone the cold shoulder. Simple past of give someone the cold shoulder. Gave someone the creeps. Simple past of give someone the creeps. Gave someone the eye. Simple past of give someone the eye. Gave someone the heave-ho. Simple past of give someone the heave-ho. Gave someone the old heave-ho. Simple past of give someone the old heave-ho. Gave someone the runaround. Simple past of give someone the runaround. Gave someone the shits. Simple past and past participle of give someone the shits. Gave someone the slip. Simple past of give someone the slip. Gave someone their cards. Simple past of give someone their cards. Gave someone to understand. Simple past of give someone to understand. Gave someone what for. Simple past of give someone what for. Gave someone what for. Simple past of give someone what for. Gave someone wood. Simple past of give someone wood. Gave something a go. Simple past of give something a go. Gave something a miss. Simple past of give something a miss. Gave something a shot. Simple past of give something a shot. Gave something a try. Simple past of give something a try. Gave something a whirl. Simple past of give something a whirl. Gave something up as a bad job. Simple past of give something up as a bad job. That suck. Simple past of give suck. Hey, the axe. Simple past of give the axe. Hey, the axe. Simple past of give the axe. Gave the bird. Simple past of give the bird. Gave the devil his due. Simple past of give the devil his due. Gave the dirts. Simple past of give the dirts. Gave the elbow. Simple past of give the elbow. Gave the finger. Simple past of give the finger. Gave the game away. Simple past of give the game away. Gave the lie. Simple past of give the lie. Gave the lie to. Simple past of give the lie to. Gave the royal treatment. Simple past of give the royal treatment. Gave the sack. Simple past of give the sack. Gave the time of day. Simple past of give the time of day. Gave the word. Simple past of give the word. Gave two fucks. Simple past of give two fucks. Gave up. Simple past of give up. Gave up the ghost. Simple past of give up the ghost. Gave voice. Simple past of give voice. They away. Simple past of give way. They wait. Simple past of give wait. Gave what for? Simple past of give what for. Gavel. What's gavel out. To bang the gavel to indicate the conclusion of the court session. Gavel to order. To initiate or restore the orderly functioning of a meeting or function or assembly or court, usually by pounding a gavel or similar hammer. Gavel te gavel. From the start of an official proceeding to the finish. Gavelt. Simple past and past participle of gavel. Davelled out. Simple past and past participle of gavel out. Gaveled to order. Simple past and past participle of gavel to order. Yeller. Alternative form of gaveler. Gavlers. Plural of gaveler. Yellet. A certain kind of writ historically used in Kent and London for the recovery of rent. Yellets. Plural of gavelet. Gavlinolid. A foramen ifer of the family Gavlinolidae. Gavlinolids. Plural of Gavlinolid. Gaveling. Present participle and gerund of gavel. Javeling out. Present participle and gerund of gavel out. Gaveling to order. Present participle and gerund of gavel to order. Gavel kind. A system of inheritance associated with the county of Kent in England whereby, at the death of a tenant, intestate estate is divided equally among all his sons, also a similar system employed in Ireland. Gavelkinder. One who inherits through Gavelkind. Gavelkinders. Plural of Gavelkinder. Gavelkinds. Plural of Gavelkind. Davelled. Simple past and past participle of gavel. Davelled out. Simple past and past participle of gavel out. Gavelled to order. Simple past and past participle of gavel to order. Gaveler. A usurer. Gavelers. Plural of gaveler. Gaveling. Present participle and gerund of gavel. Javeling out. Present participle and gerund of gavel out. Gaveling to order. Present participle and gerund of gavel to order. Yevelman. A tenant liable to tribute. Yevelman. Plural of gavelman. Yellock. A spear or dart. Delocks. Plural of gavelock. Davels. Plural of gavel. Gavels out. Third person singular simple present indicative of gavel out. Gavels to order. Third person singular simple present indicative of gavel to order. Yavany. A short minor river in Monmouthshire, Wales, which joins the River Usk at Abergavenny. Yaver. A surname. Yavers. Plural of gaver. Davest. Second person singular simple past indicative of give. Yaustinol. A drug that acts as an NMDA antagonist. Dev. Acronym of Global Alliance for Vaccines and Immunization. Aval. The crocodilian Gavialis gangeticus, any species of the family Gavialidae. Davialid. Any reptile of the family Gavialidae. Gavialids. Plural of Gavialid. Gavialid. Any crocodilian of the superfamily Gavialidea. Gavialids. Plural of Gavialoi. Avals. Plural of Gaviel. Now, alternative form of Gaviot. Gavidia. A surname. Gavidius. plural of Gavidia. Nads, plural of Gavid. Gavigan, a surname from Irish. Gavigans, plural of Gavigan. David, any bird in the family Gaviidae, a loon or diver. David, plural of Gaviid. Dadiflim, any loon or diver of the order Gaviforms. Dadifums, plural of Gaviform. Davalanes, a surname from Spanish. Gavalenses, plural of Gavilan. Gavilimumab, a mouse monoclonal antibody for the treatment of glucocorticoid-resistant graft-versus-host disease. Gavin, a male given name from the Celtic languages. Gavina, a surname. Gavinas, plural of Gavina. Yaviria, a surname. Navarius, plural of Gaviria. Now, an Armenian style of narthex. Navats, plural of Gavit. Now, a surname. Navats, plural of Gavit. Yadal, a town and municipality in Gävleborg County, Sweden. Gävleborg, a county in central Sweden. Navajdia, a village and commune of Timis County, Romania. Davoni, a surname from Italian. Nava, alternative form of Gavat. Navats, plural of Gavat. Davat, a French dance in either 4/4 or 2/2 time. Davat, simple past and past participle of Gavat. Davats, plural of Gavat. Davhateng, present participle and gerund of Gavat. Avel, a transliteration of the Russian male given name Gavel Gaviel. Yaver, a member of the police. Davers, plural of Gaver. Davin, a male given name from the Celtic languages. Davudi, an ancient Indian unit of distance equivalent to 12,000 feet, supposed to be the distance at which a cow's call or lowing can be heard. Davudis, plural of Gavudi. Oh, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Nawa, initialism of Green and White Army. Dewin, one of the greatest knights in Arthurian legend. He is King Arthur's nephew and a knight of the Round Table. Dewin, obsolete form of Gawain. Yawarbadi, a Dardic language spoken in Chitral, Pakistan, as well as the Kunar province of Afghanistan. Dodder, a western suburb of Barnsley, South Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref SE 3207. Gobbies, plural of Gobby. Goblimy, alternative form of Gorblimy. Goblimy, alternative form of Gorblimy. Gobby, a baby. GWC, Initialism of Globalization and World Cities Research Network, a British think tank. The euphemistic form of God. God Blimey, alternative form of Blimey. God awful, alternative spelling of God awful. Gaudy, comparative form of gaudy, more gaudy. Gaudiest, superlative form of gaudy, most gaudy. Godless, pronunciation, spelling of godless. Gods, plural of God. Gaudy, archaic form of gaudy. God, simple past and past participle of God. Da, a surname. Thus, plural of Gaul. Da, a cheap and low-quality apple that has been polished to deceptively appear of better quality. Thus, plural of Goth. Die. Present participle and gerund of Gaul. Ba, a kogu. Dock-handed, left-handed. Ba, simple past and past participle of gawk. Not her, someone who gawks, someone who stares stupidly. Jocker blocker. Synonym of gapers block. Gawker blockers. Plural of gawker blocker. Gawkers. Plural of gawker. Gawkers block. Synonym of gapers block. Gawkers blocks. Plural of gawkers block. Gotha. Comparative form of gawky, more gawky. Gawkies. Plural of gawky. Gawky is superlative form of gawky, most gawky. Gawkily, in a gawky manner. Gawkin, pronunciation, spelling of gawking. Gawkiness, the quality of being gawky. Gawkinesses, plural of gawkiness. Gawky, present participle and gerund of gawk. Gawkish, gawky. Gawkishly, in a gawkish manner. Gawkishness, the quality of being gawkish. Gawkling, one who is awkward or gawky. Gawklings, plural of gawkling. Gawks, third person singular simple present indicative of gawk. Gawksome, characterized or marked by gawking or gawkiness. Gawky, awkward, ungainly, lacking grace or dexterity in movement. Dollar, a surname. Dolly, a surname. Dolek, a surname from Polish. Doleks, plural of Gallic. Dar, alternative spelling of Gomf. Foolish person. Don, simple past and past participle of gom. Gomming, alternative form of gorming. Damas, alternative spelling of gormless. Damas, plural of gom. Da, a small tub or lading vessel. Da, a surname. Dons, plural of gone. Dons, plural of gone. Gauntry, archaic form of gantry. Gauntries, plural of gauntry. To stare stupidly or rudely, to gawk. Gawk, simple past and past participle of gawk. Dauber, one who gawks. Daubers, plural of gawper. Gawping, that gawps or gawp. Gawpingly, with a gawping expression as of incredulity. Gawpings, plural of gawping. Gaps, third person singular simple present indicative of gawp. Gawpes, a silly person. Gawpuses, plural of gawpus. Dower, initialism of gross axle weight rating. Dora, a surname from Polish. Doron, plural of Goron. Goronski, a surname. Goronskis, plural of Goronsky. Dower, plural of Gower. Gowish, pronunciation spelling of gosh. Third person singular simple present. indicative of Gaw. Goswer, a village and civil parish in Cheshire East District, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 8870. Dot, a Goth member of the subculture. Gothor, a hamlet east of Huddersfield, Metropolitan Borough of Kirklees, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SE 1816. Goths, plural of Goth. Gothwaite, a hamlet in Blawith and Subbrathwaite Parish, West Orland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District. OS Grid Ref SD 2784. Mawbison, alternative spelling of Gorbison. Mawbisons, plural of Gawbison. Gaxiola, a surname. Paxiolas, plural of Gaxiola. The possessing sexual and/or romantic attraction towards people one perceives to be the same sex or gender as oneself. Gang 90s, a romanticized vision of the 1890s, compare with roaring 20s. Gay as a lark, synonym of happy as a lark. Gay as pink ink, overtly or flamboyantly homosexual. Gay as springtime, overtly or flamboyantly homosexual. Gay baby jail, a soft lock. Gay baby jails, plural of gay baby jail. Gay bar, a tavern or similar nightclub whose primary clientele are lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender LGBT people. Gay bars, plural of gay bar. Gay bash, to physically or verbally assault someone believed to be homosexual. Gay bash, simple past and past participle of gay bash. Gay basher, somebody who gay bashes. Gay bashers, plural of gay basher. Gay bashes, third person singular simple present indicative of gay bash. Gay bashing, present participle and gerund of gay bash. Gay bashings, plural of gay bashing. Gay blade, a dashing swordsman. Gay blades, plural of gay blade. Gay ba, divergent from the group by comparison with a homosexual. Gay bobs, plural of gay bob. Gay bomb, a theoretical chemical weapon whose aim is to instigate feelings of mutual homosexual attraction amongst enemy soldiers. Gay bombs, plural of gay bomb. Gay boy, alternative form of gay boy. Gay boys, plural of gay boy. Gay cancer, synonym of AIDS acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Gay chicken, a game in which two people of the same sex move their lips as close as possible with or without kissing, and the first to pull away loses. Gay curious, curious about one's homosexuality, curious to try homosexuality. Gay death, the point in time in which it is perceived that a gay man has aged beyond his attractiveness, usually around 25 or 30 years of age. Gay district, synonym of gay neighborhood. Gay districts, plural of gay district. Gay dog, a womanizer. Gay dogs, plural of gay dog. Gay Dutch, synonym of fancy Dutch. Gay enclave, synonym of gayborhood. Gay enclaves, plural of gay enclave. Gay feather, alternative spelling of gay feather. Gay feathers, plural of gay feather. Gay for pay, performing a homosexual role for money. Gay for the stay, engaging in homosexual relationships when segregated from the opposite sex. Gay Freedom Day, June 28th, celebrated as the anniversary of Stonewall. Gay friendly, alternative form of gay friendly. Gay Games, a sports and cultural event held every 4 years for LGBT people. Gay Ghetto, synonym of gayborhood. Gay ghettos, plural of gay ghetto. Gay ghettos, plural of gay ghetto. Gay Gordons, a Scottish folk dance popular at Cayley's. Gay Head, former name of Aquina, Massachusetts. Gay Header, a native or resident of Gay Head, now Aquina, a town on Martha's Vineyard with a significant Wampanoag population. Gay Headers, plural of Gay Header. Gay Hill, an unincorporated community and ghost town in Washington County, Texas, United States, named after Thomas Gay and William Carroll Jackson Hill. Gay Icon, a celebrity who is much admired by gay men and or lesbians. Gay Icons, plural of Gay Icon. Gay Ladies, plural of Gay Lady. Gay Lady, a female prostitute. Gay Liberation, equality for homosexual people. Gay Man, a homosexual man. This entity is a translation hub. Gay marriage, marriage between two people of the same sex. Gay marriages, plural of gay marriage. Gay married, simple past and past participle of gay marry. Gay marries, third person singular simple present indicative of gay marry. Gay marry, to marry a person of the same sex. Gay marrying, present participle of gay marry. Gay men, plural of gay man. Gay neighborhood, synonym of gayborhood. Gay neighborhoods, plural of gay neighborhood. Gay neighborhood, synonym of gayborhood. Gay 90s, the decade of the 1890s, characterized by decadence, social scandal, and the beginning of the suffragette movement. Gay old time, an enjoyable experience. Gay old times, plural of gay old time. Gay panic, an emotional reaction characterized by intense discomfort, fear, or anxiety upon encountering or discovering that someone is gay. Gay panic defense, a claim of self-defense against an unwanted homosexual advance. Gay panic defenses, plural of gay panic defense. Gay play, synonym of AIDS acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Gay pride, a feeling of pride in one's homosexuality, embrace of a positive gay identity and rejection of shame imposed by homophobia. Gay Pride Day, synonym of Pride Day. Gay Pride Month, synonym of Pride Month. Gay Quarter, synonym of gayborhood. Gay quarters, plural of gay quarter. Gay race communism, far-left ideologies, particularly ones perceived as promoted by the state or media and associated with wokeism and civilizational decline from a right-wing perspective. Gay rights, the concept that people of minority sexual orientations such as homosexuality, gay people, are entitled to the same rights and considerations as heterosexuals. Gay science, the art of poetry. Gay type boy, and adventure. Gay type boys, plural of gay type boy. That to make something more appealing to the gay community, for example by adding gay characters to a soap opera. Gay Advertising, which includes subtle hints or coding meant to be understood by gay and lesbian people, or sexually ambiguous individuals or relationships that may be read as a gay by some people and not by others. The term was coined by advertising age journalist Michael Wilk in 1997. Gay Village, a neighborhood where an LGBT community is concentrated. Gay Village, alternative lettercase form of gay village. Gay villages, plural of gay village. Gay villages, plural of gay village. They ass, lame, uncool, backwards. Gay bash, alternative form of gay bash. They bashed, simple past and past participle of gay bash. They bashes, third person singular simple present indicative of gay bash. They bashing, present participle and gerund of gay bash. Vedar, alternative form of gaydar. Vedars, plural of gaydar. Gay feather, alternative spelling of gay feather. Gay feathers, plural of gay feather. Gay friendlier, comparative form of gay friendly, more gay friendly. Gay friendliest, superlative form of gay friendly, most gay friendly. Gay friendliness, the state or quality of being gay friendly. Gay friendly, of an individual, business, or environment that is welcoming and safe for gay people. Gay hate, dislike or hatred of homosexuals. Gayin, a form of protest where people assemble in a public place to promote gay rights. Gayins, plural of gayin. Gay-Lussac, French surname. Gay-Lussac's law, a gas law stating that when held at constant volume, the pressure of a gas is proportional to its temperature, now subsumed by the ideal gas law. Gay Mary, alternative spelling of gay Mary. Gay-related immune deficiency. GRID, synonym of AIDS acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Gay-related immunodeficiency, synonym of acquired immune deficiency syndrome AIDS. Te shame, to criticize or deride someone for being gay. Te shame, simple past and past participle of gay shame. Gay shames, third person singular simple present indicative of gay shame. Gay shaming, the act of criticizing or deriding someone's homosexual orientation. Gay Straight Alliance, a school or community-based organization intended to provide a safe and supportive environment for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer youth, as well as their straight supporters. Gay Straight Alliances, plural of Gay Straight Alliance. The Korean Confederacy of Territorial Polities of the Active Invasion of Southern Korea, Goyat of the Jonan Confederacy of the Seven Period. The Jaon, a zither-like chordophone, most often with 12 strings, originating in the traditional music of Korea. The Jams, plural of Gaya Jam. Gaya Capria, name of a ragam in Carnatic music. It is the 13th mellocarder ragam in the 72 mellocarder ragam system of Carnatic music. Del, Bos frontalis, a southern Asiatic species of domestic cattle. Gales, plural of Gale. De, a village in Haute-Pyrénées department, France. Guyana, alternative spelling of Guyana. De, a barangay of Sabangan, Mountain Province, Philippines. Diardil, alternative spelling of Kardil. Bayuri, an ancient meter of 24 syllables variously arranged, but generally as a triplet of 8 syllables each. Any hymn composed in the Gayati meter are VX, 14, 16, and 134 VS. Etc. Gayatri Mantra, a popular mantra in Hinduism, dedicated to the Vedic deity Savitar. Gatres, plural of Gayatri. Ames, a man who is attractive to other gay men. Gaymede, simple past and past participle of gaybate. Demene, present participle and gerund of gaybate. Gaybates, third person singular simple present indicative of gaybate. Gaybar, alternative form of gaybar. Gaybars, plural of gaybar. Evasine, richly adorned, showy, or sportive looking, in brave or gallant dress. That is, plural of gaby. Gabine, any of several showy twining plants of section Ipomea sect. Farbitus of the genus Ipomea. Gabo, nickname of Gabriel Gabriel Mary Byrne, 1934-2019 Irish radio and television presenter. Gayboy, alternative form of gay boy. Gayboy, plural of gay boy. Gayborhood, a part of a city that is largely populated by gay people. Gayborhoods, plural of gayborhood. Gaybos, plural of gaybo. Gayborhood, alternative spelling of gayborhood. Gayborhoods, plural of gayborhood. Gayboy, a gay man, especially a younger man or a boy. Gaybos, plural of gay boy. Abraham, a respelling of the given name Abraham, insinuating homosexuality. Daddy, the baby of a gay person or couple. Daddy boom, a sudden increase in the number of homosexual parents. Daddy booms, plural of gayby boom. The occasion, a vacation or holiday tailored to gay homosexual people or based around gay subculture. The occasions, plural of gaycation. Yes all, a homosexual male incel. Daisels, plural of gaysel. Daychester, the gay homosexual subculture of Manchester, England, around the early 1990s. Gaysism, synonym of homophobia. Gaysist, a homophobic person, a homophobe. Gaygra, an activist who attempts to affect gay rights through the Democratic Party. Dedar, the supposed ability to detect whether or not a person is gay by observing that person's appearance, mannerisms, etc. Denars, plural of gaydar. Neden, a surname. Nedens, plural of gaydin. Vede, an Annamese ship with two masts, triangular sails, and a curved deck. Vedes, plural of gaydang. Nadies, plural of gaydy. Yedal, the collective gay experience, community, and culture. Vedos, a surname. Gayduses, plural of gaydos. Vedi, a gay lady, a lesbian. A surname transferred from the nickname. Simple past and past participle of gay. That up. Simple past and past participle of gay up. Thou. A female given name. Thous, plural of gayal. There, comparative form of gay, more gay. There, plural of gayer. Das, superlative form of gay, most gay. Deities, plural of gaiety. Deity, alternative spelling of gaiety. Deifes, an obvious, apparent, or stereotypical appearance of homosexuality based on a person's countenance, often characterized by effeminacy in males and masculinity in females. Gay faces, plural of gay face. Deta, a homosexual, faggot. Gay fagus, plural of gay fag. Gay feather. Many of the plants of the genus Liatris, native to North America, including Mexico, east of the Continental Divide. Gay feathers, plural of gay feather. Duedo, gay people. Defo, full of gaiety or cheerfulness, cheery, gay, lively. Gaily, in a gayful manner. Gayfulness, the state, quality, or condition of being gayful. Veg, used in response to anything that can be construed as gay. Gayver, a gay employee of the technology company Google. Gayvers, plural of Gagler. Gayhart, a surname. Gayharts, plural of Gayhart. Gayhart, an American surname from German. Gayo, the state, condition, or quality of being gay, gayness. Gayification, homosexualization. Gayify, simple past and past participle of gayify. Gayifies, third person singular simple present indicative of gayify. Gayify, to make a person or society gay, to queerify. Gayifying, present participle and gerund of gayify. Gaying, present participle and gerund of gay. Gaying up, present participle and gerund of gay up. Gayish, somewhat cheerful. Gayizo, homosexuality. Gayization, the act or process of making something gay homosexual. Yela, a female given name. Yel, a female given name, a fanciful spelling of Gale, shortened form of Abigail. Galer, a surname. Galers, plural of Galer. Gala, a surname. Yale process. The process of removing moisture from the blast of an iron blast furnace by reducing its temperature so far that it will not remain suspended as vapor in the blast current, but will be deposited as snow in the cooling apparatus. The resultant uniformly dehydrated blast affects great economy in fuel consumption and promotes regularity of furnace operation and certainty of furnace control. Delicious. Extremely gay homosexual or appealing to gay people. Daling, a young or immature gay homosexual person. Dalings, plural of Galing. Galer, a surname. Gaylord, an American surname from Old French. Gaylords, plural of Gaylord. Gaylorism, the belief in the Gaylor fan theory. Gaylors, plural of Gaylor. Galasite, an evaporite consisting of a mixed sodium and calcium carbonate with the chemical formula Na2Ca CO5H2O. Gally, cheerfully, in a gay manner. Yema, a surname. Yemen, plural of gaymen. Yemen, plural of gaymen. Yeber, a homosexual gamer. Yemers, plural of gamer. Yemo, a homosexual. Yema, a surname. Yemens, plural of gaymen. Demos, plural of gamo. Then, to gain, to avail. Then, simple past and past participle of gain. Yender, a surname. That, third person singular simple present indicative of gain. Thanos, the state of being gay, colorful or festive, display or dressiness. Gayness, plural of gayness. Vening, present participle and gerund of gain. Yenner, a female given name from Welsh, a variant of Welsh Guinevere or Guinevere, popular in Britain in the 1960s and 1970s. Deo, a language of Indonesia. Deola, the practice of American police departments extorting bribes from gay bars, especially in the 1950s and 60s, in return for not rating them, such a bribe. Delso, a surname from Spanish. Dejo, one who hates or is prejudiced against gay people, a homophobe. Dephobes, plural of gayphobe. Dephobia, fear, dislike, or hatred of gay men. Dephobic, homophobic. Dverik, an individual from Greece or of Greek descent. Gayriks, plural of gayrik. Gayropa, alternative spelling of gayrope. Gayrope, Europe, regarded as too LGBTQ friendly. European, of or pertaining to Europe, especially regarding the LGBTQ community. Europeans, plural of European. That, a surname. That is up. Third person singular simple present indicative of gay up. Deza, alternative letter case form of Gaysian. Dayans, plural of Gaysian. Desup, synonym of Faxlup. Desai, a club or society, especially in a university that promotes and supports the needs of homosexuals. Desax, plural of gaysock. Desup, characterized or marked by gaiety, cheerful, gladsome. Gaysome, a state or quality of being gaysome. Despeak, the style of language used by people who are gay or homosexual. Gaysploitation, the exploitation of gay people in the media, especially film and television. Gestapo, gay activists viewed as a militant and oppressive force. Gay station, PlayStation. Gay stations, plural of gay station. Gaystream, a homosexual mainstream. Gaystreams, plural of gaystream. Yazin, a surname. Gatans, plural of Gayton. Gaydard, term of abuse. Gaydharde, both gay and retarded. Very lame or stupid. Gaydards, plural of gaytard. Gaytastic, extremely gay or appealing to gay people. Ayes, atheist. Ayeists, plural of gaytheist. Yazin, a surname. Gaytonian, a pupil of Harrow County School for Boys, Middlesex, England. Gaytonians, plural of Gaytonian. Gaytons, plural of Gayton. Gaytopia, a very gay-friendly place or environment. Gaytopias, plural of Gaytopia. Gaytown, synonym of gayborhood. Gaytowns, plural of Gaytown. Ditto, synonym of gayborhood. Gatos, plural of gato. Gatos, plural of gato. Yeladu, synonym of gayborhood. Avenues, plural of Gavin. Deville, a tiny town in New York, United States. Dewa, somebody who is homosexual or lame or uncool. Dewads, plural of gaywad. Daywings, Halagala paucifolia, a perennial flowering plant with pink and white flowers. That, a nickname of the given name Gareth or Gary. Gaza, a city in the Gaza Strip, Palestine. in the Levant. Gaza City, the formal name of Gaza, the capital city of the Gaza Strip, Palestine, located between Egypt and Israel. Gaza envelope, the region of Israel directly surrounding the Gaza Strip, Palestine. Gaza envelope, alternative letter case form of Gaza envelope. Gaza Strip, a region in Palestine between Egypt and Israel. Yadabo, die, fellow. Yadabos, plural of Gazabo. Yadabos, plural of Gazabo. Daya, alternative form of Gazan. Dayans, plural of Gazian. Ya, a city in Azerbaijan. Yao, alternative form of Gazel. Yaos, plural of Gazel. Yazami crab, synonym of horse crab Portunus tridiberculatus. Yatha, a native or inhabitant of Gaza, Gaza City, or the Gaza Strip in general. Yaangabin, tamarisk manna. Yana, any flowering plant of the genus Gazania, native to southern Africa. Yaneas, plural of Gazania. Gazaniaxanthin, a particular carotenoid. Yazanjabin, alternative form of Gazangabin. Yazanku'u, a Badistan in South Africa intended by the apartheid government to be a semi-independent homeland for the Tsonga people. Yathans, plural of Gazan. Yatha, a silk organza, a lightweight fabric with a plain weave. Yazarin, a chemical found in some plants with EUPAC named 2,4,5-trimethoxybenzaldehyde. Yazars, plural of Gazar. Yazaway, a surname. Yazaways, plural of Gazaway. Yazda, a surname. Yazdas, plural of Gazda. Yazdeki, a surname from Polish. Yazdekis, plural of Gazdeki. That, to stare intently or earnestly. Gazehound, alternative form of gazehound. Gazehounds, plural of gazehound, alternative form of gazehounds. Gazebo, a belvedere, either a type of summer house or a roofed, detached porch-like structure, usually in a yard, park, or lawn. Gazeboed, having a gazebo. Gazebos, plural of gazebo. Gazebo-like, resembling or characteristic of a gazebo. Gazebos, plural of gazebo. That, simple past and past participle of gaze. Yali, one who is gazed at or observed. Gazebo, archaic form of gazebo. Gazebos, plural of gazebo. That is, plural of gazi. Gazfo, gazang. Gazhound, synonym of sighthound, a hound that primarily hunts by sight and speed, instead of by scent and endurance. Gazehounds, plural of gazehound. Yeka, a fictional cryptid said to have been seen on Papua New Guinea in the early 20th century, resembling a tapir or giant sloth. Yakas, plural of gazeka. Gale, archaic form of gazelle. Dallas, aligned and seeing. Dalesless, absence of gaze. Daly, a village and civil parish in West Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Forest Heath District OS Grid Ref TL 7264. Thou, a census-designated place in Siskiyou County, California, United States. Gazelle hound, synonym of saluki. Gazelle hounds, plural of gazelle hound. Gazelle in the garden, used during a meal to alert a family member or friend that they have a crumb on their face. Gazelle on the lawn, synonym of gazelle in the garden. Gazelle-like, resembling or characteristic of a gazelle. Gazelle, plural of gazelle. Gazelles, plural of gazel. Gazement, view, stare. Gather, one who gazes. Gathers, plural of gazer. Gaze, third person singular simple present indicative of gaze. Gaze, second person singular simple present indicative of gaze. Data, an old Venetian coin of little value. Gaza, third person singular simple present indicative of gaze. Gazette, plural of gazette. Gazetto, the act of gazetting. Gazettos, plural of gazetto. Gazette, a newspaper, a printed sheet published periodically. Gazette, simple past and past participle of gazette. Gazetteer, a person who writes for a gazette or newspaper. A journalist, specifically a journalist engaged by a government. Gazetteered, simple past and past participle of gazetteer. Gazetteering, present participle and gerund of gazetteer. Gazetteerish, like a gazetteer in style. Gazetteers, plural of gazetteer. Gazetteership, the state or business of a gazetteer. Gazettement, publication in an official gazette. Gazettements, plural of gazettement. Gazettes, plural of gazette. Gazetting, present participle and gerund of gazette. Gazettings, plural of gazetting. Gazettist, one who writes a gazette. Gazettists, plural of gazettists. Gazettement, the process of publishing officially in a gazette. Yet, a village in Kenya. Gaziantep, a province and metropolitan municipality in southern Turkey. Dad, gastropod in the family Gazidae, now known as the Margaritidae. Dads, plural of gazid. Gazillion, an unspecified large number of. Gazillionaire, an incredibly rich person. Gazillionaires, plural of gazillionaire. Galleons, plural of gazillion. Gazillion, the ordinal form of the gazing, present participle and gerund of gaze. Gazing ball, a crystal ball. Gazing balls, plural of gazing ball. Gazingly, with the gaze. Staringly. Gazings, plural of gazing. Dazenstock, an object, event, or person that is stared at by many people, a spectacle. Gazing stocks, plural of gazing stock. Gazenta, pronunciation, spelling of goes into. Gazipur district, one of the 13 districts in the Dhaka division of Bangladesh. Gadis, plural of gazi. Gazogene, alternative form of gasogene. Gazogenes, plural of gazogene. Galama, a female breast. Galambas, plural of gazamba. Gazometric, Misspelling of gasometric. Yadon, one of the pieces of sod used to line or cover parapets and the faces of earthworks. Yazanga, a large female breast. Yazongas, plural of gazonga. Yazons, plural of gazong. Azo, synonym of kazoo musical instrument. Yak, a parson. Yavka, synonym of kazoo musical instrument. Yates, plural of gazuka. Daux, alternative form of gadzooks. Naucus, an unspecified item, a thingy or gadget. Yazacuses, plural of gazucus. Yazum, alternative form of gazum. Yazum, simple past and past participle of gazum. Yazumfing, present participle and gerund of gazum. Yazumus, third person singular simple present indicative of gazum. Ezun, a young farm boy. Azuns, plural of gazoon. Azos, plural of gazum. Yaz, an Israeli soft drink made from fruit concentrate and soda water. Gazpacho, a cold soup of Spanish origin made with olive oil, vinegar, bread, and raw vegetables such as tomatoes, garlic, onion, cucumber, and sweet peppers. Gazpachos, plural of gazpacho. Yastembed, a surname from Spanish in term from Basque. Yazup, to swindle, to extort. Yasumpt, simple past and past participle of gazum. Yasumber, one who gazumps. Yazumbers, plural of gazumber. Yav, alternative form of gazum. Yazumt, simple past and past participle of gazum. Yasumthing, present participle and gerund of gazum. Nadalus, third person singular simple present indicative of gazum. Desumbing, present participle and gerund of gazum. Desumbings, plural of gazumbing. Gazumps, third person singular simple present indicative of gazum. Gat under, to reduce the offer price of a property after agreeing to hire one normally just before contacts are exchanged. Yat under, simple past and past participle of gazunder. Yatsundering, present participle and gerund of gazunder. Yatunders, plural of gazunder. Yatunda, alternative form of gazonga. Yatundas, plural of gazunda. Nay, affording a wide prospect. Yeah, the nickname of Paul Gascoigne, a former English footballer. Yazamania, enthusiasm for the English footballer Paul Gascoigne, born 1967. Yahanega, a surname from Italian. Yahanegas, plural of Gasanega. Yadard, a surname. Yadara, an old Venetian coin equal to a halfpenny. Yadas, plural of Gazetta. That, plural of Gazetta. Jibi, abbreviation of gigabyte. Dibi, abbreviation of Gbit. AB PLC. Pegivirus C, an RNA pegivirus that infects humans, though not known to cause human disease. Co-infection seems to slow the progression of HIV disease. JB/S, alternative form of GBPS. GB/T, The set of recommended national standards of the People's Republic of China. Initialism of God Bless America. Badalite, the capital of Nord-Ubangi province in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. An ethnic group found predominantly in central Nigeria, capital of Nord-Ubangi province in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. An ethnic group found predominantly in central Nigeria. Jibari, synonym of Jibaji. Dribas, initialism of ground-based augmentation system, a system for improving the precision and accuracy of GPS signals to allow their use for low-visibility instrument approaches. Plural of GBA. Dribas, plural of Gbas. Dribase, a male given name. Initialism of the Great British Bake Off, a British television baking competition, debuted in 2010, in which a group of amateur bakers compete against each other in a series of rounds. Initialism of the Great British Baking Show. Initialism of Gibraltar Broadcasting Corporation. Plural of GBC. Initialism of Knight Grand Cross of the Order of the British Empire, a British Order of Chivalry. A family of closely related languages, such as Yu and Fon, spoken near the south coast of Western Africa. Bejan, a small round cheese made in Malta from sheep milk, salt, and rennet. Bejnia, plural of Bejna. Berker, a region of Ivory Coast. Plural of Jimi. Jebese, alternative form of Gbase. Initialism of gay best friend. Initialism of goodbye for now. Plural of JB. JBG, abbreviation of Green Bean Galaxy. Initialism of grievous bodily harm. Initialism of great bodily injury. GBIF. Initialism of Global Biodiversity Information Facility. Jibin, an extinct man language of Ivory Coast. Gigabit, abbreviation of gigabit. Initialism of gamma-butyrolactone. Abbreviation of glioblastoma multiforme. Initialism of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Ban Guam, the paramount traditional ruler of the Barong Kingdom. Books, abbreviation of Google Books. JVP, initialism of ginger beer plant. Gigabits per second, a measure of data transfer rate equal to 1000 megabits per second. Initialism of guaranteed bitrate. Initialism of Guillain-Barré syndrome. Plural of GB. Plural of GB. Initialism of gay, bisexual, transgender/transsexual. Less common variation of LGBT. JBEQ. Initialism of gay, bi, trans, queer/questioning. Less common variation of LGBT. GBEQ+. Initialism of gay, bi, trans, queer/questioning, plus, less common variation of LGBT. GBTW. Initialism of get back to work. JVO. Guided bomb unit. JDE. Initialism of gender-based violence. Jesse. Initialism of gas chromatography. Jesse. Initialism of group chat. GSE box. A distinct pattern of nucleotides with a consensus sequence GGGCGG found in the promoter region of some eukaryotic genes. JC boxes. plural of GC box. Tiziai, initialism of greatest common ancestor. GCal, abbreviation of Google Calendar, a time management and scheduling calendar service developed by Google. GCalaka, a major subgroup of the Xhosa found in the Transkei area of the Eastern Cape. GCAS, acronym of Ground Collision Avoidance System. GCB, initialism of germinal center B cell-like. GCC, initialism of GNU compiler collection, a collection of compilers for C, C++, Fortran, etc. aiming to be standards compliant and correct. AAF, initialism of Governing Council of the Cat Fancy. AZC, initialism of Gulf Cooperation Council Patent Office. DCD, alternative letter case form of GCD. GCD, initialism of Greatest Common Divisor. GCD, plural of GCD. DZS, plural of GCD. DD, initialism of gross conceptual error. DD, plural of GCA. DZF, initialism of greatest common factor. DZF, plural of JZF. VChat, Google Talk. JZHDU, initialism of government communications headquarters. DZI, initialism of Green Cross International. DZI, plural of JCI. JCJ, initialism of GNU compiler for Java. JZN, initialism of General Circulation Model. JZMS, initialism of gas chromatography coupled mass spectrometry. JZN, Nintendo GameCube, a 6th generation home console. JZNS, initialism of gerontological clinical nurse specialist. JZN, plural of JCN. JZNS, plural of JCNS. DCP, initialism of ground control point. DCP, plural of GCP. GCQ, initialism of general community quarantine. DZA, initialism of galactic cosmic radiation. DZRN, initialism of Ghana Community Radio Network. DZS, initialism of Glasgow Coma Scale, a system used by medical workers to score the severity of a patient being transported by ambulance on a number scale. Jesse, plural of JC. AZS, plural of GC. AZSB, acronym of Government Communications Security Bureau, New Zealand's Public Service Department performing national security and intelligence functions. DZSE, Greenville County School District. ADSE, initialism of General Certificate of Secondary Education, a British qualification taken by secondary school students in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. ADSE, plural of JCSE. AZSI, post-nominal letters for a person who has been awarded the position of Grand Commander of the Order of the Star of India. JZSI, plural of JCSI. JCU, initialism of Grand Canyon University. GCWI, a certain ethnic group in Africa. GCWR, initialism of gross combination weight rating, the maximum weight rating of a vehicle including its contents and the weight of anything being towed. GCWR, plural of GCWR. DD, initialism of goddamn. DD, abbreviation of good. DD and T, initialism of geometric dimensioning and tolerancing. GDROM, Initialism of gigabyte disk read-only memory, a proprietary optical disk format resembling a CD-ROM but with higher storage capacity used by certain video game systems. GD-ROM, plural of GD-ROM. Abbreviation of glycosylated, a derivative of the amino acid glycine. DRADAO, initialism of geospatial data abstraction library, a computer software library for reading and writing raster and vector geospatial data formats. Gdansk, alternative spelling of Gdansk, the capital city of Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. Gdansk, the capital city of Pomeranian Voivodeship, Poland. GDP, initialism of GNU debugger. GDC, graphic display calculator. GDC, plural of GDC. The initialism of graphics double data rate. DDR1, initialism of graphics double data rate first generation. DDR1s, plural of GDDR1. DDR2, initialism of graphics double data rate second generation. DDR2s, plural of GDDR2. DDR3, initialism of graphics plural of GDDR3. DDR4, initialism of graphics double data rate fourth generation. DDR4s, plural of GDDR4. DDR5, initialism of graphics double data rate fifth generation. GDDR5s, plural of GDDR5. DDR, plural of GDDR. Abbreviation of good currency. GDAS, plural of GEA. Initialism of geological disposal facility. Plural of GDF. Good, good. Gamma Delta Iota or Goddamn Independent, a fictitious fraternity used by fraternity and sorority members to refer to people not affiliated with such organizations. Alternative, lettercase form of GDI. GDI Plus, a newer and improved version of GDI written in C++. Plural of GDI. Initialism of graduate diploma in law. GLK, abbreviation of good looking. Synonym of gestational diabetes. Abbreviation of garden. Alternative form of GEN. DNA, initialism of genomic DNA in chromosomes. DNA, alternative form of gDNA. DNA, plural of gDNA. GDNAS, plural of gDNA. DNS, abbreviation of gardens. GDOR, glutathione dehydrogenase ascorbate. DDE, initialism of gross domestic product. DHIA, initialism of General Data Protection Regulation, a regulation in EU law on data protection and privacy in the European Union EU and the European Economic Area EEA. GDP, plural of GDP. JDQ, initialism of games done quick. DIA, initialism of global depository receipt. DIA, plural of DEI. DES, initialism of global distribution system. DES, abbreviation of goods. DES, plural of GES. GDW, geographical data warehouse. GEW, plural of GDW. Gdynia, a city and port in northern Poland. Gdynian, from Jedania. Jedinians, plural of Jedinian. The initialism of General Electric, a New York-based energy company. The alternative spelling of Gaia. Jazz, an Ethiopian language which is extinct but still used liturgically. Ejai, a county of Ngari Prefecture, Tibet Autonomous Region, China. Did, a surname. Ib, simple past and past participle of Jeech. Jachis, plural of Jeech. Jegdim, of or relating to Peter Jeech, 1916-2013, British philosopher and logician. Jeeche, present participle and gerund of Jeech. Ja, de can jail. Ja, simple past and past participle of geo. Trille, present participle and gerund of geo. Jealous, obsolete form of jealous. Jealousies, plural of jealousy. Jealousy, obsolete form of jealousy. Deus, third person singular simple present indicative of geo. They, a surname. Yes, plural of gene. Genticlenal, of the Earth's crust bending upwards and resulting in the formation of anticlinoria. Genticlenals, plural of genticlinal. Genticline, a large-scale anticline, a large upward lift in the Earth's surface. Genticlines, plural of genticline. A surname. Gear acquisition syndrome, a tendency to purchase more equipment than justified by usage and or price. Gear case, an enclosure for the bicycle chain and sprocket assemblages commonly employed by utility bicycles. It protects the chain from mud and dirt and may also contain an oil bath to keep the chain lubricated. Gear cases, plural of gear case. Gear change, a mechanism which changes gears in a vehicle. Gear changes, plural of gear change. Gear down, to arrange a system of gear wheels or pulleys etc. such that the driven part rotates or moves slower than the driving part. Gearhead, alternative spelling of gearhead. Gearheads, plural of gearhead. Gear knob, alternative form of gear knob. Gear knobs, plural of gear knob. Gear lever, the lever used to change gears in a motor vehicle. Gear levers, plural of gear lever. Gear oil, a high viscosity lubricant intended for use on transmissions, transfer cases, and differentials in automobiles, etc. Gear oils, plural of gear oil. Gear queer, someone who overspends on high-end equipment, particularly in military or hobbyist contexts. Gear queers, plural of gear queer. Gear ratio, the ratio of the speeds of rotation of two gears, such as any pair that mesh, and especially the initial and final gears in a gear train whose relationship incorporates all the intermediate ones. Gear ratios, plural of gear ratio. Gear shift, that part of a gearbox involved in changing gear, including the lever and the forks attached to it. Gear shifts, plural of gear shift. Gear stick, alternative spelling of gear stick. Gear sticks, plural of gear stick. Gear to design or adapt so as to suit someone. Gear towards, alternative form of gear to. Gear train, a system of interconnected gears. Gear trains, plural of gear train. Gear up, to prepare for an activity. Gear wheel, a wheel with a toothed rim intended to engage with others or similar equipment to form a gear. Gear wheels, plural of gear wheel. Gear up landing, a landing of an aircraft with the landing gear retracted due to the pilot's forgetting to extend the gear or to take some other action necessary for the gear to deploy. Gear up landings, plural of gear up landing. Gear wheel, alternative spelling of gear wheel. Gear wheels, plural of gear wheel. Gearbox, an enclosed gear train. Gearbox, having the specified kind of gearbox. Gearboxes, plural of gearbox. Gear case, alternative form of gear case. Gear cases, plural of gear case. Gear change, alternative form of gear change. Gear changes, plural of gear change. Viewer, a surname. Weirdo, someone who overspends on high-end equipment, particularly in military or hobbyist contexts. Weirdos, plural of geardo. Viewer, obsolete form of gear. Viewer, simple past and past participle of gear. Geared down, simple past and past participle of gear down. Geared to, simple past and past participle of gear to. Geared towards, simple past and past participle of gear towards. Geared turbofan, a type of turbofan aircraft engine with a planetary gearbox between the low-pressure compressor/turbine and the fan, enabling each to spin at its optimum speed. Geared up, simple past and past participle of gear up. Gear, plural of gear. Gear heart, a surname. Gear arts, plural of gear heart. Gearad, a fan of the Gears of War media franchise centered on a series of video games. Gearads, plural of gearhead. Gear heart, a surname. Gear arts, plural of gear heart. Veer, a surname. Veer, a surname. Gearing down, present participle and gerund of gear down. Gearing to, present participle and gerund of gear to. Gearing towards, present participle and gerund of gear towards. Gearing up, present participle and gerund of gear up. Gearings, plural of gearing. Gearins, plural of gearin. Gearjammer, a speeding trucker. Gearjammers, plural of gearjammer. Gear knob, a knob that forms the hand. Plural of gear knob. Gearxutite, a monoclinic white mineral containing aluminum, calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, and oxygen. Gearless, without gears. Gearlessness, absence of gear or gears. Geolike, resembling or characteristic of a gear grooved wheel. Gearmaker, a manufacturer of gears. Gearmakers, plural of gearmaker. Geara, someone who is responsible for the maintenance of equipment belonging to a shipping company, railroad, trucking company, or colliery. Gearman, plural of gearman. Gear motor, a variable speed electric motor incorporating a variable gearbox. Gear motors, plural of gear motor. Gear, plural of gear. Years down. Third person singular simple present indicative of gear down. Years to. Third person singular simple present indicative of gear to. Years towards. Third person singular simple present indicative of gear towards. Year up. Third person singular simple present indicative of gear up. Viersa, a set of gears as in a car or bicycle. Gearsets, plural of gear set. Geargift, alternative spelling of gear shift. Gearskifte, simple past and past participle of gear shift. Gearskifting, present participle and gerund of gear shift. Geargifts, plural of gear shift. Gearstay, the lever used to change gear in a vehicle. Gearsticks, plural of gear stick. Gear train, alternative form of gear train. Gear trains, plural of gear train. Gear wheel, alternative spelling of gear wheel. Gear wheels, plural of gear wheel. Gearer, a mechanical assembly of gears. Geary, a surname. Geary County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Junction City. Gearies, plural of Geary. Des, a generally magical vow, obligation, or injunction placed upon someone to do or not do something, which typically brings harm if violated and blessings if obeyed. Yatha, plural of J's. Jess, alternative form of G's. Dadas, plural of G's. Jesa, a village in County Offaly, Ireland. Jala, rare, uncommon, scarce. But a member of a North Germanic tribe formerly occupying what is now Götaland in Sweden. Yiddish, of or pertaining to the Geats. Dates, plural of Jeet. Joga County, one of 88 counties in Ohio, United States. County seat, Chardon. Ja, informal form of go. J.I., alternative form of Jizan. Ja, initialism of guaranteed equity bond. Ja, the god who serves as the personification of the earth. Yeta, a syllabary traditionally used to write the Naxi language. Jabal, former name of Byblos. Jebalagnan, a barangay of Katarman, Northern Samar, Philippines. Jeba, Corypha utan, a palm tree native to Asia and Oceania. Jebang, alternative form of Jebang. Jebangs, plural of Jebang. Jebauer, a surname from German. Jebauers, plural of Jebauer. Deda, a surname from Italian. Javias, plural of Jevia. Kay, a surname. Kebal, a surname from German. Jebel Musa, synonym of Sinai Mountain. Jebels, plural of Jebel. Jebert, a surname. Jeberts, plural of Jebert. Jebhard, a surname. Jebhardai, a monoclinic prismatic light brown mineral containing arsenic, chlorine, lead, and oxygen. Jebhards, plural of Jebhard. Jebhard, a surname from German. Jebharts, plural of Jebhart. Jebhart, a surname. Jebharts, plural of Jebhart. Tedit, Synonym of Dediadian. Dediadian. Any decapod crustacean of the infraorder Geviidea. Dedians. Plural of Gemiidean. Dedids. Plural of Gebiid. Jedoen. A barangay of Tapaz. Capiz, Philippines. Jibo. A surname. Jebos. Plural of Jibo. Jebrin. Alternative form of Jubran. Jebrich music. Music composed for a specific, identifiable purpose, not just for its own sake. Jebber. A surname. Jebrikidin. A surname. Jebramariam. A surname from Amharic. Jebramariams. Plural of Jebramariam. Jebrametin. A surname from Amharic. Jebbers. Plural of Jebber. Jebrats. Matzah that has become wet after being baked. Yep. Plural of Jeb. Jebelwangan. A barangay of Katarman, Northern Samar, Philippines. Jever. In Anglo-Saxon law, the owner of an allotment or yard land, usually consisting of 30 acres of villine. Jevers, plural of Jeber. Gecarcinian, a land crab of the genus Gecarcinus or allied genera, as in family Gecarcinidae. Gecarcinians, plural of Gecarcinian. Gecarcinin, any land crab of the family Gecarcinidae. Gecarcinans, plural of Gecarcinin. Gecarcinusid, any crab in the family Gecarcinusidae. Gecarcinusids, plural of Gecarcinusid. The, a surname from German. That, simple past and past participle of Gek. Dapter, a surname. The actor, simple past and past participle of Gecker. Geckering, present participle and gerund of Gecker. Daggers, plural of Gecker. That, present participle and gerund of Gek. Gecko, any lizard in the infraorder Geckoda. Gecko, simple past and past participle of gecko. Geckos, plural of gecko. Geckoing, present participle and gerund of gecko. Decalet, any of various small geckos in the Spherodactylus genus. Decalets, plural of geckolet. Geckonid, a gecko of the family Geckonidae. Geckonids, plural of geckonid. Geckos, plural of gecko. Geckosian, a gecko. Geckosians, plural of geckosian. Vex, plural of gek. Yatse, a surname. Yatsis, plural of gassi. Ket, initialism of general educational development. Ket, a diminutive of the male given name Gerard. Dade, an Austronesian language spoken around Astrolabe Bay in Papua New Guinea. Jedage Dage Dage Dea, pronunciation spelling of Jegage Dage Dage Dago. Jedage Dage Dajido, alternative form of Jegage Dage Dage Dago. Jedadian, a town in Wazai, Jiazuo, Henan, China, formerly a township. Jedinken experiment, alternative form of Jedinken experiment. Jedinken experiments, plural of Jedinken experiment. Jedinkem experiment, thought experiment. Jedinkem experiment. Plural of Jedinken experiment. GEDCOM, acronym of Genealogical Data Communication and Open Specification for exchanging genealogical data between different software packages. That alternative spelling of GED the European pike. Getawax, a kind of beeswax from the Asiatic bees Abies dorsata, Abies florea, and Abies indica. That is a village in Nairnshire Highland Council area, Scotland. That's X. Any process tending to eliminate non-essential elements. Getic acid, a carboxylic acid and saturated fatty acid found in Casin, carnauba, canalilla wax, and getawax. That alternative form of Getit pronunciation, spelling of Getit. Getit, a surname. That is a surname from Scottish Gaelic originating from Peeblesshire. Geddington, a village and civil parish served by Geddington, Newton, and Little Oakley Parish Council in Northamptonshire, England, previously in Kettering District OS Grid Ref SB 8983. That is a surname. Geddes is plural of Gettys. Gedet. Pronunciation spelling of Getit, often with the meaning do you understand the humor? Gedek, a small staff or goad. Gedek, plural of Gedek. Gedaf, Gedoff. That plural of Ged. Gedaf, alternative form of giddy up command for a horse to move faster. Jedel, a member of a people of Highland Ethiopia. Jedera, a small town in Israel. That to make a wry face. That is simple past and past participle of jedge. That is third person singular simple present indicative of jedge. Jedder, present participle and gerund of jedge. Jedian, a surname from Armenian. Jedians. Plural of Jedgian. Jedling, a village and former civil parish of Jedling Borough, Nottinghamshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 6142. Jedmontes, a surname from Lithuanian. Jedne, a village, civil parish, and electoral ward in South Holland District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TF 405,243. Kedney Hill, a village and civil parish in South Holland District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TF 3,311. Jednes, plural of Jedney. Jedicarno, an anxiolytic drug. Jedalim, plural of Gadal. Jedrai, a form of anthophyllite. Jedrites, plural of Jedrai. Jedros, a surname. Jevroja, the Hellenized name of the part of coastal Balochistan that roughly corresponds to contemporary Makran. Plural of Jed. Yaz, plural of Jed. Jedser, a town and ferry port on Falster, in Gullborgsund Municipality, Zealand, Denmark. Jebek, a canteen or snack bar. Jedux, plural of Jedum. Yeah, alternative form of giddy up command for a horse to move faster. De, a surname. Jalon, synonym of G up to encourage. Dwe and ha, get along. G hall whammy diddle, alternative form of G hall whammy diddle. G hall whammy diddles, plural of G hall whammy diddle. G hall whammy diddle, A wooden toy consisting of a notched stick with a smaller stick attached on the end. Rubbing the notched stick with another stick causes the smaller stick to spin. With practice, the spin can be made to change from rightward G to leftward Ha and vice versa. G Ha Wimmy Diddles. Plural of G Ha Wimmy Diddle. J Pole. A sturdy pole lashed to the side of a sled and used for steering and support. J poles. Plural of G pole. G string. Alternative spelling of G string. G strings. Plural of G string. Move on, go faster. J willikers. Alternative form of G willikers. J willagers. Alternative form of G willikers. J willikers. Alternative form of G willikers. G Whitacres. Alternative form of G willikers. J whiz. An expression of surprise, enthusiasm, or annoyance. Wow or so what? J willikers. Alternative form of G willikers. J willagers. Misspelling of G willikers. J willikers. Ye God. Yeah, very drunk. Jaga. Alternative spelling of Jugaw. Jagas. Plural of Jigaw. Vide. A horse. Jadas. Plural of Gigi. Jawazur. A response of enthusiasm towards surprising and slash or technically impressive things. Jiba. An irritating or obnoxious person. Jrebabs. Plural of G-bag. Chima. Alternative form of G-bun. Jabons. Plural of G-bon. Jedi. A plant of the genus Persunia. Jabas. Plural of G-bun. Did. Alternative form of Gigi. Yee. Gullah, South Carolina Island language and culture. Yees. Plural of Jichi. Jachis. Plural of Jeech. Jati. Alternative form of Jichi. Jatis. Plural of Jichi. Jiti. Alternative form of Jichi. The. A student who is not affiliated with a fraternity or sorority. Jit along. Simple past and past participle of G along. Jida. Excited, filled with enthusiasm. Jadas. Plural of G. Jadabs. Games Workshop, a British board games company that created the Warhammer board game franchise. Jedak. Alternative form of Jedunk. Jedaks. Plural of Jedunk. Cheda. Alternative form of Jugaw. Janas. Plural of Jigaw. De. Present participle and gerund of G. J along. Present participle and gerund of G along. Vea. Present participle and gerund of G up. A carnival performer specializing in bizarre and unappetizing behavior. Dig chic. A style of fashion, art, etc. based on stereotypically geeky things, such as themed t-shirts and thick-rimmed glasses. Geek code. A set of codes used in SIG blocks to broadcast the typically computer-related interests, skills, and aspirations of the poster. Geek codes. Plural of geek code. Geek out. To enthuse about a specific topic, to be engrossed in an interest, especially in discussing it with others. Geek someone's head up. To increase someone's sense of their importance or skill, to make confident. Geek out. Alternative form of geek out. Geek outs. Plural of geek out. Geekism, alternative form of geekism. Geekisms, plural of geekism. Geekisoi, an especially geeky person. Geekizoids, plural of geekizoid. Geektar, the ability to detect whether or not a person is a geek. Geekdom, the world or sphere of geeks. This, under the psychological effects of a mood-affecting drug, high, stoned. Geeked out. Simple past and past participle of geek out. Geeked someone's head up. Simple past and past participle of geek someone's head up. Geeked up, synonym of geeked under the effects of a mood-affecting drug. High, stoned. Geeker, a drug addict. Geekerati, an elite community of computer geeks. Geekeries, plural of geekery. Gators, plural of geeker. Geekery, obsessive interest in or enthusiasm for a subject, typically one of specialist or minority interest. Geekette, a female geek. Geekettes, plural of geekette. Geekfest, an event or situation that is very geeky. Geekfests, plural of geekfest. Geekgam, a feeling of intense excitement or pleasure over something geeky. Geekgams, plural of geekgasm. Geekhead, ade. Geekheads, plural of geekhead. Geekhood, the quality of being a geek, geekiness. Did, a surname. Did, comparative form of geeky, more geeky. Geekies, plural of geeky. Geekies, superlative form of geeky, most geeky. Geekly, in a way, or to an extent that is geeky. Geekiness, the state of being geeky. Geek, present participle and gerund of geek. Geeking out, present participle and gerund of geek out. Geeking someone's head up, present participle and gerund of geek someone's head up. Geekish, like a geek, having the traits of a geek. Geekishly, in a way, or to an extent that is geekish. Geekishness, the state of being geekish. Geekism, behavior typical of a geek. Geekums, plural of geekism. Geekitude, the quality of being a geek. Därför, a young or unimportant geek. Därförs, plural of geeklet. Geekfi, resembling or characteristic of a geek, nerdy. Geekly, a young or unimportant geek. Geeklings, plural of geekling. Geekly, concerning or typical of geeks. Geekness, the state, quality, or condition of being a geek. Geekosphere, the realm or sphere of geeks collectively, a space belonging to a particular geek or geek. Geekospheres, plural of geekosphere. Geek out, the action of the verb to geek out, enthusing about a specific topic, not realizing that most people listening will fail to understand it. Doing geeky things, acting geeky, speaking of geeky things. Geekat, plural of geekat. This, plural of cake. Geeks out, third person singular simple present indicative of geek out. Geeks someone's head up. Third person singular simple present indicative of geek someone's head up. Geeks, characterized or marked by geekiness. Vespe, a type of slang used by geeks, especially computer geeks. It incorporates several terms derived from science fiction as well as neologisms and grammar quirks, and is frequently found in combination with computer jargon. Exploitation, the practice of taking advantage of highly motivated programmers willing to work long hours. Vihsa, an unfashionable, nerdy individual who performs gangsta-style music. Yekstas, plural of geeksta. Vikster, someone who is extremely studious or has esoteric knowledge, especially in technological subjects. Geeksters, plural of geekster. Geekswell, a place thought to be geeky. Vitastic, very geeky, especially in a positive or appealing way. Geekwat, a geeky or uncool person. Geekwads, plural of geekwad. Geekwear, clothing befitting a geek. Duty, resembling or characteristic of a geek. Jildacap, tribulosis. Jailap, a broad-leaved yellowwood Pedicopus latifolias or any other tree of genus Pedicopus. Jailhouse, plural of geohout. Geelong, a port city in Victoria, Australia, 75 km southwest of Melbourne, Australia. Gateway to the surf coast of Victoria and Great Ocean Road. Geelong West, a suburb of Geelong and former city in Victoria, Australia. Former name, Ashby. Geelongite, a native or inhabitant of Geelong, Victoria, Australia. Geelongites, plural of Geelongite. Jiminy, alternative form of Jiminy. Dena, alternative form of Gina. Ja, a nickname for the EMD GP series diesel locomotives. J-pound, synonym of slug unit of mass. J-pounds, plural of G-pound. Yes, plural of G. There, a surname. Jura, alternative form of Jura. Juris, plural of Jura. Juris, a surname. Gerdaces, plural of Geards. Gearite, a trigonal bluish white mineral containing copper and sulfur. Geroix, a surname. Gerlof, a surname from Dutch. Geerlofs, plural of Geerlof. Vers, plural of Geer. Geertruidenberg, a city and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Yes, a surname from Dutch. Geerties, plural of Geerts. Yes, a surname from German. Geertsia, of or relating to Clifford Geertz, 1926-2006, American anthropologist. Yes, alternative letter case form of G's. G is along. Third person singular simple present indicative of G along. Jzat. Third person singular simple present indicative of G up. Jahama, a surname. Jahamans, plural of G semen. This, plural of goose. Just a surname. Jazzes, plural of Jeezy. The alternative form of G's. Yazlai. A surname. Gatland, plural of Giesland. Yes, a type of slightly raised landscape with sandy and gravelly soils that occurs in the plains of northern Germany, the northern Netherlands, and Denmark. Jutland, a town in the district of Cuxhaven in Lower Saxony, Germany. J-string, archaic form of G-string loincloth. J-strings, plural of G-string. Yests, plural of Gs. Oi, Grace. Jana, a female given name from South Asian, variant of Gita. Javarghese, a male given name from Malayalam, equivalent to English George. Joanner, someone who prefers the first generation of a franchise, especially when elitist or snobbish about later generations. Joanners, plural of G-winner. Jazz, alternative form of jazz. J's Louise. Jazz. Jazz, alternative form of G's. Jza, to do a dose of drugs, to get high, especially by injecting heroin. J's dot, simple past and past participle of G. G's up. Yellow, a male person. Teaser, teaser, a film most often an action film released direct to video and primarily distributed via video on demand VOD, for which older, well-known male actors geezers are billed in lead or co-lead roles and prominently featured teased in promotional material, but only appear sporadically during the film itself. These are teasers, plural of geezer teaser. Jezabird, synonym of Ladakh. Jezabirds, plural of Jezabird. Yezudam, old age. Jezash, resembling or characteristic of a geezer or common man. Yisolike, resembling a geezer. Yithoe, Jere. Yetters, plural of geezer. Jere, like a geezer, old and senile. Jezazah, third person singular simple present indicative of G's up. Jezing up, present participle and gerund of G's up. Def, initialism of graphical editing framework. Jeff Arnay, a particular drug used for the treatment of gastric ulcers. Jeff, a surname. Jeffert, a surname from German. Jefferts, plural of Jeffert. Jeffrard, a surname. Jeffrards, plural of Jeffrard. Jeffer, a surname from French. Jeffers, plural of Jeffer. Jeffrey, a male given name from the Germanic languages, a medieval spelling of Jeffrey, rarely used today. Jeffroyi, an isometric hexacohedral bronze-brown mineral containing copper, iron, selenium, silver, and sulfur. Jeffelt, ellipsis of Jeffelt fish. Jeffelt fish, a dish of stuffed fish, or of fish cakes in broth. Jeffelt fish, alternative form of Jeffelt fish. Jeffedina, a drug used in the treatment of certain types of cancer that acts in a similar way to erlotinib by selectively targeting the mutant proteins in malignant cells. Jeffafol, alternative form of kerfuffle. Jeffafals, plural of Jeffafol. Jeffelt fish, alternative form of Jeffelt fish. 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 De, initialism of gasoline equivalent gallon. De, alternative form of gag. Jagin, to intrude, butt or muscle in on another's territory, property, romantic partner, etc. To be nosy. Jagage used to evoke the idea of brain rot on the internet. Jagage alternative form of Jagage Dago. Veggie, a form of electroshock torture, especially as used by the French during the Algerian War of 1954–1962, whereby electrodes are run from a field generator to parts of a victim's body. Jejin halfen, peritonia. Jejinium, a counterion, an ion of opposite charge to another in an electrochemical or ion transport system. Jejinians, plural of jejinium. Jejin press, the use of the jejin pressing tactic. Jejin pressing, a tactic in which a team, after losing possession of the ball, immediately attempts to win back possession rather than falling back to regroup. Jejin sheen, a faint brightening of the night sky in the region of the ecliptic directly opposite the sun. Jejin sheens, plural of jejin sheen. De, a surname from German. Jet, simple past and past participle of jag. Jagged in, simple past and past participle of jag in. Jede, a victim of a hoax or trick. Jeges, plural of jegi. Jagger, someone who does not conform to chav or goth stereotypes. Jaggers, plural of jagger. Jaggery, trickery. Jaddy, a crude theatre space constructed at a rural fair in Scotland to perform simplified versions of popular plays. A touring group which constructed and performed in such a theater. Jadis, plural of jaggy. Jagging, present participle and gerund of jag. Jagging in, present participle and gerund of jag in. Jadis, a surname. Dagis, plural of jag. Jag carcooni, a subspecies of the Sevan trout, Salmo ischin jagar carcooni. Jag carcunic, a province of Armenia. De, plural of gaj. Jags, third person singular simple present indicative of jag. Jags, then, third person singular simple present indicative of jag in. Jagueta, a barangay of Las Navas, Northern Samar, Philippines. Jkiang, overconfident and pretending to be clever. Jannah, in rabbinical literature and Christian and Islamic scripture, the place where the souls of the wicked go after death, where they suffer eternal damnation or annihilation. Jannas, plural of Gehenna. Jahannam, alternative form of Jahannam. Jahannam, alternative form of Jahannam. Jahannam, the realm of the afterlife where unrepentant souls are cleansed of their spiritual impurities before returning to the presence of God. Jahannam, alternative form of Jahannam. That, a surname. Jalenite, a sorosilicate with chemical formula Ca2Al-Al-CO. Jalenites, plural of jalenite. Jailhassen, a surname from German. Jailhassens, plural of Jailhassen. Jailing, a surname from German. Jailings, plural of jailing. Giles, plural of jail. Ze, a surname from German. Jaman, a surname. Jamans, plural of Jaman. James, plural of Jane. Ver, a surname. Ver, a surname. Verets, plural of Jared. Jared, a surname from German. Jering, a surname from German. Jeringer, a surname. Jeringers, plural of Jeringer. Jerings, plural of Jering. Jeris, a surname from German. Jerides, plural of Jairus. Ja, a surname from German. Jax, plural of Jayak. Jazz, plural of Jair. Oh, a modern Chinese instrument that fuses the Western cello with a more traditional Hukin-like design, with 4 strings tuned like a cello. Yes, plural of Jiao. Yaira, any of some of the genus Jaira of geckos. The alternative form of key martial arts uniform. Zeb, a surname. Jabal, a surname. Jabals, plural of Jabal. Jabs, plural of Jabe. Zeb, derived from humus. Jake, acid, human. Jiger, a surname. Jiger counter, a device designed to detect radioactivity and measure its intensity. Jiger counters, plural of Jiger counter. Jiger-Muller counter, a Jiger counter. Jiger-Muller counters. Plural of Jiger-Muller counter. Jiger-Nuttall law, a rule relating the decay constant of a radioactive isotope with the energy of the alpha particles emitted. Roughly speaking, it states that short-lived isotopes emit more energetic alpha particles than long-lived ones. Jiger-Nuttall rule, synonym of Jiger-Nuttall law. Jaeger-Rice, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, manganese, and oxygen. Jiger-Muller tube, the sensing element of the Jiger counter instrument used for the detection of ionizing radiation. Jiger-Muller tubes, plural of Jiger-Muller tube. Jaegerin, a coumarin found in plants of the genus Jaegera. Jagi, a surname. Jagellite, a trigonal rhombohedral mineral containing magnesium, oxygen, and titanium. Jakelites, plural of Jakelites. Jagies, plural of Jaki. Diake, any member of the Jakidae family of dinosaurs. Diakids, plural of Jakid. Jako, synonym of Jasha. Jakos, plural of Jacob. Zal, a surname. Duals, plural of jail. Jalseat, hydrosanic acid poisoning in livestock. Humic acid. A vulture. Jas, plural of jar. Geriner, a surname. Geringer-Lyman theorem, a theorem giving a combinatorial characterization of generically rigid graphs in two-dimensional Euclidean space with respect to bar-joint frameworks. Des, synonym of G's, a mystical injunction, a prohibition, or obligation/compulsion. Jazza, plural of Jason. Jaz, a surname. Jael, a surname from German. Jaelman, a surname from German. Jaelmans, plural of Jaiselman. Jaisen, a surname from German. Jeisenheimer, a wine from Jeisenheim in Germany. Jeisenheimers, plural of Jeisenheimer. Jaisens, plural of Jaisen. Jaizeric, a male given name from Latin, mainly historical, name of a Vandalic king who ruled over North Africa. Jais, plural of Jais. Kei, Apetnia. Kei, a Japanese female entertainer skilled in various arts such as tea ceremony, dancing, singing, and calligraphy. Geisha ball, a Benoit ball. Geisha balls, plural of geisha ball. Geishas, plural of geisha. Jayas, plural of jaish. Jaysinger, a surname. Jaysingers, plural of jaysinger. Jason, a bivalve mollusk of the family Jasonidae. Jasonids, plural of jasonid. Jaisler, a surname. Jaislers, plural of jaisler. Jason, the part of the entablature that projects outward from the top of the frieze course, or architrave. Jasonosratid, any extinct cephalopod in the family Jasonosratidae. Jasonosratids, plural of Jasonosratid. Jasons, plural of Jason. Jasotherm, archaic form of geoisotherm. Jasothermal, archaic form of geoisothermal. Jasotherms, plural of jasotherm. Jaisler, a surname. Jaisler tube, an early gas discharge tube used to demonstrate the principles of electrical glow discharge. Jaisler tubes, plural of Jaisler tube. Jaislers, plural of Jaisler. Jasolosamine, an antiplasmodial indole alkaloid isolated from the bark of Jasospermum velocei. Jasosgazine, an intermediate of many related compounds found in the Strychnos genus. Jasospermin, an indole alkaloid found in Jasospermum. Nice. A surname from German. Nice, plural of Keist. Jatenogamy, relating to or exhibiting jatenogamy. Jatenogamy, transfer of pollen grains from the anther of a flower to the stigma of another flower of the same plant. Jadas, branas. Jadang, a Korean food made from salted fermented raw crab. Judian, a surname from Armenian. Jejans, plural of Jejain. Yede, an unrecognized ethnic group in China. Yedu, a count-level city of Han Prefecture, Yunnan, China. Decker, alternative spelling of Gecker. Gecker, simple past and past participle of Gecker. Geckering, present participle and gerund of Gecker. Geckers, third person singular simple present indicative of Gecker. Gecko, alternative spelling of gecko. Geckos, plural of gecko. Geckimid, any member of the family Geckinidae, the largest family of geckos. Geckinids, plural of geckinid. Geckinine, of or pertaining to a gecko. Geckonomorph, any lizard of the clade Geckonomorpha. Geckonomorphs, plural of geckonomorph. Geckos, plural of gecko. Geckothin, any member of the Geckoda infraorder of reptiles, the geckos. Geckotins, plural of geckotin. Yeah, a semi-solid to almost solid colloid of a solid and a liquid, such as jelly, cheese, or opal. Gel bracelet, a clear plastic bracelet worn as a wristband, often embossed with a message of support for a cause. Gel bracelets, plural of gel bracelet. Gel electrophoresis, a method for the separation of biological macromolecules such as protein or or nucleic acids. Gel pen, a pen which uses ink in which pigment is suspended in a water-based gel. Gel pens, plural of gel pen. Gelala, capable of being congealed or converted into jelly. Gelada, any of species Therapithecus gelata of Old World monkeys, distinguished from baboons by the bright patch of skin on their chests. Gelata, plural of gelata. Gelafondin, a solution of calcium chloride and sodium chloride with modified gelatin. Geland, a kind of andesol associated with very cold climates. Geland, terrain, area. Gelandalufer, a cross-country skier, a participant in cross-country skiing. Gelandesprung, a jump usually over an obstacle made in downhill skiing. Gelandesprung, alternative form of Gelandesprung. Gelandesprungs, plural of Gelandesprung. Gelandesprungs, plural of Gelandesprung. Gelans, plural of Geland. Jalas, alternative form of Gelant. Jalans, plural of Gelant. Xiaolao, a people who live predominantly in southwest China, primarily Guizhou province and Vietnam. Gelasian, a subdivision of the Pleistocene epoch. Gelasian diarchy, alternative spelling of Gelasian diarchy. Gelasian dualism, synonym of Gelasian diarchy. Gelasian diarchy, the doctrine traced back to Pope Gelasius I that there are two authorities governing human affairs, the spiritual authority of the church and the temporal authority of the empire or secular government. Gelasius, a male given name of historical usage, notably borne by Pope Gelasius I and Pope Gelasius Roman II. Gelesma, laughter personified. Gelas, one who tends to laugh, a laugher. Gelastic, pertaining to laughter, used in laughing or to be the subject of laughter. Gelastochorid, any member of the family Gelastochoridae, the toad bugs. Gelastochorids, plural of Gelastochorid. Gelasts, plural of gelasts. Gelate, to form a gel. Gelated, simple past and past participle of gelate. Gelateria, a shop that sells gelato Italian-style ice cream. Gelaterias, plural of gelateria. Gelatery, plural of gelateria. Gelates, third person singular simple present indicative of gelate. Gelati, plural of gelato. Gelatification, gelatinization. Gelatigenous, producing or yielding gelatin. Gelatin, a protein derived through partial hydrolysis of the collagen extracted from animal skin, bones, cartilage, ligaments, etc. Gelatin salad, synonym of congealed salad. Gelatin salads, plural of gelatin salad. Gelatinase, any of several proteolytic enzymes that catalyze the hydrolysis of gelatin. Gelatinases, plural of gelatinase. Gelatinate, to convert into gelatin or a gel-like substance. Gelatinated, simple past and past participle of gelatinate. Gelatinates, third person singular simple present indicative of gelatinate. Gelatinating, present participle and gerund of gelatinate. Gelatination, conversion into gelatin or gel-like substance. Gelatinations, plural of gelatination. Gelatine, alternative form of gelatin. Gelatine salad. Alternative spelling of gelatin salad. Gelatine salads. Plural of gelatine salad. Gelatined. Simple past and past participle of gelatin. Gelatine-like. Resembling or characteristic of gelatine. Gelatinous. Uncommon form of gelatinous. Gelatines. Plural of gelatine. Gelatin. Present participle and gerund of gelate. Gelatini. A jello shot served in a cocktail glass. Gelatiniferous. Yielding gelatine on boiling with water, capable of gelatination. Gelatinification. Synonym of gelatinization. Gelatinify. Simple past and past participle of gelatinify. Gelatinifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of gelatinify. Gelatiniform. Having the form of gelatin. Gelatinify. To make or become gelatinous. Gelatinifying. Present participle and gerund of gelatinify. Gelatining. Present participle and gerund of gelatin. Gelatines. Plural of gelatini. Gelatinization. Alternative spelling of gelatinization. Gelatinizations. Plural of gelatinization. Gelatinize. Alternative spelling of gelatinize. Gelatinize. Simple past and past participle of gelatinize. Gelatinizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of gelatinize. Gelatinizing. Present participle and gerund of gelatinize. Gelatinity. The quality of being gelatinous. Gelatinizability. The property of being gelatinizable. Gelatinizable. Capable of being gelatinized. Gelatinization. The act of making or becoming gelatinous. Gelatinizations. Plural of gelatinization. Gelatinize. To cause to become gelatinous. Gelatinize. Simple past and past participle of gelatinize. Gelatinizer. Any substance that gelatinizes another. Gelatinizers. Plural of gelatinizer. Gelatinizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of gelatinize. Gelatinizing. Present participle and gerund of gelatinize. Gelatin-like. Resembling or characteristic of gelatin. Gelatino. Gelatine. Gelatinogram. A cymogram made of gelatine. Gelatinograms. Plural of gelatinogram. Gelatinoid. Resembling gelatin, gelatinous. Gelatinoids. Plural of gelatinoid. Gelatinolysis. The enzymatic breakdown of gelatin. Gelatinolytic. Relating to or producing gelatinolysis. Gelatinose. Archaic form of gelatinous. Gelatinous. Gel-like. Gelatinously. In a gelatinous manner. Gelatinousness. The quality of being gelatinous. Gelatins. Plural of gelatin. Gelation. The formation of a solid by cooling, freezing. Gelation time. The amount of time required for the plastic encapsulant in its liquid form to transform into a gel. Gelation times. Plural of gelation time. Gelations. Plural of gelation. Gelativorous. That feeds on jellyfish. Gelato. An Italian variant of ice cream made from milk and sugar combined with other flavorings. The ingredients are supercooled while stirring to break up ice crystals as they form. Gelatoid, any albuminoid that can be dissolved in boiling water, producing a solution that gelatinizes on cooling. Gelatoids, plural of gelatoid. Gelator, any substance capable of forming a gel. Gelators, plural of gelator. Gelatos, plural of gelato. Yath, a surname. Jaladuos, an emperor of Ethiopia from 1540 until his death in 1559, and a member of the Solomonic dynasty. Geldstoff, alternative letter case form of Geldstoff. Gelbe, a bull or cow of a breed originating in Bavaria, Germany, in the mid-18th century. Gelbes, plural of gelbe. Gelcap, a pill where the medicine is held inside gelatin capsules. Gelcaps, plural of gelcap. Gelcoat, a material used to provide a high-quality finish on the visible surface of a fibrine forced composite, and often taking the form of a thermosetting polymer based on epoxy or unsaturated polyester resin chemistry. Gelcoats, plural of gelcoat. Del, money. Yeldability, the quality of being geldable or liable to taxation. Geldable, liable to the payment of taxes, subject to taxation. Geldenomycin, a particular benzoquinone and samycin antibiotic. Geldark, a surname. Gelde, simple past and past participle of geld. Gelder, one who gelds or castrates. Gelder rose, archaic form of gelder rose. Gelder roses, plural of gelder rose. Gelderland, a province of the Netherlands with Arnhem as capital. Geldermalsen, a village in Gelderland, Netherlands. Gelders, plural of gelder. Geldeston, a village and civil parish in South Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. West Grid Ref TM 3991. Gelde, a castrated male horse. Geldings, plural of gelding. Geldropmeerlo, a municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Geld, third person singular simple present indicative of geld. Geldzaler, a surname from German. Geldzalers, plural of Geldzaler. Ja, a traditional head tie native to Yoruba women of West Africa, Nigeria, Benin, and Togo. Gelachit, any moth in the family Gelachidae, twirler moths. Gelachiz, plural of Gelachia. Gelachia, any moth of the subfamily Gelachini. Gelachines, plural of Gelachii. Gelichioi, any moth of the superfamily Gelichioidea. Gelichioids, plural of Gelichioi. Jelly, any gelled suspension made for culinary purposes. Gelé, alternative spelling of jelly. Jellies, plural of jelly. Gelées, plural of gelée. Gelendzhik, a city in southern Russia on the Black Sea in Krasnodar Krai, famous for its resorts. Jalia Fize, characterized by a round, happy-looking face. Jat, young and weakly developed soils that form in very cold climates where permafrost is present near the surface, and that show minimal horizon formation due to limited biological activity and cryoturbation. Joa, a surname. Jellitz, plural of Jellernt. Jas, plural of Geo. Jelfen, a surname from Yiddish. Jelfens, plural of Jelfen. Jelfons constant. The value EPI approximately 23.1406923. Known to be transcendental. Jelfon-Schneider theorem, a theorem that establishes the transcendence of a large class of numbers, stating that if A and B are algebraic numbers with a not equal to 0, 1, and B irrational, then any value of a letter 1d47 is a transcendental number. Jalhart, a surname from German. Jalabalu, a city on the Gallipoli Peninsula in Turkey. Jelit, very cold, icy or frosty. Gelidaceous, belonging to the family Gelidaceae of algae. Gelidity, the state or quality of being gelid. Gelidly, in a gelid manner, coldly, icily. Gelidness, the state or quality of being gelid. Jellification, synonym of gelatinization. Jellifications, plural of jellification. Jellifluction, the seasonal freeze-thaw action upon waterlogging topsoils which induces downslope movement. Jellifluxional, of or relating to jellifluction. Jellifluxions, plural of jellifluction. Jellifluction, alternative form of jellifluction. Jellifracted, modified by jellifraction. Jellifraction, the mechanical breakup and churning of rock or soil due to repeated freezing and thawing of water within its cracks. Gelignite, an explosive mixture of nitroglycerine and nitrate absorbed onto a base of wood pulp. Gelignites, plural of gelignite. Gelila, alternative form of gelila. Gelila, the act or ceremony of scrolling the Torah back up after reading it. Gelano, a surname from French. Gelinos, plural of gelano. Gelinot, the hazel grouse. Gelinots, plural of gelinot. Geliophobia, fear of laughter. Gelisol, a kind of soil found in cold climates containing permafrost near the surface. Gelisols, plural of gelisol. Gelostagmic, having frozen subsoil that results in a surface buildup of water. Gelivable, awesome, incredible, amazing, extraordinary. Yeah, a surname. Gelman amnesia, synonym of Gelman amnesia effect. Gelman amnesia effect, the phenomenon of a person trusting newspapers for topics which that person is not knowledgeable about, despite recognizing the newspaper as being extremely inaccurate on certain topics which that person is knowledgeable about. Gelman amnesia effects, plural of Gelman amnesia effect. Gelable, alternative spelling of gelable. Gelen, a polysaccharide gum produced by the bacterium Sphingomonas elodea. Gelen gum, a polysaccharide gum produced by the bacterium Sphingomonas elodea. Used as an alternative to agar and as a food additive. Gelen gums, plural of gelen gum. Dot, a gelling or thickening agent. Gelents, plural of gelent. Shower, a surname. Shallotly, a surname. Ja, simple past and past participle of jal. Jaller, a German or Yiddish surname. Jallers, plural of jaller. Jallert, a surname. Jowix, plural of Jellard. Jales, without Jal. Gellibrand, a surname. Jales, plural of jelly. Jalef, jale. Jellification, alternative form of jellification. Jellifications, plural of jellification. Jellify, simple past and past participle of jellify. Jellifs, plural of jellif. Jellify, alternative form of jellify, convert to a gel. Jalagar, a village and community in Caerphilly Borough, County Borough, Wales, OS Grid Ref SD 1396. Jale, a surname. Gelling agent, any substance added to a food product to provide the texture of a gel. Gelling agents, plural of gelling agent. Jellings, a surname. Jal is a surname. Jellies, plural of jellies. Gelman, a surname from German. Gelmans, plural of Gelman. Gelner, a surname from German. Gelneret, of or relating to Ernest Gelner, 1925-1995, British Czech philosopher and social anthropologist. Gelders, plural of Gelner. Jala, a female demon or revenant who threatens the reproductive cycle by causing infertility, spontaneous abortion, and infant mortality. Jaus, plural of Jal. Jale, obsolete form of Jali. Jalma, a surname. Jalmans, plural of Gelman. Jali, a form of gelic spotasol. Gelogenic, inducing or provoking laughter, laughable. Jala, a kind of mollusol found in very cold climates. Jalals, plural of jalal. Gelometer, an instrument used to measure the strength of a gel or a jelly. Gelometers, plural of gelometer. Gelomuli, any of a series of cytotoxic abiotain diterpenoids present in the leaves of Gelonium equoreum. Gelomulides, plural of gelomuli. Jalon, a fully ordained Buddhist monastic observing the entire Vinaya. Jalonma, a female Jelon. Jalomas, plural of Jelonma. Jalais, plural of Jelong. Gelanin, a protein toxin found in the seeds of the Himalayan plant Gelonium multiflorum. Geloscopy, divination by means of laughter. Gellus, a gummy polysaccharide obtained from agar-agar and similar organisms. Jaluses, plural of jellos. Jousis, plural of jealousy. Gellosis, a localized hardening or stiffness of tissue after exposure to severe cold, supposedly caused by a colloidal change resulting in gel formation and increased viscosity in the protoplasm of cells. Jealousy, obsolete form of jealousy. Gelatological, of or relating to gelatology. Gelatologist, a person who studies humor and laughter. Gelatologists, plural of gelatologists. Gelatology, the study of humor and laughter and its effects on the body. Gelatophile, a person who actively seeks and establishes situations in which others may laugh at them. Gelatophiles, plural of gelatophile. Gelatopho, a person who experiences gelatophobia who fears being laughed at. Gelatophobes, plural of gelatopho. Gelatophobia, an abnormal and persistent fear of being laughed at. Gelatophobic, relating to gelatophobia. Gelatophobics, plural of gelatophobic. Jalpi, a surname from Catalan. Jalpis, plural of jalpi. Gelrite, a gel and gum used in place of agar. Yaus, plural of gel. Gelsamia, synonym of gelsamine. Gelsamic acid, alternative form of gelsamic acid. Gelsamine, an alkaloid obtained from the yellow jessamine, Gelsemium sempervirens. Gelsaminic, related to or derived from the yellow jasmine Gelsemium sempervirens. Gelsaminic acid, an acid derived from the yellow jasmine Gelsemium sempervirens and resembling esculin. Gelsemium, any of several flowering plants of the genus Gelsemium, many of which are poisonous. Gelsemiums, plural of Gelsemium. Gelsenkirchen, a city in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Gelsolin, an actin-binding protein that is a key regulator of actin filament assembly and disassembly. Gelsolens, plural of gelsolin. Yat, lunatic. Yat, plural of gelt. Jalai, a school of Buddhism founded by G. Tsongkhapa, a philosopher and Tibetan religious leader. Gelugpa chanting, an austere and restrained form of chanting practiced by the Gelug school of Buddhism. Gelvital, a particular mounting medium used in microscopy. Yo, initialism of ground effect machine. Yo, a native or resident of the American state of Idaho. Gem clip, a small, folded, wire or plastic device used to hold sheets of paper together. Gem clips, plural of gem clip. Gem County, one of 44 counties in Idaho, United States. County seat, Emmett. Gem cutter, alternative form of gem cutter. Gem cutters, plural of gem cutter. Gem stay, official nickname for Idaho, a state of the United States. Geometry, a decorative ornament in the shape of a small tree with leaves made from gemstones, believed to promote positive energy. Geometries, plural of gem tree. Gem cutter, alternative form of gem cutter. Gem cutters, plural of gem cutter. Jadal, a geminal deal. Jandales, any salt of a gendial. Gendals, plural of gemdial. Genus substituent effect, the effect of geminal substituents on the activity of the carbon atom to which they are attached. Genus substituent effects, plural of genus substituent effect. Gem-faced civet, synonym of mast palm civet. Gem-faced civets, plural of gem-faced civet. Gem hydrogenation, addition of hydrogen atoms to the same carbon. Gemech, a free loan fund for Orthodox Jews. Gemech, plural of gemech. Gemech, plural of gemech. Gemara, part of the Talmud, comprising rabbinical analysis of and commentary on the Mishnah. Gemaric, of or pertaining to the Gemara. Gemarists, someone versed in the Gemara or adhering to its teachings. Gemarists, plural of Gemarist. Gemas, a town in Tampin district, Negeri Sembilan, Malaysia. Gematria, a Kabbalistic method of interpreting Hebrew words based on numerical values of letters. Gematria, gematria, gematrias, plural of gematria. Gematria, pertaining to gematria or values obtained by it. Geometrical, geometric, geometrically, in a geometric or geometrical fashion, in terms of or by means of gematria. Gemate, plural of gematria. Gemo, the plant Malacra capitata. Gemazocine, an opioid antagonist of the benzomorphin family, never marketed. Gembella, a surname. Gemberling, a surname from German. Gemberlings, plural of Gemberling. Gembu, a city in Namur, Belgium. Gemcadiol, a particular lipid-regulating agent. Gemcitabine, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Gembitter, a lapidarist who cuts gems, usually precious or semi-precious, to make them suitable in size, shape, color, and appearance, usually for use in jewelry such as rings or earrings. Gembitters, plural of gembitter. Gemeinschaft, alternative form of Gemeinschaft. Gemeinschaften, plural of Gemeinschaft. Gemeinschafts, plural of Gemeinschaft. Gemeinschaftsgefühl, community, feeling, or social interest, used by Adlerine psychologists to describe the state of social connectedness and interest in the well-being of others that characterizes psychological health. Gemel, a twin also attributively. Gemel, divided into two. Gemelry, relating to twins. Gemel, alternative form of gemel. Gemel, alternative form of gemel, divided into two. Gemels, plural of gemel. Gemeliparity, the condition of being gemeliparous. Gemeliparous, producing twins. Gemological, of or pertaining to gemology. Gemology, the scientific study of twins and twinning. Gemos, plural of gemel. Gemipras, an analog of prostaglandin E1, used as a treatment for obstetric bleeding. Gemerald, internet content of good quality, but higher than that of a gem. Gemerald, plural of Gemerald. Gemmerbekel, a municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. Gemfibrosol, a drug CHO3 that regulates blood serum lipids and is used especially to lower the levels of triglycerides and increase the levels of HDLs. Gemfish, a bottom-dwelling fish of the family Gempelidae, inhabiting deep waters off southern Australia. Gembushes, plural of gemfish. Gemicalcone, an organic compound found in the tree Artocarpus data. Gemafloxacin, an oral broad-spectrum quinolone antibacterial agent used in the treatment of acute bacterial exacerbation of bronchitis and pneumonia. Gemagliptin, a particular gliptin drug. Geminal, describing identical atoms or groups attached to the same atom in a molecule. Geminal diamine, enaminal. Geminal diamines, plural of geminal diamine. Genital diol, any diol in which the two hydroxy functional groups are attached to the same carbon atom. Geminal diols, plural of geminal diol. Geminally, in a geminal manner. Geminate, forming a pair. Geminated, simple past and past participle of geminate. Geminately, in a geminate manner. Geminates, third person singular simple present indicative of geminate. Geminating, present participle and gerund of geminate. Geminatio vocalium, the process of indicating that a vowel is pronounced long by writing it twice, especially as was sometimes done in Latin due to influence from Oscan. Gemination, a doubling. Geminations, plural of gemination. Geminative, relating to or producing gemination. Gemini, a constellation of the zodiac traditionally taken to represent the pair of twins Castor and Pollux in Greek mythology. It contains the stars Castor, Pollux, and Alhina. Geminian, of or pertaining to the Gemini star sign. Geminians, plural of Geminian. Geminid, any meteor of a prolific meteor shower caused by the object 3,200 Phaethon and appearing to come from the radiant in the constellation of Gemini. Geminids, plural of Geminid. Geminiflorous, having the flowers arranged in pairs. Geminiform, having a structure consisting of two identical parts. Geminin, a nuclear protein that inhibits DNA replication. Geminis, plural of Gemini. Gemini, a triclinic mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, and oxygen. Geminiviral, of or relating to geminiviruses. Geminivirid, any virus of the family Geminiviridae. Geminivirids, plural of Geminivirid. Geminivirus, any of a group of plant viruses of the family Geminiviridae that have ambicin single-stranded circular DNA genomes. Geminiviruses, plural of Geminivirus. Geminology, the study of twins, gemology. Geminus, double, appearing or growing in pairs. Gemini, twins, a pair, a couple. Gemic, a mixture of various things, a melange. Gemicus, plural of gemish. Gemista, popular Greek dish of tomatoes and green peppers stuffed with rice, occasionally minced meat, is added accompanied by potatoes in tomato juice and olive oil. Gemisticide, a swollen, reactive astrocyte, usually appearing during acute injury and gradually shrinking in size. Gemisticytes, plural of gemistici. Gemisticytic, relating to gemisticytes. Genistocystoma, an astrocytoma containing gemisticytic astrocytes. Gemistocytomas, plural of gemistocytoma. Gemmas, without a gem or gems. Gemic, resembling a gem, thus often brilliant and compact. Obsolete spelling of gem. Gemma, a female given name from Italian. Gemmaceous, relating to or containing gemmy. Gemmy, plural of gemma. Gemmo, of or relating to gemmy. Duman, gentleman. Gemmery, of or pertaining to gems. Gemmas, plural of gemma. Gemme, having buds, reproducing by buds. Gemete, having buds. Gemets, third person singular simple present indicative of gemate. Gemitting, present participle and gerund of gemate. Gemation, asexual reproduction via gemmy. Gemations, plural of gemation. Gemative, of or relating to gemation. Gem, simple past and past participle of gem. Gemo, alternative form of gemel. Gemal, a surname. Gemels, plural of gemo. Gemals, plural of gemel. Gemen, plural of gemen. Gemius, resembling or relating to gems. Gemmer, one who mines for gems. Gemmeries, plural of gemmery. Gemmers, plural of gemmer. Gemmery, a cabinet in which jewels are stored. Tether, comparative form of gemmy, more gemmy. Gemist, superlative form of gemmy, most gemmy. Gemmiferous, producing gemmy or buds. Gemmification, the production of a bud or gem. Gemmifications, plural of gemmification. Gemmiform, resembling a gemma. Gemo, a surname. Gemels, plural of gemel. Gemoing, in a gemmy manner. Geminous, the state or quality of being gemmy, spruceness, smartness. Gemme, present participle and gerund of gem. Gemmiparity, reproduction by budding, gemmation. Gemmiparous, that reproduces by means of buds gemmy. Gemmiparously, in a gemmiparous manner. Gemmi, relating to a gemma, bud-like. Gemmological, alternative form of gemmological. Gemologist, alternative form of gemologist. Gemologists, plural of gemologists. Gemology, the branch of mineralogy that studies mineral gems and petrified gemstones. Gemotherapeutic, relating to gemotherapy. Gemotherapies, plural of gemotherapy. Gemotherapy, the use of remedies made from the embryonic tissue of various trees and shrubs or other meristematic parts. Gemula, alternative form of gemule in various senses. Gemulae, plural of gemula. Gemular, relating to a gemule. Gemulation, the production of gemules, reproduction via gemules. Gemulations, plural of gemulation. Gemu, synonym of gemma, an asexual reproductive structure as found in animals such as Hydra genus, Hydra, and plants such as Liverwort division Marchantia fida, consisting of a cluster of cells from which a new individual can develop. Gemmules, plural of gemule. Gemuliferous, bearing or producing gemmules or buds. Gemuliform, resembling a gemule. Gemma, pronunciation spelling of gentleman. Gemmet, full of gems, bright, glittering. Gemma, obsolete form of the Yamuna, a tributary of the Ganges. Gemological, of or pertaining to gemology. Gemologically, from a gemological perspective. Gemologist, an expert in gemology. Gemologists, plural of gemologists. Gemology, the art and science of gems. Gemonian, of or relating to the Gemonian stairs, a flight of steps used as a place of execution in ancient Rome. Gemonic, the spelling of genomic. Gemini, alternative form of Jiminy. Jebuth, alternative form of Gemot. Gemuts, plural of gemut. Gemora, alternative form of gemara. Gemora, alternative form of gemara. Gemora, alternative form of gemara. Yamai, a legislative or judicial assembly in Anglo-Saxon England. Gemut, alternative form of gemat. Gemuts, plural of gemut. Yemats, plural of gemat. Gempelit, any fish of the escalar family, Gempelidae. Gempelids, plural of gempelit. Gempelitoxic, relating to gempelotoxism. Gempelotoxism, poisoning caused by eating gempelid fish. Yao, plural of gem. Gems, plural of gem. Gemspy, a large African antelope Oryx gazella. Gemsbok bean, a long-lived perennial legume of species Tylus esculentum, native to arid areas of southern Africa, having yellow-orange flowers and producing ovate to circular pods with large brownish-black seeds. Gemsbok beans, plural of gemsbok bean. Gemsbok cucumber, an edible African melon, Acanthocycios naudaninus. Gemsbok cucumbers, plural of gemsbok cucumber. Gemsboks, plural of gemsbok. Gemspire, alternative form of gemspok. Gemspoks, plural of gemspok. Gemsetter, a person employed to mount gemstones in their settings. Gemetters, plural of gensitter. Gensiding, the art or trade of mounting gemstones in their settings. Gemchor, an instrument of the ocarina family, historically made from the horn of a chamois, goat, or other animal. Gemchorns, plural of gemchorn. Gemsmith, a maker or worker of gems, a jeweler. Gemsmiths, plural of gemsmith. Gemsona, a crystal gem or regular gem alter ego or self-insert character created by a fan. Gemstones, plural of gemsona. Gemstone, a gem usually made of minerals. Gemstone tree, gem tree. Gemstone trees, plural of gemstone tree. Gemstone, decorated with one or more gemstones. Gemstones, plural of gemstone. Gentuzumab ozogamicin, a monoclonal antibody targeting CD33, having a cytotoxic calicimicin class agent attached, which was used to treat acute myelogenous leukemia until withdrawn out of lethal toxicity. Gemuitle, alternative form of gemuitle. Gemuitlichgate, alternative form of gemuitlichgate. Gemel, alternative form of humal. Gemels, plural of gemel. Gemünden am Main, a town in Lower Franconia, Bavaria, Germany. Gemudi, alternative form of gomedy fibrous substance. Gemutle, alternative spelling of gemutle. Gemutle, comfortable, cozy, pleasant. Gemutlichgate, the state or fact of being gemutlit, middle-class niceness or coziness, hospitality. Gemutlichgate, alternative form of gemutlichgate. Gemwork, ornamentation with gems, jewelry. Gemride, a worker in gems, a jeweler. Gemrites, plural of gemrite. Gemicircularvirus, any of the genus Gemicircularvirus of DNA viruses. Gemicircularviruses, plural of Gemicircularvirus. Gemicipivirus. Any virus of the genus Gemicipivirus, often associated with animals or insects. Gemicipiviruses, plural of Gemicipivirus. J. Initialism of group exemption number. J. A Niger-Congo language of Togo. Gen AI, clipping of generative AI. Gen AIs, plural of Gen AI. Gen Alpha, Generation Alpha. Gen Alphas, plural of Gen Alpha. Gen Beta, Generation Beta. Gen Betas, plural of Gen Beta. Gen Ed, alternative form of Gen Ed. Gen Ed, abbreviation of General Education. Gen Pop, alternative form of Gen Pop. Gen Up, to study in detail, to familiarize oneself with all available information. Gen X, clipping of Generation X. Gen Xer, alternative form of Gen Zer. Gen Zer, alternative form of Gen Zer. Gen Zers, plural of Gen Zer. Gen Y, clipping of Generation Y. Gen Ys, plural of Gen Y. Gen Z, clipping of Generation Z. Gen Z shape, a trend in social media in which a member of Generation Z initiates the recording of a video before placing their phones on a stable surface, causing the video to shake at the beginning. Gen Zer, alternative form of Gen Zer. Gen Zer, alternative form of Gen Zer. Gen Z, alternative form of Gen Z. Gen Zer, alternative form of Gen Zer. Gen Zers, plural of Gen Zer. Gen Zs, plural of Gen Z. Gen Zer, alternative form of Gen Zer. Gen Zers, plural of Gen Zer. Gen Zs, plural of Gen Z. Yeah, abbreviation of general. Thus, plural of gen. General, pronunciation spelling of general. Generals, plural of general. Genet, alternative form of gen. Ed. Gen X, alternative form of Gen X. Gen Zer, a member of Generation X. Gen Zers, plural of Gen Zer. Gen Z, alternative form of Gen Z. Gen Zer, alternative form of Gen Zer. Gen Zers, plural of Gen Zer. Gen Zer, a member of Generation Z. Gen Zers, plural of Gen Zer. Chud, abbreviation of General Military rank. Chud Climaco, a barangay of Toledo, Cebu, Philippines. Chud, alternative form of Gen Ed. Gen Ed, alternative form of Gen Ed. Janet Espinal, new genus and species. Yera, a female given name, a rare variant of Gina or short form of Genevieve. Jenny, plural of Gina. Gen AI, alternative form of Gen AI. Gen AIs, plural of Gen AI. Yana, of or relating to the cheeks. Jenna, acronym of General American. Gentamicin, misspelling of gentamicin. Genau, A surname. Genaus, plural of Gen. Jena, alternative form of Jena. Jena, a smooth worsted yarn or cord used in the manufacture of braid, fringe, etc. Jena, simple past and past participle of Jena. Jenaps, plural of Jena. Jenapping, present participle and gerund of Jena. Jenaps, plural of Jena. Denarian, an elderly person, especially one over the age of 60. Genarians, plural of genarian. Genosaurian, any dinosaur of the clade Genosauria. Gengeli, a surname from Italian. Gengeles, plural of Genkeli. Gensitabine, misspelling of Gensitabine. Janko, a surname. Jankos, plural of Janko. Jud, abbreviation of gender. Jendal, a surname. Jenda, alternative form of Kentang. Gendangs, plural of Gendang. Gendarme, a member of the gendarmerie, a military body charged with police duties. Gendarmerie, a military body charged with police duties among the civilian population. Gendarmeries, plural of gendarmerie. Gendarmerie, alternative spelling of gendarmerie. Gendarmes, plural of gendarme. Gendarasa, the will-lead Justicia Gendarasa. Gendal, a surname. Gentleman, a surname. Gender, sex a category, either male or female, into which sexually or producing organisms are divided on the basis of their reproductive roles in their species. Gender, alternative form of gender, an Indonesian musical instrument resembling a xylophone used in gamelan music. Gender affirmation surgeries, plural of gender affirmation surgery. Gender affirmation surgery, synonym of gender affirming surgery. Gender asterisk, synonym of gender star. Gender asterisks, plural of gender asterisk. Gender baiting, the enforcement of gender norms by disparaging or marginalizing those that violate them. Gender bender, a person who dresses in the clothes of another sex, or in clothes which make their gender identity ambiguous. Gender benders, plural of gender bender. Gender binaries, plural of gender binary. Gender binary, a gender system in which people are categorized in terms of gender and often also sex exclusively as either male or female. Gender blind, alternative spelling of gender blind. Gender budgeting, gender mainstreaming used when formulating a budget. Gender card, the invocation of a person's gender in a discussion in order to gain sympathy or an advantage in that discussion. Gender cards, plural of gender card. Gender changer, a coupling device that allows two male or two female connectors to be joined together. Gender changers, plural of gender changer. Gender cleavage, social assortment by gender, in particular during middle childhood, when children are most likely to prefer playmates of their own gender. Gender confirmation surgeries, plural of gender confirmation surgery. Gender confirmation surgery, synonym of gender affirming surgery. Gender critical, alternative form of gender critical. Gender criticals, plural of gender critical. Gender diverse, Having a diversity of genders. For example, describing a corporate board with not only men, but also women. Gender dysphoria, a profound and persistent unhappiness caused by having characteristics, body parts, clothing, etc. of, or being perceived as, a gender different from one's gender identity, experienced especially by transgender people. Gender dysphorias, plural of gender dysphoria. Gender envy, a sense of joy felt when noticing someone else's gender expression. Secondhand gender euphoria. Gender euphoria, the profound feeling of joy and comfort that some transgender people and others feel when their internal gender identity aligns with their external gender presentation. Gender expression, a person's selection of behavior, mannerisms, interests, and appearance that are associated with gender in a particular cultural context. Gender expressions, plural of gender expression. Gender fluidity, the quality of being gender fluid. Gender gap, a measurable difference between the pay, status, political preferences, etc. of men and women. Gender gaps, plural of gender gap. Gender horde, a group of gender identities that a person chooses to adopt. Gender hordes, plural of gender horde. Gender identities, plural of gender identity. Gender identity, an individual's internal sense of self as belonging to a particular gender or genders, or to no gender. Gender identity disorder, a condition in which the patient experiences significant gender dysphoria, the diagnostic classification most commonly applied to transgender/transsexual people. Gender identity disorders, plural of gender identity disorder. Gender identity syndrome, gender identity disorder. Gender ideologies, plural of gender ideology. Gender ideology, the set of roles and assumptions in a particular culture that are associated with gender and pertain to non-sexual activities, such as occupation, appropriate expressions of emotion, etc. Gender inclusivity, the fact or state of being gender inclusive, gender neutrality. Gender incongruence, a condition in which the gender identity of a person does not align with the gender assigned at birth. Gender is between your ears, not between your legs. Gender only exists as a social construct and is not confined to one's birth sex. Gender mainstreaming, a public policy concept to achieve gender equality. Gender mender, synonym of gender changer electronic coupling device. Gender menders, plural of gender mender. Gender minorities, plural of gender minority. Gender minority, a person who is not a binary cisgender person, i.e. a transgender or non-binary person, or these people collectively. Also used attributively. Gender neutral, alternative spelling of gender neutral. Gender neutrality, the fact or state of being gender neutral. Gender nonconforming, alternative form of gender nonconforming. Gender nonconforming, alternative form of gender nonconforming. Gender nonconformity, gender expression, identity, or behavior that is not in accordance with traditional masculine or feminine gender norms. Gender pain bump, synonym of slenthem. Gender pain bumps, plural of gender pain bun. Gender presentation, synonym of gender expression. Gender presentations, plural of gender presentation. Gender realignment surgery, synonym of gender affirming surgery. Gender reallocation surgeries, plural of gender reallocation surgery. Gender reallocation surgery, synonym of sex reassignment surgery. Gender reassignment. The process of changing one's sex, usually by a combination of medicinal and surgical means. Sex change. Gender reassignment surgery. Synonym of gender-affirming surgery. Gender reassignments. Plural of gender reassignment. Gender recognition. The process of changing a person's official documents to match their gender identity. Gender recognition certificate. An official record of a person's legal change of gender identity. Gender recognitions. Plural of gender recognition. Gender reveal. An event at which the sex of an expected baby is revealed to family and friends as being either male or female, often by means of a cake, balloons, etc. Colored blue for male or pink for female. Gender reveals. Plural of gender reveal. Gender role. A set of expected behaviors and attitudes associated with a specific gender. Gender roles. Plural of gender role. Gender star. An asterisk used to separate gendered inflections in the German language to make words gender neutral. Gender stars. Plural of gender star. Gender studies. An academic discipline which analyzes constructions of gender and sexuality in society with reference to other sociological characteristics like class, education, ethnicity, nationality, religion, etc. Gender swap. Alternative form of gender swap. Gender swaps. Alternative form of gender swaps. Gender theory. Gender studies. Gender transition. Process or act of changing one's gender role or physical characteristics by social, medical, or legal methods to conform to one's identified gender rather than the sex assigned at birth. Gender transitions. Plural of gender transition. Gender vague. Alternative form of gender vague. Gender affected. Designating a sport where the physical differences between the sexes represent a significant advantage or disadvantage for players of each sex. Gender affirming. Inducing a change in the physical gender characteristics, whether surgically, pharmaceutically, or otherwise, typically of a transgender or intersex person. Gender affirming surgeries. Plural of gender affirming surgery. Gender affirming surgery. A surgical procedure that alters a person's physical sexual characteristics to conform with their gender identity. Gender baiting. Alternative form of gender baiting. Gender balanced. Having an equal or nearly equal number of males and females. Gender bender. Alternative form of gender bender. Gender benders. Plural of gender bender. Gender binary. Synonym of binary, having or pertaining to a gender identity represented by the gender binary, either male or female. Gender blind. Having the quality of ignoring gender, such as organizations that accept and slash or house people together without discriminating on the basis of gender. Gender critical. Critically examining the role of gender in a text, a person's experiences, etc. Gender critical feminism. A branch of feminism that regards sex as a binary and unchangeable biological characteristic, rejects the concept of gender identity, and generally views transgender people as belonging to the sex they were assigned at birth. Gender critical feminist. An adherent or proponent of gender critical feminism. Gender critical feminists. Plural of gender critical feminists. Gender dysphoric. Relating to or suffering from gender dysphoria. Gender expansive. Believing in or conforming to notions of gender that go beyond the traditional gender binary. Gender flip. Synonym of gender swap. Gender fluid. Alternative form of gender fluid. Gender free. A gender, being neither male nor female nor any third gender, free of gender. Gender inclusive, pertaining to or applicable to all genders, not restricted by gender. Gender neutral. Gender neutral, not having, indicating, or being restricted on the basis of gender. Gender neutrality, alternative form of gender neutrality. Gender neutralize, to render something gender neutral. Gender neutrally, in a gender neutral manner. Gender nonconforming, having a gender expression not in accordance with traditional masculine or feminine gender norms. Gender role, alternative spelling of gender role. Gender safe, supporting or welcoming all people regardless of gender identity. Gender specific, referring to a word or expression that refers to one gender only. Gender specifically, in a gender-specific manner. Gender swapping, alternative form of gender swapping. Gender vague, of uncertain or ambiguous gender, not revealing gender or sexuality. Genderable, capable of having a gender assigned or identified. Genderal, related to gender. Gender bend, synonym of gender swap. Gender bender, alternative form of gender bender. Gender benders, plural of gender bender. Gender bending, the changing of a character's gender within a story. Gender bends, plural of gender bend. Gender bendy, gender bending. Genderant, simple past and past participle of gender bend. Gender blind, alternative form of gender blind. Genderbread people. Plural of genderbread person. Genderbread person, a simple diagram of a person with symbols over the brain, heart, and groin to represent a person's gender identity, orientation, and biological sex as separate aspects of the person, with a further label indicating outward gender expression. Gendercidal, of or relating to gender side. Gendercide, the killing of humans or other organisms because of their gender. Gendercides, plural of gendercide. Gendercrit, a person who holds gender-critical views. Gendercrits, plural of gendercrit. Gendercritter, a gender-critical or trans-exclusionary feminist. Gendercritters, plural of gendercritter. Gender, simple past and past participle of gender assigned gender to. Gendered knowledge, according to feminist studies and gender studies, mainstream knowledge that is produced by men and privileges the masculine over the feminine. Genderness, the quality of having gender. Genderer, one who or that which engenders or brings on something. Genderers, plural of genderer. Gender-free, having a gender fluidity that does not include male or masculine gender identities or presentations. Gender fluid, not having a fixed gender, having a gender which changes from time to time. Gender fluidity, alternative form of gender fluidity. Gender flux, having a gender identity which fluctuates either in intensity or between multiple genders. Gender-free, alternative spelling of gender-free. Genderfuck, the conscious effort to subvert traditional notions of gender identity and gender roles. Genderfucked, simple past and past participle of genderfuck. Genderfucker, one who genderfucks fucks with gender. One who subverts traditional notions of gender identity and gender roles. Genderfuckers, plural of genderfucker. Genderfucking, present participle and gerund of genderfuck. Genderfucks, plural of genderfuck. Genderfucky, gender bending. Tending to genderfuck. Genderic, relating to gender. Genderific, involving or indicating gender. Gendering, present participle and gerund of gender. Genderings, plural of gendering. Genderization, alternative form of genderization. Genderizations, plural of genderization. Genderize, alternative form of genderize. Genderize, simple past and past participle of genderize. Genderizes, third person singular simple present indicative of genderize. Genderizing, present participle and gerund of genderize. Genderism, a belief that gender is rigid, usually a belief that it is binary, comprising male and female, and that the aspects of a person's gender are inherently linked to their sex at birth. Genderisms, plural of genderism. Genderists, one who discriminates based on gender. Genderists, plural of genderists. Genderization, the process or result of genderizing. Genderizations, plural of genderization. Genderize, to bestow gender upon, to make male or female, or assign masculine or feminine qualities to. Genderize, simple past and past participle of genderize. Genderizes, third person singular simple present indicative of genderize. Genderizing, present participle and gerund of genderize. Gendoin, an imagined land which is a corporealization of gender stereotypes, transgender issues, etc. Gendolect, a dialect associated with a particular gender. Genderlectal, relating to a genderlect. Genderlects, plural of genderlect. Genderless, without a gender in its various senses. Genderlessly, without gender, with no specific gender. Genderlessness, the state or condition of being genderless, lack of gender. Genderlike, resembling or characteristic of gender. Gendole, according to or with regard to gender. Gender neutral, alternative spelling of gender neutral. Genderology, the study of gender, gender roles, or gender relations. Genderphobia, fear, dislike, or hatred of gender nonconforming individuals or behavior. Genderplay, transgression against traditional gender roles. Genderpunk, synonym of genderfuck. Genderquake, a fundamental shift of power from men to women. Genderquakes, plural of genderquake. Genderqueer, not exclusively male or female, having or pertaining to a gender identity which is not represented by the gender binary. Genderqueer, simple past and past participle of genderqueer. Genderqueering, present participle and gerund of genderqueer. Genderqueerness, the quality or state of being genderqueer. Genderqueers, plural of genderqueer. Genders, a surname from Old French. Genders, plural of gender. Genderscape, the landscape or variety of gender within a particular context. The attitudes, roles, and beliefs about gender in a culture. Genderscapes, plural of genderscape. Genderses, plural of genders. Gendersex, sex or gender, a division of organisms into masculine, feminine, and possibly others by sexual or social characteristics. Genderspeak, gender-neutral language or communication. Genderspecial, a person who affects an unusual or marginalized gender identity for perceived social benefit. Genderspecials, plural of genderspecial. Gendersoi, an instance of changing a fictional character's biological sex or gender identity from the canonical norm. Gender swapped. Simple past and past participle of gender swap. Gender swapping. The practice or act of assuming a different sex and slant or gender identity than one's actual sex and slant or gender identity, especially in a virtual setting. Gender swaps. Plural of gender swap. Gender trash. People of gender identities or gender expressions not represented by the gender binary or conventional conceptions of gender. Gender vague. Having a gender identity linked to one's neurodivergence, particularly autism. Gender word. Gender nonconforming. Gender-wise. In terms of gender. Gendery. Of, related to, or characteristic of gender. Gendi. A person who is deeply invested in novel gender identities and the subversion of traditional gender ideology. Gendis, plural of gendi. Genlinian, of or relating to Eugene Genlin, 1926-2017, American philosopher and psychotherapist. Gendro, a surname. Gendros, plural of gendro. Gendron, a surname. Gendrins, plural of gendrin. The anime. The ship of characters Gendry and Arya Stark from the A Song of Ice and Fire novel series and its television adaptation Game of Thrones. Gendi Nooch, gender neutral. They, a unisex given name. Jane Autry, a town in Carter County, Oklahoma, United States. Gene Bank, a repository for genetic material. Gene banks, plural of gene bank. Gene cassette, a DNA sequence which can exist by itself in circular form or can be integrated into an integrin. Gene cassettes, plural of gene cassette. Gene drive, the process or result of causing a gene to spread rapidly through a population, especially the use of one or more molecular tools to stimulate biased inheritance of particular genes to alter entire populations of sexually reproducing organisms. Gene drives, plural of gene drive. Gene expression, the transcription and translation of a gene into messenger RNA and thus into a protein. It may be lesser or greater depending on many epigenetic factors. Gene expressions, plural of gene expression. Gene families, plural of gene family. Gene family, a group of closely related genes that make similar gene products. Gene flow, transfer of alleles or genes from one population to another. Gene flows, plural of gene flow. Gene con, a device for delivering exogenous DNA transgenes to cells. Gene pool, the complete set of unique alleles that would be found by inspecting the genetic material of every living member of a species or population. Gene pools, plural of gene pool. Gene product, RNA or protein product of a gene. Gene products, plural of gene product, referring to the products of different genes. Gene silencing, any mechanism or technique, either in nature or by human agency, by which the expression of a gene is either fully or almost fully prevented. Gene splicing, a technique in which fragments of DNA often from different individuals or species are combined to form recombinant DNA, especially as a part of genetic engineering. Gene splicings, plural of gene splicing. Gene therapies, plural of gene therapy. Gene therapy, any of several therapies involving the insertion of genes into a patient's cells in order to replace defective ones. Gene transcription, the copying of DNA segments into RNA by RNA polymerase as the first stage of gene expression. Gene transcriptions, plural of gene transcription. Gene transfer, transfer of genes between organisms, either horizontally between organisms in a manner other than reproduction, or vertically from the parental generation to offspring via sexual or asexual reproduction. Gene transfers, plural of gene transfer. Gene trap, a mutation inserted into an intron in order to identify individual genes. Gene traps, plural of gene trap. Gene alter, synonym of genetically modified. Gen engineer, synonym of genetically modified. Gene manipulated, synonym of genetically modified. Gene modify, synonym of genetically modified. Gene napper, a person who appropriates DNA or other genetic material from another human being with permission with the intent of uncovering private information. Gene nappers, plural of gene napper. Geneagenesis, synonym of metagenesis. Geneagenetic, relating to geneagenesis. Geneagram, alternative form of genogram. Geneagrams, plural of geneagram. Abbreviation of genealogy. Genealogic, archaic form of genealogical. Genealogical, of or relating to genealogy. Genealogically, using genealogical methods. Genealogic, obsolete form of genealogic. Genealogies, plural of genealogy. Genealogize, alternative form of genealogize. Genealogize, simple past and past participle of genealogize. Genealogizes, third person singular simple present indicative of genealogize. Genealogizing, present participle and gerund of genealogize. Genealogist, a person who studies or practices genealogy, an expert in genealogy. Genealogists, plural of genealogists. Genealogize, to investigate family lineage. Genealogize, simple past and past participle of genealogize. Genealogizer, one who genealogizes. Genealogizers, plural of genealogizer. Genealogizes, third person singular simple present indicative of genealogize. Genealogizing, present participle and gerund of genealogize. Genealogy, the descent of a person, family, or group from an ancestor or ancestors, lineage or pedigree. Genealogy, the chief of a family, clan, or tribe. Genealogy, plural of genealogy. A retainer, vassal, one who holds lands of a superior either by service or payment of rent. Genealogy, plural of geniat. Genibank, alternative form of gene bank. Genibanks, plural of genibank. Genochip, a microarray used in analyzing genomes. Genochips, plural of genochip. Genocitin, misspelling of geneticin. Gynecologic, relating to gynecology. Gynecological, relating to gynecology. Gynecologically, in terms of gynecology. Gynecologies, plural of gynecology. Gynecologist, one who studies gynecology. Gynecologists, plural of gynecologists. Gynecology, a branch of ecology dealing with genetic variation in different environments. Genoflow, the transfer of alleles or genes between populations. Genoflows, plural of genoflow. Yamas, without genes. Genelet, a very small gene, especially one whose function can be switched. Genelets, plural of genelet. Genli, resembling or characteristic of genes. Genel, a surname. Genel, plural of genel. Genengineer, alternative form of gengineer. Genengineer, alternative form of gengineered. Genengineering, alternative form of gengineering. Genengineers, plural of genengineer. Genealogy, misspelling of genealogy. Genipool, alternative form of gene pool. Genipools, plural of genipool. Generer, plural of genus. Generability, capability of being generated. Generable, capable of being generated or created. Generables, plural of generable. General, alternative letter case form of general in its various senses. General American, the form of pronunciation of the English language considered to be typical of the United States, largely derived from a Midwestern accent. General anesthesia, alternative spelling of general anesthesia. General anesthetic, alternative spelling of general anesthetic. General anesthetics, plural of general anesthetic. General anesthesia, a type of anesthesia that causes loss of sensation to the whole body, usually to the point of unconsciousness. General anesthetic, an anesthetic substance that causes loss of sensation to the whole body, usually to the point of unconsciousness. General anesthetics, plural of general anesthetic. General assemblies, plural of general assembly. General Assembly, synonym of United Nations General Assembly. General Assembly, formal meeting of all members of an organization. General availability, a release of software which is good enough to be made available outside the originating company to the general public. General aviation, the section of the aviation industry that excludes both military and commercial passenger transport, for example sightseeing, pleasure flights, etc. General cargo, goods that are stowed in a ship in individually counted units and recorded on different bills of lading, and distinct from bulk cargo or cargo in containers, now largely superseded by containerization of goods. General cargoes, plural of general cargo. General cargoes, plural of general cargo. General Carrera, a former department of Chile. General Certificate of Secondary Education, a British qualification taken by secondary school students in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. General Classification, the overall standings in a bicycle stage race based on a rider's total elapsed time in all stages of the race, with the lowest time being the leader. General Classifications, plural of general classification. General Continued Fraction, a generalized continued fraction. General Continued Fractions, plural of general continued fraction. General Contractor, A contractor hired to manage a project and to hire subcontractors. If a customer serves as their own general contractor, then this means they undertake the management tasks and the hiring of subcontractors. General contractors. Plural of general contractor. General counsel. The chief in-house lawyer for a company or a governmental department. General counsels. Plural of general counsel. General creditor. Synonym of unsecured creditor. General creditors. Plural of general creditor. General delivery. The issuing of postal mail to recipients from a post office counter rather than by delivering it to their addresses. General direction. Alternative form of general management. General directions. Plural of general direction. General education. Education in a number of important subjects taught in schools. General election. An election usually held at regular intervals in which candidates are elected in all or most constituencies or electoral districts of a nation. General elections. Plural of general election. General Emilio Aguinaldo, a municipality of Cavite, Philippines. General Emilio F. Aguinaldo Lower Quirino Magsaysay, a barangay of Baguio, Benguet, Philippines. General equilibrium, a state of simultaneous equilibrium as analyzed in several or many interacting markets in an economy. General Asco, a barangay of Nogon, Oriental Mindoro, Philippines. General formula, the molecular formula of a class of compounds in which actual numbers are represented by X and etc. and organic radicals are represented as Rn. General formulae, plural of general formula. General formulas, plural of general formula. General goods, synonym of groceries. General government, an occupation zone established by Nazi Germany in parts of Poland including areas that are now part of Ukraine. General hospital, a hospital which is not specialized in a specific form of care, but has a broad array of services, functioning in most areas of hospital care. General hospitals, plural of general hospital. General insurance, a form of insurance that is not contingent on the death or survival of a person. Sometimes excludes health insurance as well. Common personal forms include car insurance, home insurance, and travel insurance, alongside a range of commercial types of insurance. General insurances, plural of general insurance. General insurer, an insurance company that provides general insurance policies. General insurers, plural of general insurer. General intelligent action, synonym of artificial general intelligence. General intelligent actions, plural of general intelligent action. General issue, a simple denial of the entire charge, such as not guilty. General issues, plural of general issue. General knowledge, the wide body of information that a person acquires from education and from life, much of which may be trivial. General ledger, the central accounting record of a company or organization consisting of the accounts that support the value items shown in the major financial statements. General ledgers, plural of general ledger. General line, the orthodox political positions of a communist party. General linear group, for a given field F and order n, the group of invertible n times n matrices with a group operation of matrix multiplication. General linear groups, plural of general linear group. General lines, plural of general line. General luna, a name of several barangays in Baguio, Banked, Philippines. General MacArthur, a municipality of Eastern Samar, Philippines. General Malvar, a barangay of Catarman, Northern Samar, Philippines. General Mamerto Natividad, a municipality of Nueva Ecija, Philippines. General management, the overall management of an organization's activities. General managements, plural of general management. General manager, a manager with overall responsibility for an organization or a distinct unit of an organization. General managers, plural of general manager. General Mariano Alvarez, a municipality of Cavite, Philippines. General Nakar, a municipality of the province of Quezon, Philippines. General of Aviation, general officer rank that can be found in some air forces around the world, with varying comparative ranking. General of the Air Force, a commissioned military officer of the highest rank in the United States Air Force NATO grade of 10. This rank is currently out of use. General of the Army, a commissioned military officer of the highest rank in the United States, ranking directly above a general and corresponding to marshal or field marshal in other countries. A general of the Army is equal in grade or rank to an admiral of the fleet. General Office, an administrative political organ in communist governments responsible for communications, scheduling, agenda preparation, etc. General Officer, an officer above the rank of colonel. General officers, plural of general officer. General offices, plural of general office. General Packet Radio Service, a packet-oriented mobile data service available to users of Global System for Mobile Communications (GSM) and is 136 mobile phone. It provides data rates from 56 up to 114 kilobits per second. General paralysis, synonym of general paralysis of the insane. General paralysis of the insane, synonym of general paralysis of the insane. General paralysis, short form of general paralysis of the insane. General paralysis of the insane, a neuropsychiatric disorder caused by late-stage syphilis and characterized by fatigue, headaches, insomnia, personality changes, delusions, etc. General partnership, a business partnership in which each partner is liable for the firm's debts. General partnerships, plural of general partnership. General population, the general public. General populations, plural of general population. General practice, the conduct of a profession, especially medicine or law, as a general practitioner without a specialty. General practices, plural of general practice. General practitioner, a physician who provides primary care, treating acute and chronic illnesses and providing preventive care and health education, a family doctor. General practitioners, plural of general practitioner. General public, those members of the public who have no special role in a particular area, such as an airport, hospital, or railway station. There will typically be restrictions on their access. General quarters, a maximum alert level issued on a warship for all personnel to prepare for immediate combat, the state of a warship at maximum combat readiness. General relativity, a theory extending special relativity and uniformly accounting for gravity and accelerated frames of reference, postulating that spacetime curves in the presence of mass. General responsibility assignment software patterns, principle that consists of a set of guidelines for assigning responsibility to classes and objects. General responsibility assignment software principles, synonym of general responsibility assignment software patterns. General retainer, A fee paid to secure a priority of claim on a council services. General retainers, plural of general retainer. General Santos, a city in South Cotabato, Sargen, Mindanao, Philippines. General secretaries, plural of general secretary. General secretaries, plural of general secretary. General secretary, chief officer or leader of a political party or organization, especially in communist contexts. General secretary, alternative letter case form of general secretary. General semantics, an educational discipline based on the notion that certain techniques can enhance one's ability to evaluate and respond to the world. General staff, a group of officers in charge of an army under the control of the commander-in-chief. General staffs, plural of general staff. General store, a store which sells a large variety of useful things without specializing highly in any particular type of merchandise and which is not departmentalized. General stores, plural of general store. General strike, a coordinated work stoppage by a substantial proportion of the workers of a particular city, region, or state, normally to achieve economic or political goals. General strikes, plural of general strike. General studies, a school subject that assesses reading and writing skills and awareness of current affairs. General superior, alternative form of superior general. General superiors, plural of general superior. General surgery, a surgical specialty that focuses on abdominal contents including the esophagus, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, liver, pancreas, gallbladder and bile ducts, and often the thyroid gland and certain diseases of the skin. General Tao, alternative form of General Tao chicken. General Tao chicken, synonym of General Tso's chicken. General Tao's, alternative form of General Tao chicken. General Tao's chicken, alternative form of General Tao chicken. General Tinio, a municipality of Nueva Ecija, Philippines. General Trias, a city in Cavite, Philippines. General Tso, alternative form of General Tso's chicken. General Tso chicken, alternative form of General Tso's chicken. General Tso's, alternative form of General Tso's chicken. General Tso's chicken, a sweet and spicy dish of deep-fried chicken, popular in Chinese restaurants in North America. General warrant, a warrant issued without naming any specific person, which can be issued to anyone suspected of an offense. General warrants, plural of general warrant. General Zionism, the dominant trend within the Zionist movement from the First Zionist Congress in 1897 until after the First World War. General-in-Chief, a military rank or title in various armed forces. General purpose, for general purposes, all purpose. Generalcies, plural of generalcy. Generalcy, the rank or office of a general. General, simple past and past participle of general. Generaless, a female general. Generalises, plural of generalis. Generalia, generalities, general terms. Generaling, present participle and gerund of general. Generalizability, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of generalizability. Generalizable, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of generalizable. Generalization, the formulation of general concepts from specific instances by abstracting common properties. Generalizations, plural of generalization. Generalize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of generalize. Generalizable. Misspelling of generalizable. Generalized. Alternative spelling of generalized. Generalized circle. Alternative form of generalized circle. Generalized circles. Plural of generalized circle. Generalizer. Alternative form of generalizer. Generalizers. Plural of generalizer. Generalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of generalize. Generalizability. Misspelling of generalizability. Generalizing. Present participle and gerund of generalize. Generalism. Generalization. Lack of specialization. Generalisms. Plural of generalism. Generalissima. Plural of generalissimus. Generalissimes. Plural of generalissima. Generalissimi. Plural of generalissimo. Generalissimo. A supreme commander of the armed forces of a country, especially one who is also a political leader. Generalissimos. Plural of generalissimo. Generalissimosship. The position or office of a generalissimo. Generalissimoship. Plural of generalissimoship. Generalissimus. Synonym of generalissimo. Generalist. A person with a broad general knowledge, especially one with more than superficial knowledge in several areas and the ability to combine ideas from diverse fields. Generalistic. Of or pertaining to a generalist. Generalists. Plural of generalist. Generalities. Plural of generality. Generality. The quality of being general. Generalizabilities. Plural of generalizability. Generalizability. The quality of being generalizable. Generalizable. Capable of being generalized. Generalizability. Misspelling of generalizability. Generalizably. In a generalizable manner. Generalization. An act or instance of generalizing, concluding that something true of a subclass is true of the entire class. Generalizations. Plural of generalization. Generalize. To speak in generalities or in vague terms. Generalizability. Alternative form of generalizability. Generalizable. Alternative form of generalizable. Generalized. Made more general, less specialized. Generalized anxiety disorder. An anxiety disorder characterized by excessive, uncontrollable, and often irrational worry, which may interfere with daily functioning. Generalized anxiety disorders. Plural of generalized anxiety disorder. Generalized circle. A circle or a line, the two being regarded as types of a single form. Generalized circles. Plural of generalized circle. Generalized continued fraction. A continued fraction where the numerators and denominators can assume arbitrary values. Generalized continued fractions. Plural of generalized continued fraction. Generalized continuum hypothesis. The hypothesis that, for each ordinal alpha, there is no cardinal number strictly between Hebrew Aleph alpha and 2 Hebrew Aleph alpha, i.e. 2 Hebrew Aleph alpha equals Hebrew Aleph alpha plus 1. Generalized element. A morphism whose codomain is some specified object. Generalized elements. Plural of generalized element. Generalized estimating equation, a method used to estimate the parameters of a generalized linear model with a possible unknown correlation between outcomes. Generalized estimating equations, plural of generalized estimating equation. Generalized search tree, a type of search tree that features data and query extensibility. Generalized search trees, plural of generalized search tree. Generalizer, one who or that which generalizes. Generalizers, plural of generalizer. Generalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of generalize. Generalizability, the property of being capable of being generalized, i.e. made more general, less specialized. Generalizing, present participle and gerund of generalized. General, archaic spelling of general. General, simple past and past participle of general. Generally, present participle and gerund of general. Generally, popularly or widely. Generally speaking, synonym of in general, generally. Generalness, the quality of being general, of having wide applicability. Generals, plural of general. Generals of the Air Force, plural of general of the Air Force. Generals of the Army, plural of general of the Army. Generals superior, plural of general superior. General's coup, a military coup d'etat instigated by the military establishment or a majority of it, not just a faction of the military. General's coups, plural of general's coup. Generals-in-chief, plural of general-in-chief. Generalship, the position or office of a general. Generalships, plural of generalship. Generalski Stal, a municipality of Croatia. Generalties, plural of generalty. Generalty, archaic form of generality. Generate, generative, producing. Generance, plural of generant. Generatability, capability of being generated. Generatable, capable of being generated. Generate, to bring into being, give rise to. Generated, simple past and past participle of generate. Generates, third person singular simple present indicative of generate. Generating, present participle and gerund of generate. Generating function, a formal power series with one indeterminate, whose coefficients encode a sequence that can be studied by algebraic manipulation of the series. Any one of several generalizations, such as to encode more than one sequence or use more than one indeterminate. Generating functions, plural of generating function. Generation, the act of creating something or bringing something into being. Production, creation. Generation A, Generation Alpha. Generation Alpha, the generation following Generation Z, born between the early to mid-2010s and the mid-2020s. Generation Alphas, plural of Generation Alpha. Generation Beta, the generation following Generation Alpha, defined as those born between the mid-2020s and the late 2030s. Generation Betas, plural of Generation Beta. Generation Effect, the tendency to better remember information if it is generated from one's own mind rather than simply read. Generation Effects, plural of Generation Effect. Generation Facebook, alternative form of Facebook generation. Generation Gap, A disconnect between members of one generation and members of the next based on the later generation developing habits, attitudes, and preferences inconsistent with the experience of the former. Generation gaps, plural of generation gap. Generation Jones, the generation of people born in the late 1950s and early 1960s. They are the younger subset of the baby boomers but are sometimes conceptualized as being sandwiched between the older subset of baby boomers and Gen Zers. Generation K, a demographic cohort identified in 2015 consisting of 13 to 20-year-olds who are relatively anxious, intent on being unique, and concerned about inequality. Generation loss, the loss of quality between successive health is usually associated with magnetic audio and video media. Generation losses, plural of generation loss. Generation next, synonym of generation Y. Generation ship, a type of interstellar spaceship where generations of humans live and die aboard during the journey through interstellar space, as the journey between stars would take generations. Generation ships, plural of generation ship. Generation snowflake, alternative form of snowflake generation. Generation T, a way of referring to the group of people who were born in the early 2000s and who spend a lot of their free time traveling and going on holiday. Generation time, the average time between two consecutive generations in the lineages of a population. Generation times, plural of generation time. Generation X, a generation of people whose future is uncertain, a lost generation. Generation Zer, synonym of Gen Zer. Generation Zers, plural of Generation Zer. Generation XL, a notional generation or sociological group of people, especially children, who are overweight or obese. Generation Y, the generation of people born between the early 1980s and mid-1990s, with 1996 births cited as the last millennial year following Generation X. Generation Year, a member of Generation Y. Generation Years, plural of generation year. Generation Z, the generation of people born between the mid-late 1990s to early 2010s, following Generation Y, typically defined as beginning with births in 1997 and ending with births in 2012. Generation Z, alternative form of Generation Z. Generation Zer, alternative form of Generation Zer. Generation Zers, plural of Generation Zer. Generation Zs, plural of Generation Z. Generation Zer, a member of Generation Z. Generation ZS, plural of Generation Z. Generational, of pertaining to or changing over generations. Generational curse, a curse on a family. Generational curses, plural of generational curse. Generational wealth, assets that are passed down from one generation to the next. Generationally, with regard to the generations. Generationer, a member of a specified generation. Generationers, plural of generationer. Generationism, the belief that a specific generation has inherent traits making it inferior or superior to another generation. Generationology, the study of generations. Generations, plural of generation. Generation Y, affecting an entire generation. Generative, having the power of generating, propagating, originating, or producing. Generative act, sexual intercourse between a man and a woman. Generative acts, plural of generative acts. Generative adversarial network, a system used in machine learning consisting of two neural networks, one of which generates candidates solutions to a problem while the other evaluates and accepts or rejects them. Generative adversarial networks, plural of generative adversarial network. Generative AI, generative artificial intelligence. Generative AIs, plural of generative AI. Generative artificial intelligence, a system that can produce realistic images, sounds, videos, or text in response to user prompts. Generative artificial intelligences, plural of generative artificial intelligence. Generative grammar, a system of rules that can generate all and only those combinations of words that form grammatical sentences in a given language. Generative grammars, plural of generative grammar. Generative lexicon, a linguistic semantics theory that challenges purely verb-centric approaches to compositionality. Generative medicine, an approach to medicine that employs computer-aided analysis of the relationships between an individual's genes, cells, organ systems, other organisms, and their environments to provide greater appreciation of the complex behaviors seen in both health and disease, and more personalized approaches to the treatment of illness and enhancement of well-being. Generatively, in a generative way. Generativeness, the quality of being generative. Generativism, support for generative linguistics. Generativeness, a proponent of generative grammar or generative semantics. Generativistic, relating to generativism. Generativists, plural of generativists. Generativities, plural of generativity. Generativity, the ability to create or produce. Generator, one who or that which generates, begets, causes, or produces. Generators, plural of generator. Generatrices, plural of generatrix. Generatrix, a curve that when rotated about an axis, produces a solid figure. Generatrixes, plural of generatrix. Generic, relating to gender. Generic class, a class defined with at least one generic type in its parameters. Generic classes, plural of generic class. Generic element, the identity element of an object when thought of as a generalized element of that object. Generic elements, plural of generic element. Generic epithet, synonym of genus name. Generic epithets, plural of generic epithet. Generic function, entity made up of all methods having the same name. Generic functions, plural of generic function. Generic interval, the distance between nodes only regarding the distance on the staff. Generic intervals, plural of generic interval. Generic name, the first word in a binomial name which identifies the genus of the life form considered. Generic names, plural of generic name. Generic programming, a style of computer programming in which algorithms are written in terms of to be specified later types that are then instantiated when needed for specific types provided as parameters. Generic properties, plural of generic property. Generic property, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see generic property. Generic term, synonym of generic name. Generic they, synonym of generic you, the pronoun they, used to refer to an unspecified person, to multiple unspecified people, or to people in general. Generic top-level domain, Any of the top-level domains is and based on type of organization. Generic top-level domains. Plural of generic top-level domain. Generic type. A type which can be instantiated with any other type. Generic types. Plural of generic type. Generic you. The pronoun you used to refer to an unspecified person or to people in general. Generica. Features of the landscape such as fire hydrants, letterboxes, fast food chains, streets called Main, etc. that are the same throughout the United States. Generical. Generic. Generically. In a generic manner. Genericalness. The quality of being generic. Generic. Having a higher than normal concentration of genes. Genericide. The process by which trademark rights are diminished or lost as a result of common use in the marketplace. Genericides. Plural of genericide. Genericize. Alternative form of genericize. Genericize. Simple past and past participle of genericize. Genericized trademark. Alternative form of genericized trademark. Genericized trademarks. Plural of genericized trademark. Genericizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of genericize. Genericizing. Present participle and gerund of genericize. Genericism. The state of being generic. Genericities. Plural of genericity. Genericity. Genericness, the state or quality of being generic. Genericization. The process of becoming generic, an instance of it. Genericizations. Plural of genericization. Genericize. To make generic. Genericize. Simple past and past participle of genericize. Genericized trademark. A successful brand name or trademark that has come to refer to the generic class of objects rather than a specific brand type, sometimes without continued defensibility of the trademark, but usually with continued defensibility. Genericized trademarks. Plural of genericized trademark. Genericizes. Third persons singular simple present indicative of genericize. Genericizing. Present participle and gerund of genericize. Generic. Obsolete form of generic. Genericness. The state or condition of being generic. Generics. Plural of generic. Generification. Generalization. Generifications. Plural of generification. Generifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of generify. Generify. To make generic. Generotype. Type. Species. Generotypes. Plural of generotype. Generosities. Plural of generosity. Generosity. The trait of being willing to donate money, resources, or time. Generous. Noble in behavior or actions, principled, not petty, kind, magnanimous. Generousus. Superlative. The form of generous, most generous. Generously. In a generous manner, in a way that is giving or ample. Generousness. The quality of being generous, generosity. Generous. Plural of gene. Genesee. The name of various places in North America. Genesee County. One of 83 counties in Michigan. United States. County seat, Flint. Named after the county in New York. Genesee Epoch. The latter subdivision of the Hamilton period in the now obsolete American Devonian system. Geneseo. A number of places in the United States. Gennesaret. synonym of ascirridine. Genesis, plural of Genesis. Geneset, a set of genes with a specified function. Genesets, plural of Geneset. Genesiac, relating to Genesis in the Bible. Genesiacal, relating to Genesis in the Bible. Genezel, of or relating to generation or genes. Genealogy, the study of generation reproduction. Genesis, the first book in the Hebrew Bible. Genesis planet, synonym of Methuselah, a planet in the Milky Way galaxy. Genesidic, relating to Genesis in the Bible. Geneserge, capable of generation. Dianes, a surname. Danes, plural of genus. Dud, a surname from French. Genethics, the ethics of genetics. Genethlia, of or pertaining to the casting of horoscopes at a person's birth. Genethliaca, plural of genethliacan. Genethliacal, genethliac, relating to the casting of horoscopes based on one's birth. Genethliacan, a birthday ode. Genethliacs, plural of genethliac. Genethliologic, relating to genethliology. Genethliological, relating to genethliology. Genethliology, natal astrology. Genetic, relating to genetics or genes. Genetic algorithm, a search heuristic that is based on biological evolution. Genetic algorithms, plural of genetic algorithm. Genetic bottleneck, synonym of population bottleneck. Genetic bottlenecks, plural of genetic bottleneck. Genetic code, the set of rules by which the sequence of bases in DNA are translated into the amino acid sequence of proteins. Genetic codes, plural of genetic code. Genetic dead end, someone who is viewed as unlikely to ever produce offspring. Genetic dead ends, plural of genetic dead end. Genetic determinism, the hypothesis that an organism's genes, as opposed to social or environmental factors, determine psychological and behavioral traits. Genetic disorder, any medical condition that is directly caused by an abnormality in the genes. Genetic disorders, plural of genetic disorder. Genetic diversity, genetic variation that manifests within a species. Genetic drift, an overall shift of allele distribution in an isolated population due to random fluctuations in the frequencies of individual alleles of the genes. Genetic drifts, plural of genetic drift. Genetic engineer, a scientist or engineer whose specialty is genetic engineering. Genetic engineering, the practice or science of genetic modification. Genetic engineers, plural of genetic engineer. Genetic fallacies, plural of genetic fallacy. Genetic fallacy, a fallacy of irrelevance where a conclusion is suggested based solely on something or someone's origin rather than its current meaning or context. Genetic fingerprinting, the forensic analysis of genetic information from a biological sample in order to aid identification. Genetic gap, a flaw in the DNA. Genetic gaps, plural of genetic gap. Genetic girl, a cis woman. Genetic girls, plural of genetic girl, abbreviated as GGs. Genetic lotteries, plural of genetic lottery. Genetic lottery, the concept that any advantageous or disadvantageous genetic traits and abilities that a person inherits from their parents are largely determined by chance. Genetic marker, a gene or DNA sequence with a known location on a chromosome that can be used to identify individuals or species. Genetic markers, plural of genetic marker. Genetic material, the material used to store genetic information in the nuclei, mitochondria, or plastids of an organism's cells, either DNA or RNA. Genetic materials, plural of genetic material. Genetic memories, plural of genetic memory. Genetic memory, the state of a biological system encoded in its genetic material. Genetic modification, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See genetic modification. Genetic modifications, plural of genetic modification. Genetic pollution, the uncontrolled flow of genes into wild populations as from domestic, feral, and non-native species. Genetic programming, a search heuristic that explores the space of computer programs and is based on biological evolution. Genetic programmings, plural of genetic programming. Genetic scissors, biological tools used to precisely edit the genome of organisms. Genetic sequencing, DNA sequencing. Genetic sexual attraction, a claimed phenomenon of sexual attraction between relatives and family members who were not raised together. Genetical, relating to genesis or origin, genetic. Genetically, in terms of origin or development. Genetically engineered, synonym of genetically modified. Genetically manipulated, synonym of genetically modified. Genetically modified, produced by genetic modification, abbreviated as GM. Geneticin, an aminoglycoside antibiotic that blocks polypeptide synthesis. Geneticine, alternative form of geneticin. Geneticism, the belief that a text is best understood by studying its origins and history. Geneticist, a scientist who studies genes. Geneticists, plural of geneticists. Geneticization, the process of geneticizing. Geneticize, to make genetic, to reduce to a matter of genetics. Geneticized, simple past and past participle of geneticize. Geneticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of geneticize. Geneticizing, present participle and gerund of geneticize. Genetics, the branch of biology that deals with the transmission and variation of inherited characteristics in particular chromosomes and DNA. Genitive, archaic spelling of genitive. Genitives, plural of genitive. Genetus, genital. Genitrap, alternative form of gene trap. Genitraps, plural of genitrap. Genitrices, plural of genitrix. Genitrix, alternative form of genitrix. Genitrexes, plural of genitrix. Genets, plural of genet. Genet, archaic form of genet, one of the mammals in genus Geneta. Genets, plural of genet. Genetchen, of or relating to Gerard Genet, born 1930, French literary theorist associated with structuralism. Genuer Glyn, a community civil parish in Ceredigion, Wales. Yamila, the capital city of Geneva Canton, Switzerland. Geneva Bible, a historically significant translation of the Bible into English, preceding the King James Version by 51 years. Geneva Bibles, plural of Geneva Bible. Geneva Convention, any of 4 international treaties that define the required treatment for prisoners of war by their captors. Geneva County, one of 67 counties in Alabama, United States. County seat, Geneva. Geneva Cross, a red cross on a white background displayed for protection of medical personnel in war and now used by the Red Cross. Geneva Crosses, plural of Geneva Cross. Geneva Drive, synonym of Geneva Wheel. Geneva Drives, plural of Geneva Drive. Geneva Gown, an ecclesiastical garment customarily worn by ordained ministers in the Christian churches that arose out of the Protestant Reformation. Geneva Gowns, plural of Geneva Gown. Geneva Mechanism, a mechanism that translates a continuous rotation into an intermittent rotary motion, using an intermittent gear where the dry wheel has a pin that reaches into a slot of the driven wheel and thereby advances it by 1 step, and having a raised circular block and disc that locks the driven wheel in position between steps. Geneva Mechanisms, plural of Geneva Mechanism. Geneva Wheel, a mechanism that translates a continuous rotation into an intermittent rotary motion. Geneva Whales, plural of Geneva Wheel. Genevan, from or pertaining to Geneva. Genovanism, Calvinism. Genevans, plural of Genevan. Genevas, plural of Geneva. Genovese, to convert to Puritanism as it was practiced in Geneva. Genovated, simple past and past participle of Genovate. Genovates, third person singular simple present indicative of Genovate. Genovating, present participle and gerund of Genovate. Genever, alternative spelling of Genever. Genevers, plural of Genever. Genovese, a native or inhabitant of Geneva. Genoveses, plural of Genovese. Genevieve, a female given name from French. Genevieve, a surname from Genevois, a former province of the Duchy of Savoy, having Annecy as its capital. Genoise, one gene at a time. Genexp, a generator expression. Genexps, plural of genexp. Genfe, fan fiction that does not focus specifically on romance or sex. Ja, a surname. Jamis, Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan, the founder and first ruler Khan of the Mongol Empire. Jenghisid, a member of any of various Asian dynasties descended from Genghis Khan. Jenghisids, plural of Jenghisid. Genghis Khan, synonym of Jenghisid. Gengineer, a person skilled at engineering. Gengineered, genetically engineered. Gengineering, genetic engineering. Gengineers, plural of Gengineer. Genghis Khan, alternative spelling of Genghis Khan. Gengivectomy, misspelling of gingivectomy. Jangler, a surname. Janglers, plural of jingler. Jan, plural of Jang. Ja, a count-level city of Ulanbur, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region, China. Genial, friendly and cheerful. Genialize, alternative form of genialize. Genialize, simple past and past participle of genialize. Genializes, third person singular simple present indicative of genialize. Genializing, present participle and gerund of genialize. Genialities, plural of geniality. Geniality, the quality of being genial, friendly cheerfulness, warmth of disposition and manners. Genialize, to make genial. Genialize, simple past and past participle of genialize. Genializes, third person singular simple present indicative of genialize. Genializing, present participle and gerund of genialize. Genially, in a genial manner, gaily, cheerfully. Genialness, the quality of being genial, geniality. Genial, of or pertaining to the chin. Gene, of relating to, produced by, or being a gene. Genically, in a genic manner, on or relating to a gene. Genicula, plural of geniculum. Genicular, relating to the knee. Geniculate, bent abruptly with the structure of a knee. Geniculate ganglion, a small reddish ganglion consisting of sensory and sympathetic nerve cells located at the sharp backward angle of the facial nerve. Geniculate ganglions, plural of geniculate ganglion. Geniculate nuclei, plural of geniculate nucleus. Geniculate nucleus, either of two pairs of structures situated on the lower surface of the thalamus that relay sensory impulses to the cortex. The lateral geniculate nucleus, which relays visual impulses, and the medial geniculate nucleus, which relays auditory impulses. Geniculate nucleuses, plural of geniculate nucleus. Geniculated, geniculate. Geniculate in a geniculate manner. Geniculates, third person singular simple present indicative of geniculate. Geniculating, present participle and gerund of geniculate. Geniculation, the act of mealing. Geniculations, plural of geniculation. Geniculatosi, a particular steroid glycoside. Geniculum, of the structure of a knee. Geniculocalcarine, geniculate and calcarine. Geniculocalcarine, misspelling of geniculocalcarine. Geniculocortical, going from the geniculate nucleus to the cortex. Geniculostriate, relating to the geniculate nucleus and the extrastriate cortex. Geniculoepithalamic, geniculate and hypothalamic. Geniculorcipient, describing that part of the geniculate nucleus that receives sensory impulses. Geniculostriate, geniculate and striate. Geniculostriate pathway, a group of axons that connect neurons in the lateral geniculate nucleus to the primary visual cortex. Geniculostriate pathways, plural of geniculostriate pathway. Geniculum, a small genu or angular knee-like structure, especially anatomy, a sharp knee-like bend in a small structure or organ. Denny, a male given name diminutive of Eugene and pet form of Gene. Genui, resembling or characteristic of a genie. Genes, plural of genie. Plural of genius. Genia Heminis, plural of genius Heminis. Dranii loci, plural of genius loci. Drenii locarum, plural of genius loci. Jutta, the steroid-related portion of some types of glycosides. Genins, plural of genin. Urina, somebody having a particular way of thinking. Drinia, chin. Geniocracy, the central religious text in realism. Geniocratic, of or related to a geniocracy. Dranioblossal, relating to the chin and tongue. Dranioblossy, plural of Genioblosus. Genioblosus, a flat, fan-shaped muscle that originates from the superior mental spine and inserts into the undersurface of the tongue and into the hyoid bone, acting mainly to extend, protrude, or depress the tongue. Dranioblossal, relating to the chin and hyoglossus. Dranioblossy, plural of Dranioblosus. Dranioblosus, synonym of Dranioblosus. Dranioi, of or pertaining to the chin and hyoid bone. Draniod muscle, a now muscle situated superior to the medial border of the malleoid muscle. It originates from the inferior mental spine on the inner side of the symphysis of the lower jaw, inserts into the body of the hyoid bone and acts to raise and draw the hyoid bone forwards and to retract and depress the jaw. Draniod muscles, plural of genioid muscle. Dranioide, plural of genioides. Genioide, alternative form of genioid muscle. Genioides, plural of genioid. Genealogy, the worship of spirits. Uranioplasties, plural of genioplasty. Uranioplasty, mendoplasty. Uranios, plural of genio. Geniosity, genius, extraordinary mental capacity. Geniospasm, a movement disorder of the mentalis muscle. Myrmias, misspelling of genius. Jetto, a succulent berry with a thick rind, the fruit of plants in the genus Genipa. Geneva, any plant of the genus Genipa. Genipa, the North and South American tree Genipa americana of the family Rubiaceae. Genipapada, a refreshing drink made in South America from the fruit of the genipap. Genipapo, alternative form of genipap. Genipapos, plural of genipapo. Genipaps, plural of genipap. Geniptas, plural of genipa. Genipe, and a glycone found in gardenia fruit extract derived from geniposide. Geniposaine, a blue pigment formed by the reaction of genipin and glycine. Geniposae, any glycoside related to geniposidic acid. Geniposides, plural of geniposae. Geniposidic, relating to a geniposide. Geniposidic acid, an iridoid glucoside found in various plants, including Eucommia ulmoides and Gardenia jasminoids. Genips, plural of genip. Geneha, the theory that distinctive human characteristics and capacities are determined by genes. Genista, any member of the flowering plant genus Genista. Genestos, plural of genista. Genistine, a pale yellow isoflavone derivative CHO5 originally obtained from Dyer's broom Genista tinctoria and also present as a glycoside in soybeans and other leguminous plants, which has antioxidant, estrogenic, and other physiological effects in humans and animals. Genistin, an isoflavone glycoside extracted from soybean. Genistoi, any of many flowering plants in a clade of the subfamily Papilionoideae. Genistoids, plural of genistoi. Yet, abbreviation of genitive. Genital, of or relating to biological reproduction. Genital cord, synonym of sex cord. Genital cords, plural of genital cord. Genital cutting, the cutting of genitals of either gender. Genital herpes, a genital infection caused by herpes simplex viruses, mostly HHV2, but also HHV1. Genital mutilation, the complete amputation or partial cutting of the external genitalia of either gender, abbreviated GM. Genital mutilations, plural of genital mutilation. Genital organ, an organ used in sexual reproduction or sexual stimulation, a sex organ, in plural genitalia. Genital organs, plural of genital organ. Genital tubercle, a body of tissue that develops into the penis or clitoris in the reproductive system of amniotes. Genital tubercles, plural of genital tubercle. Genital wart, a wart associated with a highly contagious sexually transmitted infection caused by some types of human papillomavirus. Genital warts, plural of genital wart. Genital, having a specific type of genitals. Genitalia, external sex organs. Genitalias, plural of genitalia. Genitali, relating to the genitals. Genitality, in psychoanalytic theory, the part of sexuality that relates to the genitalia. Genitalization, the act or process of genitalizing. Genitalizations, plural of genitalization. Genitalize, to assign genitals to emphasize the genitals of, to make genitalic. Genitalized, simple past and past participle of genitalize. Genitalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of genitalize. Genitalizing, present participle and gerund of genitalize. Genitales, without genitals. Genitally, concerning the genitals. Genitally mutilate, to circumcise. Genitally mutilated, simple past and past participle of genitally mutilate. Genitally mutilates, third person singular simple present indicative of genitally mutilate. Genitally mutilating, present participle and gerund of genitally mutilate. Genitalness, the quality of being erotic or erogenous. Genitals, synonym of genitalia. Geniting, a variety of happens very early. Genitings, plural of geniting. Genitival, having genitive form, pertaining to, expressing, or derived from, the genitive case. Genitivally, in a genitival manner. Genitivals, plural of genitival. Genitive, of or pertaining to the generation of offspring, generative, procreative, reproductive. Genitive absolute, an independent phrase in a sentence conveying additional circumstances in the genitive case, present in many Indo-European languages, such as genitive case, the grammatical case chiefly applicable to nouns, used to express a relationship of origin or possession. It corresponds roughly to the English preposition of and the suffix s. Genitive cases, plural of genitive case. Genitive accusative. The use of genitive as a case of the grammatical object exists at least in several Slavic and Finnic languages. Genitive accusatives, plural of genitive accusative. Genitively, in a genitive way. Genitives, plural of genitive. Genato, relating to the genitals. Genitopelvic, alternative form of genitopelvic. Genitourinary, alternative form of geniturinary. Genitomal, relating to the genitals, typically the vulva and the anus. Genitocrural, synonym of genitophoral. Genitophoral, pertaining to the genital organs in the thigh, applied especially to one of the lumbar nerves. Genitography, radiography of the genital area, typically after injection of a cancerous medium in order to investigate the sex of a newborn baby when this is ambiguous. Genitoinguinal, genital and inguinal. Genitopatellar, relating to the genitals and the patella. Genitopelvic, of or relating to the genital tract and pelvic region of the body together with their function, disease, etc. Genitoperineal, relating to the genitals and perineum. Genitoplastic, pertaining to genitoplasty. Genitoplasty, plastic surgery of the genitals. Genitor, a biological parent, either male or female, or the direct cause of an offspring. Genitortal, relating to the genitals and the rectum. Genitorio, of or relating to a genitor. Genitores, plural of genitory. Genitors, plural of genitor. Genitorture, torture of the genitals. Genitory, a testicle. Genitoscopies, plural of genitoscopy. Genitoscopy, an endoscopic examination of the genital tract. Genitosensory, relating to sensation from the genitals, typically when aroused during mating. Geniturinal, alternative form of geniturinary. Geniturinary, of or pertaining to the genital and urinary systems of the body, together with their function, disease, etc. Geniturological, genital and urological. Genitrices, plural of genitrix. Genitrix, the biological mother of a child. Genitrixes, plural of genitrix. Geniture, birth, begetting. Genitures, plural of geniture. Genius, someone possessing extraordinary intelligence or skill, especially somebody who has demonstrated this by a creative or original work in science, music, art, etc. Genius familiae, a spirit presiding over or guarding a family or household. Genius Geminius, the tutelary deity or spirit watching over a particular person. Genius is 1% inspiration, 99% perspiration. A genius depends more on hard work than imagination. Genius loci, the minor deity or spirit watching over a particular place. Genius locarum, a single spirit or minor deity genius which watches over several places rather than only one. Geniuses, plural of genius. Genius like, resembling or characteristic of genius or a genius. Geniusness, genius extraordinary mental capacity. Genesa, Alternative spelling of Geniza. Geniza, a depository where sacred Hebrew books or other sacred items that by Jewish law cannot be disposed of are kept before they can be properly buried in a cemetery. Genizas, plural of Geniza. Genizas, plural of Geniza, alternative spelling of Genizas. Genizero, the wood of the tree Simania salmon. Geniza, plural of Geniza. Geniza, plural of Geniza. Jack, Jenkins City and Municipality of Belgium. Jetkin, the entryway to a Japanese house where street shoes are removed and house shoes put on before entering the house, and house shoes removed and street shoes put on before leaving the house. Jenkins, plural of Jenkin. Jadki, a playful, hyperactive girl. Jenkinite, a tetragonal trapezohedral gray mineral containing antimony, palladium, and platinum. Janqua, synonym of lilac daphne. Janquinin, an O-methylated flavone found in various plants, including Alnus glutinosa, Naphthalina priapoda, and Asplenium normale. Genol, alternative form of general, abbreviation of general. Gamma, a technique whereby the video output of one source or a specific reference signal is used to synchronize other sources. Genlocked, simple past and past participle of genlock. Genlocker, one who or that which genlocks. Genlockers, plural of genlocker. Gemlocking, present participle and gerund of genlock. Genlocks, third person singular simple present indicative of genlock. Genbecha, a Japanese form of green tea combined with roasted brown rice. Jena, a surname. Jenacre, a sail having characteristics of a Genoa and a spinnaker. Jenacres, plural of Jena, a surname. Jenacre, a sail having characteristics of a Genoa and a spinnaker. Jenacres, plural of Jenacre. Gennaro, a surname from Italian. Gennaros, plural of Gennaro. Jenes, plural of Jenna. Den, simple past and past participle of gen. Gendin, fully acquainted with the details of something, up to speed, plugged in. Genda, simple past and past participle of gen up. Genal, a genal. Gentleman, gentleman. Gentleman, plural of gentleman. Genals, plural of genal. Gel, a municipality in Limburg province, Netherlands. Jere, archaic form of genet mammal. Jeret, plural of genet. Genes, plural of Jenny. Chetting, present participle and gerund of gen. Jenning up. Present participle and gerund of gen up. Jere, a female given name, a diminutive of Genevieve, or occasionally a variant of Ginny or Jenny. Jenna, a surname. Jenna, genetics, for example, genotype. Gemaua, a province of Liguria, Italy. Genoa cake, a fruit cake consisting of sultanas, currants or raisins, glacé cherries, almonds, and candied orange peel or essence, cooked in a batter of flour, eggs, butter, and sugar. Genoa cakes, plural of Genoa cake. Genoa jeb, Genoa sail. Genoa jebs, plural of Genoa jib. Genome, a or pertaining to Genoa Genova. Genons, plural of Genon. Genoas, plural of Genoa. Genoblast, magnucleus. Genoblastic, relating to the genoblast. Genoblasts, plural of genoblast. Genocentric, focusing on genes or genetics. Genocentrism, the quality of being genocentric, a focus on genes or genetics. Genocidable, capable of being genocided. Genocidaire, a person involved in perpetrating a genocide, especially the 1994 Rwandan genocide. Genocidaire, alternative form of genocidaire. Genocidaires, plural of genocidaire. Genocidaires, plural of genocidaire. Genocidal, causative of or relating to an act or policy of genocide. Genocidally, in a genocidal manner. Genocide, the systematic and deliberate destruction of a group of people, typically by killing substantial numbers of them on the basis of their ethnicity, religion, or nationality. Genocide Joe, a nickname of the American President Joe Biden. Genocided, simple past and past participle of genocide. Genocider, one who commits genocide. Genociders, plural of genocider. Genocides, plural of genocide. Genociding, present participle and gerund of genocide. Genocidism, a policy of committing genocide. Genocides, someone who advocates for or is responsible for enacting genocide. Genocidists, plural of genocidists. Genocompatibility, genetic compatibility. Genocompatible, genetically compatible. Genocopid, simple past and past participle of genocopy. Genocopies, plural of genocopy. Genocope, a trait that is a phenotypic copy of a genetic trait but is caused by a different genotype. Genocide, misspelling of gonocyte. Genodeme, a population of genetically identical organisms. Genodemes, plural of genodeme. Genodermatology, the study of the heredity of skin disorders. Genodermatos, relating to genodermatosis. Genodermatosis, plural of genodermatosis. Genodermatosis, any of a group of inherited genetic skin conditions. Genodermatotic, relating to genodermatosis. Genodiversity, genetic diversity. Genoeconomic, relating to genoeconomics. Genoeconomics, the study of the effects of genetics on a person's finances. Geno, simple past and past participle of geno. Genos, a native or inhabitant of the city of Genoa or surrounding province, Liguria, Italy. Genoframe, a genetic framework. Genoframes, plural of genoframe. Genogram, a pictorial representation of a patient's family tree together with details of the medical history of each person. Genograms, plural of genogram. Genographic, of the use of genetics to study human migration over time. Genogrinder, a type of homogenizer used in the preparation of tissue samples. Genogrinders, plural of genogrinder. Genogroup, a group of related viruses within a genus. Genogroupable, capable of being genogrouped. Genogrouped, simple past and past participle of genogroup. Genogrouping, present participle and gerund of genogroup. Genogroups, plural of genogroup. Genoioi, the spelling of genoioi. Genoing, present participle and gerund of geno. Genoise, a classic European sponge cake. Denoise, alternative form of genoise. Genoises, plural of genoise. Denises, plural of genoise. Genoism, discrimination on the basis of genetic profile. Genoes, without genociding any type of monster. Genoer, a municipality in Nayang district, Vaud canton, Switzerland. Genealogy, the study of genres. Geno, dated form of genome. Genomal, synonym of genomic. Genomathematics, a form of mathematics. Proposed for the study of quantum deformations. Genome, the complete genetic information, either DNA or, in some viruses, RNA of an organism. Genome assemblies, plural of genome assembly. Genome assembly, the process of taking a large number of short DNA sequences and putting them back together to create a representation of the original chromosomes from which the DNA originated. Genome size, the size, mass, or number of base pairs of a genome. Genome sizes, plural of genome size. Genome transplant, a procedure in which DNA from one species is transplanted into a cell of another species, and after repeated division of hybrid cells, the original cells are destroyed, only achieved in bacteria so far. Genome transplants, plural of genome transplant. Genome-wide, alternative form of genome-wide. Genomes, plural of genome. Genomescape, the architectural landscape of a genome typically represented by the occurrence of specific repeats. Genomescapes, plural of genomescape. Genome size, alternative form of genome size. Genome sizes, plural of genome size. Genometabolic, genomic and metabolic. Genometastasis, plural of genometastases. Genometastases, metastases via the hypothetical transfer of DNA via the blood from infected cells to remote cells. Genometric, relating to genometrics. Genometrics, the analysis of genomes. Genome-wide, throughout a genome. Genome-wise, with regard to genomes. Genomic, of or pertaining to a genome. Genomic equivalence, the concept that all cells in an organism contain identical genes. Genomic plasticity, the alterable nature of prokaryotic genomes that enables the fluid exchange of DNA from one microorganism to another and allows prokaryotes to adapt their genomes rapidly so they can survive changes in environmental conditions. Genomical, genomic, genomically, with reference to a genome. Genomicist, a scientist whose specialty is genomics. Genomicists, plural of genomicists. Genomicization, the act or process of denomicizing. Genomicize, to make genomic, to apply to the field of genomics. Genomics, the study of the complete genome of an organism. Genomicetopic, genomic and isotopic, Topic: Genomodulatory, able to modulate the action of genes. Genomospecies, a species characterized by its DNA alone. Genomothide, a subgrouping of a biotype depending on genomic composition. Genomotypes, plural of genomothide. Genomovar, any strain of an organism that is genetically different from another although it shows no phenotypical difference. Genomovars, plural of genomovar. Genomovirus, any single-stranded virus of the family Genomoviridae. Genomoviruses, plural of genomovirus. Gemon, a branch cut between two complex planes. Genons, plural of genon. Genonym, generic name, the name of a genus. Genonyms, plural of genonym. Genopathies, plural of genopathy. Genopathy, hereditary health disorder caused by gene mutation. Genopharmacology, the study of the effects of pharmaceuticals and other compounds on genome expression. Genophilia, love of one's own relations, tribe, kind, or race. Genophobe, a person who has a psychological fear of sexual relations or sexual intercourse. Genophobes, plural of genophobe. Genophobia, the physical or psychological fear of sexual relations or sexual intercourse. Genophobic, relating to or characteristic of genophobia or genophobes. Genophore, the DNA of a prokaryote. Genophores, plural of genophore. Genophyte, any plant that loses all of its above-ground parts during winter. Genophytes, plural of genophyte. Genopolitical, relating to genopolitics. Genopolitics, the study of the genetic basis of political behavior and attitudes. Genoprevalence, genetic, tribal, or racial prevalence. Genoprevalences, plural of genoprevalence. Genoprotective, that protects against genetic damage. Genoprotomic, describing the application of genomics to protomics. Genorhethra, plural of genorhethrum. Genorhethrum, a stream of migration of genes or a genus. Genorhatra, plural of genorhatron. Genorhatron, alternative form of genorhethrum. Genos, plural of geno. Genosrotyping, genomic serotyping. Genosome, a lipid DNA complex used for gene delivery and gene therapy. Genospecies, a species group of organisms that can interbreed identified and characterized by means of genetics. Genostrus, genetic stress. Genostrices, plural